like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
"1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together."
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues. Internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
with the players heading out here for the third day, and Glamorgan on 95 for 2, leading by 219 runs. Lancashire led out by their captain James Anderson. The two not out batsmen overnight are Sam Northeast, the Glamorgan captain, and Kieran Carlson, top scorer in the match so far and top scorer in the second innings here for Glamorgan so far as well. He's enjoyed a good couple of days with the bat. And Glamorgan are in a strong position going into this third day, a lead of 219 runs with 8 second innings wickets remaining. Lancashire looking to try and drag themselves back into the game. It's a very good morning and a warm welcome to our coverage, whether you're with us via the BBC or on Lancs TV. Scott Reed, Nick Webb, Callum Flynn, and some Kevin Howells for you through the course of this
royal
third
visit.
Day. Absolutely, yeah. The flags are up for his arrival, and Dave on reception's got the red carpet out as well. So, proper greeting for some royalty in the commentary box. Hopefully a little bit later on. What do you reckon Glamorgan's plans are here today, Nick? Just bat and bat and bat as long as they can.
To try to bat the first 2 sessions and see where they are at tea, I think, is the short answer to that one. Stephen Croft, the Lancashire interim coach, mentioned possibility of chasing 300 to 350. I think if Glamorgan bat for a couple of sessions and the lead's moving towards 400, they might think about a declaration sometime in the evening session. As James Anderson, 43 years old, plus 1 day, is to bowl the first ball of the morning to opposing captain Sam Northeast, who glances it down towards fine leg, and it will run away for 4 runs. So the best start for Glamorgan as Northeast moves on to 30 not out, the total to 99 for 2. And I'm afraid you can't afford too many looseners if you're in Lancashire's position on the scoreboard.
No, with the advantage firmly set in Glamorgan's court. It's wickets that Lancashire need, desperately need wickets, but also with very much one eye on that lead, which is now 223.
Anderson in again to bowl to Northeast, who turns it on the leg side towards square leg, and there is no run. Another grey, cloudy day here in Manchester. Again, it's 100% cloud cover. And speaking of birthdays, a very happy birthday to the Glamorgan assistant coach and former seam bowler, David Harrison, who is 44 years old today. 1 year older than Jimmy. As Northeast plays that one nicely out into the offside, but Lancashire have got insurance out in the deep in the form of Green, who's sweeping in a backward point position. So they only take a single, and a ripple of applause around the ground for the Glamorgan 100 up. The day's play attended by several dozen members of the Balconeers supporters group, who are staying in the hotel on the ground. From South Wales, Anderson in to bowl to Carlson, who's back defending, squirting the ball away on the offside. Fielded by Hartley at cover, and there's no run. So I've had the stats through from Morgan's Andrew Hignell. Mason Crane's 6 for 19. The best bowling for Glamorgan against Lancashire since Wacker's 7 for 25 at Liverpool in 1997, which was a match-winning performance. And the best by a spinner for Glamorgan against Lancashire since Anderson bowls and Carlson leaves outside off stump. Ravi Shastri, another illustrious overseas player, 7 for 49 at Swansea in 1988. There's also the best Glamorgan bowling performance of any variety of bowling since Michael Neese's 7 for 32 at Headingley a couple of years ago, early season, when he destroyed the White Rose. As Carlson cuts and will get his first run of the morning. Again, it's Green in business, at deep point. And his throw pops neatly into the gloves of Phil Salt, but half a dozen runs for Glamorgan off the first over of the day. They lead by 225 here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds, 5 Sports Extra 3, Lancashire TV, and via the Glamorgan website as well. So wherever you're watching or listening, welcome along. And if you want to email me, the email address glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Scott has sent a tracker up for the BBC Lancashire email account. It's currently orbiting somewhere around the South Pole. So it'll be Bailey, as expected, to open up the attack from the Anderson end, the old pavilion end. Players now changing down beneath us at this end, and Scott is back to describe Mr. Bailey's activities.
Indeed, here he is, in from the Anderson end with Carlson on strike. It's flicked away off his pads out towards the backward square leg boundary. Chris Green comes up from the rope to field. So 102 for 2. The forecast for today and tomorrow is pretty rock solid. So there's plenty of time left here for Glamorgan. We've got the extra overs to be bowled today, making up for that bit of lost time earlier on in the match. So yeah, loads of time left, plenty of wickets in hand, lead looking healthy. And Glamorgan, who were second in Division 2, in a pretty strong position in this game. 2 short mid wickets in place. Bailey bowls to northeast. That's nudged away, so no ball actually as well. Just nudges that down towards fine leg. Bailey just overstepping also as well. So 3 to the Glamorgan score.
We've already gone towards a Kookaburra type field placing with 2 on the drive at short mid wicket on the leg side, and the 1 slip Jennings being 4th slip come gully position.
In comes Bailey, bowls. Oh, that's edged to the left of slip and down towards third man. That'll be 4 more down towards the boundary. Kieran Carlson is nudging his way towards his second 50 of the match.
Just about played that one down. It wouldn't have carried even had there been a first or second slip, but it wasn't really where he was meaning to hit it.
Yeah, Jennings is the slip catcher, but he's almost in the 3rd slip position. He's quite wide. We play down into the ground. That's defended to mid-on this time by Carlson. Marcus Harris fields. Yeah, the 2 catchers in front of the batter on the leg side are the 2 short mid-wicket fielders, Matthew Hurst and Josh Bohannon. 2 out on the leg side boundary, the 2 spinners, Tom Hartley and Chris Green. Hartley at deep square, Green at fine leg, and then Harris at mid-on. Anderson's quite wide at mid-off, Wells at backward point, and Balderson on the deep point boundary. Bailey for Lancashire in and bowls, and Carlson defends. Just drops the ball away into the offside. There's no addition to this score. 109 for 2. Carlson 49 and some northeast on 32.
Yeah, Carlson moving up gently towards 800 runs. Had 733 at the start of this innings. So in with an outside chance of making 1,000.
Waits for Bailey, who's in and bowling. Tapped into the offside by Carlson. Wells fields at backward point, and there's no run.
Colin Ingram is already past 900. He's on 904, and he missed a couple of games as well. Callaway 753.
Carlson 49. Waits for Bailey, who's in them bowling, just nips back in towards Carlson. And just deflects it out in towards the leg side. Picked up by one of the two short mid wickets, and there's no run to complete the over. 109 for 2. Glamorgan lead of 233. Carlson remains on 49. Sam Northeast on 32.
Yeah, Kieran Carlson being Glamorgan's PCA rep, and he's one of the few who has played in all games so far this season, and is due to captain the side in the One Day Cup as well. So
busy man.
Busy man, yes. But the debate as to the structure of next season continuing apace.
Or not. It doesn't seem very quick.
As Anderson bowls and Northeast forces his way to deep point for a single.
Of course, the Clammy boys won the One Day Cup a couple of years ago at Trent Bridge.
Last season and in 21.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
So Glamorgan are the defending champions, and will start the defence of that trophy with 2 games at Neath on Tuesday and Thursday next week.
Lovely.
Against Hampshire and Derbyshire. As Anderson is on his way in, bowls, and Carlson on the back foot plays on the leg side, and there's no run. Glamorgan will be without Crane and Callaway because of 100 calls. Van der Hoogten is likely to miss the start of the competition through injury, and Ingram is not due to play. Neither is Fernando, as things stand, as far as I know. So it will be a rather different shaped Glamorgan side than this. As Carlson pushes that one through the offside for a single out to deep point, and the applause for Kieran Carlson's 50. It's come off 61 deliveries. It's included 9 fours.
He's batted well in the game, hasn't he?
He has 77 in the first innings. Another half century here, and he now has 5 half centuries to add to his 2 centuries in the championship campaign. 111 for 2. Anderson to Northeast, who tries to run it down to third man, but just hits Jennings at 4 Slipcombe Gully, I think, just about.
The success in the One Day Cup for Glamorgan in the last couple of seasons is, I presume that's been helped by the fact that they've not been too disruptive with their squad, or is that not fair?
No, they lose fewer than most. As Anderson bowls and Northeast defends, back to Anderson, who boots it rather grumpily to mid-wicket, and there's no run. But I think in the 2021 final, by the time that came around, they had 5 absentees, and Durham, whom they beat, only had 3, I believe. I think Durham recalled 1 or 2 of their 100 players.
Okay, right.
For the finals. They're perfectly entitled to do, of course.
It's always a slightly debatable one, that, isn't it?
Squirted away on the leg side by Northeast. Past the man at leg slip, down to fine leg for a single. Yes, last season Glamorgan and Somerset both stuck to the squads who'd played in the group stages. And well, that's not a firm regulation. It does seem to be the stance that most teams take, that if they get through to the knockout stages, they owe a certain duty to the players that have got them there. And Somerset, to be fair, as a result, played not quite a second team, but certainly well below strength of what was available, with quite a lot of young players in what turned out to be a 2020 final for a 50-over competition, bizarrely on a very wet Monday in Trent Bridge.
Yes, I was there for the first day, and it kind of, for the original scheduled day, as Bailey comes in and bowls a short ball to Northeast through to Salt, no run, and it was there wasn't a chance, was there, really, of anything on that scheduled day. Went into the reserve day, and it was still a bit gloomy then, wasn't it?
I was absolutely shocked when I looked at social media over breakfast on Monday morning and saw from Trent Bridge pictures being put out on social media of them taking the covers off. I thought, what are they taking the covers for? It's going to pour down in a minute.
Bailey in to northeast. It's in behind it and defends to mid-on. There's no run.
And so the umpires and captains very wisely decided to play a 20-20 game at 11 in the morning, but since there is only a few hundred people in Trent Bridge and the weather looked absolutely foul, thought it was going to close in at any moment. And actually they could have played about an hour longer before it started raining, but excellent decision making.
112 for 2 as Bailey sets off to northeast. He's tickled away off his pads behind square on the leg side for a single. 13 for 2. I was also at the final in 2021 as well. That was a much healthier day, wasn't it? It was a good crowd for that, and decent weather, a good game.
Yeah, it was I think between 7,000 and 8,000, which is pretty good considering the final was only a few days after the semi-final, so people had and it was on a Thursday, that one as well.
Yes. Yeah.
So people had very little time to take time off work if they had work commitments.
Carlson unbeaten on a half century, waits for Bailey and then plays forward defensive. And there's no addition to the score.
But thankfully it's on a weekend again in September for whoever gets there. And some light speculation that the final might be returned to Lords in future years. Obviously Trent Bridge is a fairly prestigious venue and fairly central for whoever gets there.
I've quite enjoyed the One Day Cup in the last few seasons. It's been a good competition to watch, and seen quite a few younger players and across the different teams all been given a chance. 13 for 2. Bailey to Carlson. It's defended towards Anderson, who's at mid-off, and there's no addition to the score. End of the over, just a single coming off it. A lead of 237. Oh no, one ball after the over, apologies. Lancashire begin their One Day Cup campaign next Tuesday at Sedbergh School against Northamptonshire. I think they've got 12 players away with the hundreds. That's going to be presenting some good opportunities for some of the younger players. Carlson defends, and there is no run. End of the over, 113 for 2.
John Traynor, correspondent on Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk, reckons it could be as many as 14, with Jennings, Wells, Salt, Hurst, Anderson, Hartley and Green of today's 11, plus 7 others. I suppose it depends which of the England players you count that don't play for Lancashire very much anyway.
To be the 12, I said 12, but it's because I've not included Anderson and Flintoff, who've got these wildcard selections. So yeah, 14's correct. My 12 was without Jimmy and Rocky Flintoff.
As Anderson will start a new over and bowl to northeast, who defends it on the leg side.
I suppose, and this has been the case in the last year or two, hasn't it, that some players get released back to play in the competition, which seems to make sense. For example, Rocky Flintoff would have been certainty to play in Lancashire's One Day Cup team. So if he's not going to be playing in the 100 for the Superchargers, maybe he could be a possibility to come back and play some cricket.
As Anderson bowls an angry short ball that northeast shapes to hook but plays no shot. Hugh in Hay on Wye. Winning at Old Trafford would be a huge statement. Division 1, here we come. Well, yes, getting a little bit ahead of yourself there, Hugh. Glamorgan have to win this match, and there has to be a promotion for them to have, should they finish in the top 2, with the debates continuing about the shape of next year. Anderson to northeast, full length, turned away on the leg side. No run. Chris Drew says, I think I want another 200 plus runs for Glamorgan before we think about anything. Nervous? Yeah. Thank you for Chris. So listeners of either county or neutrals, feel free to email me, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, since Scott's mailbox is still sealed up. Anderson bowls and North East defends to cover, and there's no run.
The slight issue with it is that I can't access the cricket emails. So if you're welcome to send a cricket email to Lancashire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and I might get it at some point next season.
You're better off by pigeon post.
I'm all in favour of that.
Not many pigeons around during this match. All gulls, apart from Nigel, the commentary box mascot gull, who thankfully is fairly quiet. 113 for 2 Glamorgan as Anderson bowls and North East pulls in controlled fashion out towards mid-wicket. Single taken. Lancashire have got a sweeper back on the leg side now as well. Glamorgan ticking along pleasantly as far as they're concerned, ominously as far as Lancashire are concerned, with the lead 238. And well, Glamorgan will want to bat the first 2 sessions at least, I would have thought. Lancashire out of the game, make the target seem completely unattainable if they can, and try and put the scoreboard pressure on and hope a few heads go down and a few balls shoot through low. Anderson is into Carlson, who defends to mid-wicket. No run. End of fairly tight Anderson over. 114 for 2. The lead is 238 here on BBC Sport Online 5, Sports Extra 3, and of course via the good folk of Lancashire TV.
India have lost a wicket in the Test match. They're batting first. Cheswal has been given out LBW on review. So England strike early in the Test match at the Oval. At 10 for 1. Elsewhere in the county championship, well, there's a bit of bad luck at Cheltenham Festival at the college. Again's been affected by a bit of rain across the first 2 days, and again on the third day, Gloucestershire 54 for 1 in their first innings, but delayed start to the third day. North East plays off the front foot in defence, and there's no run. But everyone else is playing in Division 2, and there's one delay in fact, there's 2 delays in Division 1 games. Essex, Warwickshire, that start has been delayed, and Worcestershire against Hampshire, again, that isn't underway.
Yes, Glamorgan supporters will be hoping that neither Leicestershire nor Derbyshire wins. Those are the sides in first and third. Lancashire would probably agree with that hope.
There's Bailey to North East. Pushed away to the offside.
At Canterbury, Kent at 207 for 3 in reply to Leicestershire's mammoth 471 all out. So still 264 runs in arrears, and therefore needing another 115 to avoid the possibility of following on. Ben Compton is 104 not out for the Kent.
Bailey to North East. That's turned into the onside, fielded by Hurst at mid-wicket, no run.
And at Northampton's now 281 for 6 in reply to Derbyshire's 377, so they're 96 behind. Bartlett has just gone for 66. Broad is 73 not out for Northants.
So if Glamorgan can force a win here this week, results elsewhere might be pretty favourable to them as well. Bailey in, short ball to North East. Sways underneath that. Through to Salt.
Division 1, Durham really up against it against Surrey. 241 for 5 in their second innings, but effectively 72 for 5. After losing a couple in the last session last night. And at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire, 193 for 2 in reply to Somerset's 438.
Bailey to northeast to take a single hit. Just dropped it away into the offside. Jogs through for 1.
Hasib Hamid, 106 not out for Notts. Wonder if he'll ever get another England chance. It's been a strange career, Hasib Hamid, isn't it? Couldn't buy a run for a year or two.
Yes, but he's regained all that form from his early part of his career, hasn't he? This season, certainly. Shot again from Bailey. Carlson ignores it. Through to Salt. End of the over. 115 for 2, lead of 239.
Yeah, the bowler's still able to get a bit of lift out that pitch. Surprised that one wasn't given wide, to be honest, as it soared way over Carlson's head. So there's still a bit of bounce. Fernando, with his lower trajectory, managed to get a few skidding through to get a trio of LBW decisions. In the match at Hove, the county select team 300 for 4 against Pakistan Shaheens, Pakistan A, where Mr. Flintoff made 39, Rocky that is, just mentioned. And Luke Benkenstein is 164 not out. The young Essex player captaining the county's select team. Remember, he took, I think it was 6 wickets against Glamorgan in a one-day cup match a couple of years ago. And I thought the cricketers are looking younger, and to be fair, he was 17 at the time. Right, Anderson is giving away and having a chat to George Balderson, capped before this match, who will take over for another blast of seam from this Statham end. It's very much a holding, containing field, being posted by Anderson, with the sole slip being about 4th slip. Balderson bowls, good starts, and Northeast is just drawn forward and plays a defensive shot, which he liked so much he played it again. 6 saving the single. Men out at deep backward square and at point, with Green starting about 5 metres in from the boundary. Did quite a bit of sweeping in the first couple of overs there. Way to our left in front of the empty temporary stand, as Northeast drives on the leg side, slightly squarer than he'd intended, and it's well stopped there by Harris, and there's no run. The stands that will no doubt be full of Manchester Originals supporters in weeks to come, and maybe Manchester Super Giants supporters in seasons to come.
Who knows?
With Balderson bowling and Northeast working off his legs, but again it's a scrambling stop from Harris. Say that because the Manchester franchise has been 70% bought.
Yes.
By the outfit that runs Super Giants in Lucknow and Durban, so it would make branding marketing sense. So it'd be a Super Northern Derby. Super Giants against Super Chargers. Balderson bowls and Northeast blocks to mid-on, and since they're in Manchester, I can take the mick out of Fairs and Leeds, and say Super Chargers always sounds like the best battery company that you've ever thought of. The Northern Superchargers.
I don't know who they've been bought out by, but maybe they might change their name too. It's an Indian Premier League, I think.
As forward goes Northeast, is beaten outside off stump. Salt is standing up, took the bails off. Neat work from him, but Northeast had left his right foot at home. Well, the Welsh Fire, which is owned 50% by the owner of Washington Freedom, so whether it'll be Washington Fire or Welsh Freedom in years to come, who knows. Balderson bowls. Northeast watchfully defends back down the pitch. Good start then from Balderson. He's bowled 5 overs now, 2 maidens, 0 for 16. Glamorgan 115 for 2, lead by 239 runs on this morning of the 3rd day here at Old Trafford, so plenty of time left in the match after the unusual fall of wickets over the first 2 days here. Seemed Lancashire wanted a result pitch, and who can blame them really after the multitude of draws here.
The Yorkies have sold their 100%. The whole lot has gone to the Sun Group, who own the Sunrisers Hyderabad and the Sunrisers Eastern Cape.
Okay, so they're going to be the Northern Sunrisers.
Northern Sunrisers.
Be interesting to see whether these franchises in different leagues merge names, colours, branding, identities.
It's Bailey to Carlson. Just flicked away off his hip towards square leg for a single. Tom Hartley is out there fielding for Lancashire. 1 to Carlson. He moves to 51. Score moves to 116 for 2.
I'm minded of the Christopher Eccleston line as Doctor Who. Lots of planets have a north. Interplanetary marketing as well.
Lead of 240 for Glamorgan. Bailey to Northeast, who takes another single. Just drops it away behind square for 1. 117 for 2. Lead is 241. Second mid-wicket fielder has just gone behind squares. Try and cut off that single, but he's managed to work it in between the short square leg and the short mid-wicket. Carlson takes his total to 52. Glamorgan now 118 for 2, lead of 242 runs. Michael Jones as a 12th man in position, catching on the leg side, and they're going to strengthen it even more here. So Jennings, who was the slip catcher, also coming in close on the leg side. So there's 2 short mid wickets, and then where's Jennings going to hover to? He's walking out towards short square leg. Only maybe 4 strips away from Sam Northeast. So 2 short mid wickets, short square leg, deep square leg, fine leg, mid on. Bailey to Northeast, gets forward and comes off the inner half of the bat and deflects out towards the leg side where Jones fields.
Very good morning to Scott in a wet Tunbridge in Kent. Positive start from Sam and Kieran this morning. He's watching the stream while also listening to TMS on Sports Extra. India 13 for 1.
Bailey to Northeast, and worked to the leg side, and this time it is stopped by one of those 3 fielders close in. It's Michael Jones, who is tumbling away to his right to field. It was Matthew Hurst in that position alongside Josh Bannon, so maybe Jones is on temporarily for Hurst. I can't see Hurst out there now, so Short spell as 12th man for Michael Jones, not selected this week, or indeed last week in the game. Driven firmly back towards Bailey by North East. He got something on it, Tom Bailey did really well to get low down to his right and get a hand on that and take a bit of pace off. Actually, I think tried to deflect it onto the stumps at the non-strikers end. It's the end of the over. It's 118 for 2, and it's a lead of 242.
Yeah, last over from me, and I'll give way to Callum after this. Welcome to Callum Flynn from the England Disability side, and a regular in this year commentary box. So Glamorgan did start off with a little bit of a flourish, but now they've settled for picking up the runs as and when available. Lancashire have pushed the field into something of a holding operation. 3 out on the boundary. 33 overs only bowled with this ball as a little bit of brightness pierces the cloud, and Balderson bowls to Carlson, who will take a single towards point. 119 for 2. The lead is 2-4-3. And yeah, just about signs of shadows being cast by the players, despite what Oasis said. As his North East back on his stumps, playing to Hartley at cover, no run.
I think they're done for the time being, haven't they, Manchester? They had their 4 gigs at Heaton Park the other week. Off on their tour somewhere else now.
Yeah, they're started off in Cardiff. Thought we were quite lucky because didn't give them much time to break up before they got to Cardiff. Balderson bowls, and North East defends from deep in the crease. No run. But yeah, they're still going. Steve in Newcastle. How many runs do you think Glamorgan will want to rack up before declaring? I think the lead of 400 would be the minimum if they get that option. So they've still got to get another 157, which they might not do. Balderson bowls, and North East defends. G. Evans says, in relation to that name, he likes the sound of Welsh freedom. Steve West on X recalling happy days of Glamorgan wins at Trent Bridge and at Canterbury in '93. Oh, I missed that one. Balderson in bowls, and North East drives to mid-on, and there is no run. Paul Chapman says, remember Glamorgan against Lancashire at Swansea in 1988. Glamorgan needing 120 to win, were 47 all out. Wazim Akram left his white bowling run marker on the pitch, picked it up, expecting to see a Lancashire or Pakistani logo. It was a white top from a Welsh beer barrel. Balderson bowls, North East getting tucked up, forcing it back down the wicket, and there is no run. So, end of the over, end of my commentary stint. 119 for 2. Glamorgan lead by 243 runs. A positive but reasonably quiet start to the morning here at Old Trafford. And I'll give way to Callum Flynn.
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, pretty solid, steady half an hour or so for Glamorgan. Pushing gently that lead further forward. Partnership between these two looks nice and healthy. 95 runs have put on together, Sam North East, and the game's leading run scorer, Kieran Carlson. Tom Bailey sets off again from the Statham end, bowls to Carlson. It's just back of length, and he whips it away off his hip down towards fine leg for a single. Moves on to 54. So 120 for 2, lead of 244. It is overcast, it's quite breezy, the wind is a little chilly too. A full day of cricket, 105 overs, so some extra overs to be bowled today, which just allows Glamorgan even more time, really. Time is on their side, they've got bags of it. And a healthy looking lead. It's fiddled away down to fine leg by Sam Northeast. Moves on to 39, 121 for 2. Morning, Callum.
Good morning. It's very much do you fancy just giving us a wicket, Glamorgan kind of field and vibe out there at the moment. Looks pretty flat. The wicket obviously did a bit the first couple of days. The Glamorgan bowlers found a lot in it yesterday with a couple of poor shots, you would say, from Lancashire, but looks pretty flat this morning so far.
Bailey to Carlson. Goes back in towards him, he jabs it away into the offside and there's no run. I suppose that's the comfort that Lancashire can potentially take from this partnership both last night and through the first 40 minutes this morning, is that maybe it's just a bit of life that was in the pitch, certainly on the first couple of days, maybe just ebbing away a bit when they come to bat on it last, but they're going to be facing a pretty sizable target or a lot of batting to save it. Bailey in short, bounces, it's a wide call by the umpire and it bounces a couple of times by the time it reaches Phil Salt.
I think it was ever going to get to Phil Salt at one stage, to be honest with you. Yeah, it's that scoreboard pressure, isn't it, that Lancashire are going to face as well. Like you say, the wicket at the moment looks pretty good, but chasing anything north of 300 is always tricky.
They'd be hoping that the pitch kind of has a little feel to it that we saw in the Test match. Short and pulled towards square leg for a single, and that defending on it and blocking and keeping the ball out is, well, as India found, was a reasonably comfortable thing to do. I know there's a lot of cricket still to go today, but it's starting to edge towards that feel from Lancashire's point of view, that actually time out the game here, the slower that this lead builds and less time to bat and that type of thing.
Yeah, it's been like that all season at Old Trafford, hasn't it, where it looks pretty easy to bat, but sometimes it just gets hard to score runs because it gets that slow, tired feeling to the wicket.
Bailey to Northeast, it's defender, just taps it away to the offside, there's no run.
It sounds, obviously, a bit of a silly comment, how can it be easy to bat but not score? But when there's no pace in the wicket and there's a little bit of varied bounce, obviously you've just got to check your shot every now and again, and this field indicates that a little bit. They're just testing the egos of the Glamorgan batters. You've got two catching mid-wickets in, you've got Keaton Jennings at square leg, who you would say is a catcher there. He's pretty close. So they're just making sure the timing's right on this wicket and they don't just give an easy wicket away.
Bailey was about to set off and then wasn't quite right, so loops back round and comes back in again to complete the over. Dropped away by Northeast defensively into the onside, and there is no run. End of the over, 123 for 2. Northeast has 39, Carlson has 55. It's 99 run partnership between these two. Came together with a score at 24 for 2 when Anderson picked up 2 wickets in the same over. Towards the back end of yesterday, the dismissal of Zain Ul Hassan, who didn't offer a shot, and the ball clattered onto the top of his off stump, and then Asa Tribe, who via a leading edge sent the ball back to Anderson, who took a good diving catch off his own bowling. Since then, Northeast and Carlson have pushed Glamorgan into this strong position, lead of 247.
They've got a real strong middle order, haven't they, Glamorgan, with Northeast, Carlson and Ingram as well. Lots of experience, lots of class and runs. Balderson is going to continue. Again, attacking the stumps, keeper up. I think it's a really good option for George Balderson. Try and keep these Glamorgan batters in the crease. Make it a little bit more difficult for the batters.
Yeah, it's a kind of familiar tactic, isn't it? Especially with the Kookaburra ball. In particular when Balderson's bowling as well. Keeper stood up, catches in front of the batter, bowling pretty straight, make it difficult to score.
In he comes, one slip in a gully away. Again attacking the stumps, just onto the hip of Carlson, who turns it into the leg side. Luke Wells does the fielding.
Make it sound pretty easy, but obviously it's not. What Balderson does so well is his consistency, isn't he? So rarely does he stray off kind of line and length. He's so accurate, runs in and bowls, and just keeps bowling. And then when he just doesn't quite get it wrong, and there was the odd time last week at Cheltenham, and there's the odd time in the first innings in this game when he doesn't get it wrong, you think, right, he's more noticeable, but he's so consistent normally.
Balderson in, Carlson on the front foot, playing it into the offside for no run. He's got such good rhythm, hasn't he? I tuned in, obviously I wasn't here the first 2 days, but it looked like he lost that rhythm a little bit on the first day. It looked like he was struggling, but he's such a rhythm bowler. He just turns and goes, lovely run up. He hasn't got the express pace, and that's why I think the keeper coming up's a good option, because batters tend to get down the crease to him, try and take LBW out, whereas now LBW is a real wicket-taking option for Balderson. Is he in? Hits the pads. There's a gentle appeal, but nothing comes of it. Carlson gets 2 leg byes, takes a score 125 for 2.
Yeah, it's a century partnership as well between North East and Carlson. 101 they've put together. 168 deliveries through the course of last night and the first 45 minutes this morning.
Balderson in, hitting that back of a length. Carlson just indicating that might have bounced a bit more than he expected, hitting the top of the bat, taking one of the hand off, releasing the top hand. When will we see a bit of spin in this game by Lancashire?
We've seen quite a lot in the first innings, in both first innings of the match.
Balderson in, Carlson just playing it off the crease back towards the bowler. It's the end of a good over from George Balderson, keeping the batters playing, keeping them thinking, not making it too easy for them. 125 for 2 with a lead of just short of 250. Glamorgan in a real good spot here at the moment.
Yeah, Chris Green 34 overs, 6 for 82, and Tom Hartley 19 overs, 1 for 48 in Glamorgan's first innings. Mason Crane only needed 10.5 overs to pick up 6 wickets. 6 for 19 yesterday. And right on cue, we see for the first time today some spin. It will be Chris Green replacing Tom Bailey's opening spell. 5 overs for 17 for Bailey, and Green coming in to replace him. So 125 for 2. Green for the first time today. He's got Sam North East on 39. India 30 for 1 in the Test match, having lost an early wicket against England, who put India into bat. Here 125 for 2. It's a lead of 249. Chris Green for the first time. He's got a slip and a forward short leg. So Luke Wells at slip and Keaton Jennings at forward short leg. And then Bohannon's at mid-wicket. Hurst at cover. Anderson's at mid-off. Might be Michael Jones, who's still out there potentially at long on. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward point. There's Green, he's in, and North East gets forward and defends. And there's no run. Yeah, Balderson out on the deep backward point boundary. Maybe one of the bowlers is off for the time being. That's flicked away off an inside edge down towards fine leg. Tom Bailey's stomping after it. Just gets to it in time. Sends it in towards the keeper's end, and they've come back for 3. Yeah, they've run 3. North East moves to 42. It's 128 for 2. So Liga's up to and beyond 250 now. 252 in front. Still with 8 wickets remaining and effectively a full day's cricket. We've still got 93 overs left today, so those additional overs to be bowled, 104. There's lots of time on this third day. Forward goes Carlson. The ball just slides on past the edge of the bat through to Phil Salt.
Yeah, they won't want to get ahead of themselves, but surely they've had conversations of the perfect plan being maybe sticking Lancashire in after tea. Have an hour or two tonight, maybe under tricky conditions. I think it's going to stay overcast for most of the day.
It's green to Carlson. It nibbles its way past Carlson's bat into and out of the gloves of Phil Salt. And Carlson staring back down the pitch. The previous delivery, which is on the replay, just went straight on. That's just bounced a fraction more than he was expecting. Maybe a little turn. It's difficult to tell from where we are. And that's clobbered out towards the leg side by Carlson. Michael Jones out on the deep on boundary fields. Carlson moves to 56, 129 for 2.
It's a strong shot for a single, that, wasn't it? As a fielder, you're kind of thankful it's not come to you. But Hannon there in the close catching mid-wicket.
It's green to northeast. He goes back and cuts it out through the offside for 1. End of the over. So 130 for 2. Glamorgan lead over 254. It's been a few weeks since we've seen you, Callum. You've had a busy summer. How's it all gone?
Yeah, it's been really good. I feel like a new starter again. Yeah, so we had obviously the tour with the England mixed disability team, which was a real success, beating India 6-1 over the series, losing our only game at Lord's. The showcase event, you would say.
You're too busy filling your boots in the lunches.
Yeah. The chicken noodles are excellent. No, but it was a really good series. You know, it was a groundbreaking series, a trial event of this new mixed disability format, bringing 3 impairments together as one squad. It's the first time in international cricket, so we'll see what the what the outcome of that is. If we're going to stick with that one squad, or if we're going to go back to the 3 separate. As Balderson continues attacking them stumps, and it brings a scoring opportunity for Sam North East, and he takes that, hits it down the ground nicely, picks up a 4, takes him on to 47.
Lovely shot. Punch firmly back past Balderson. Timed it nicely for 4.
It stands very tall, Sam North East. Times it really well. $134 for 2. Glamorgan will lead on to 258. Then comes Balderson, just more back of a length, drags it back a little bit as Sam North East punches it to Sir James Anderson at mid-off.
So how did you find it when you had the 3 different kind of disciplines all coming together?
It was a little bit more natural for us than India, because we've played the Disability Premier League, which is, you know, like a franchisey kind of draft format, and that's the 5th year this season that we're gonna play in that, as Balderson in, and Sam North East turns that into the leg side for no run. Yeah, so that's the same format. So you've got a squad of 15, 16 players created from the 3 disability squads, so the physical disability, the learning disability, and then the deaf impairment as well. So it's a bit more natural because we've played with some of the lads that were in the squad, and we've had, we've created them relationships on and off the field. Whereas for India, it was really fresh, and you could tell a little bit their communication and the way they went about some of the stuff on and off the field wasn't pleasant, they've got some learning to do in terms of that, but I think we were excellent, and I think the biggest credit I can give to the lads is coming together as one squad. As Balderson in, that's just pushed down the ground from Sam North East as Lancashire lads try their luck with the ball, going up to the umpire, trying to get it changed, saying it's a little bit out of shape. I don't think it's been changed in the match. I can't recall a moment where it has been changed, which is
a little unusual.
It's probably been the only period of the game where batting's been really on top, you would say. Balderson in, north-east. Punching nicely to Anderson at mid-off. Yeah, so I think, you know, the success was obviously because of our skills and they were better than India, but I think the way we was off the field, you know, a lot of people would expect 3 separate squads still, you know, you're mingling with your same impairment groups that you've been used to, but we was together as one squad the whole time, you know, it was really good how we merged together, and I think that was, you know, led to a lot of the success that we had on the field as well. With Balderson in, north-east, just tapping that into the leg side, and the over, 134 for 2, Glamorgan.
And played at some great venues too, didn't you?
Yeah, so it was the first time we got the opportunity to play at 5. Obviously, there was 7 grounds, 7 games, but 5 full county venues. You know, Gloucestershire, Worcestershire, Lords. Where did we start? Taunton and Walmsley as well, which was a really nice venue. First time playing there. Real traditional venue.
Nice.
But yeah, it was really good. You know, obviously Lords was the kind of showcase event. You know, they did a full disability day there, the first ever disability international game there as well, on the main Lords pitch. But I think like the Sky game was probably the biggest event for us because, you know, you got your biggest audience watching before the England women and India women. So, you know, to get the victory on Sky as well, that was a real good moment for us as hopefully as disability cricketers that can take it on to new adventures.
Carlson's on 56. Green's going to start his second over. I lead of 258. Just nudged out towards the leg side, and there is no run. Well, having that summer, bearing in mind that things kind of ground to a bit of a halt, didn't they? Kind of just on the back of COVID. That's a pretty exciting year, isn't it? And gives you a lot of ground for what might come. That's swept out towards the leg side by Kieran Carlson. Has he got all of that? He has, yeah. On the slog sweep out towards deep mid-wicket, there's one man out there, which is Tom Hartley. But Carlson cleared him and the rope and gets 6. He moves to 62.
Yeah, it's a beautiful shot. The scoreboard gives them that sort of freedom to play with that intent as well. If they lost a wicket now, Glamorgan, they wouldn't be in any sort of trouble. The field's a 6-3 field, spinning into the right-hander, so he's got that freedom just to hit with it and back himself.
Comes Green. Carlson hopping back and finding a way through the offside this time. Lovely shot for potentially 4 more. Balderson will do his best to cut it off, and it was a very valiant effort from Balderson. But it always looked like it might beat him. Nice shot by Carlson, working it away through the offside for 4 more.
Yeah, the youngsters will say the shot before was probably the better shot, but I think the traditional cricket fan will say how good of a shot that was. Against the spin, getting deep into his crease and punching through the covers for 4. Beautiful shot from Carlson.
144 for 2. Carlson to 66. Green in. That's worked into the onside by Kieran Carlson. Fielded at mid-wicket and there's no run. I love that description that the youngsters would like the slog sweep at the... Perhaps the what do you use? The phrase you use? Purists might prefer the second shot. It was a lovely use of the feet, wasn't it, to work it through the offside. Snaps it out towards mid-wicket this time, and there's no run. He's batted beautifully in the game, Carlson. He's 70-odd in the first innings, 66 in the second innings, where nobody else really has been able to have too much success, albeit Northeast 47 in this unbeaten century partnership. As he plays forward and defends again. End of the over. A successful one for Glamorgan with a 6 and the 4 and 10 coming off it. Lead of 268 runs at 144 for 2. Carlson 66. Northeast on 47, and still quite a bit to come there for Glamorgan. It's been a very, very good opening hour for the team, second in Division 2. And Lancashire, they've used the spinners for the first time, or at least one spinner in Chris Green. Those 2 wickets for Jimmy Anderson coming yesterday as they priced out a couple of early ones. Lancashire 24 for 2 at one stage. Glamorgan now 144 for 2.
Yeah, Lancashire in that tricky period of obviously still want to take wickets and drag Glamorgan back, but they also don't want to set 2 attacking fields and allow Glamorgan to just keep piling on, as Balderson's going to continue over pitched and North East just punches that to mid-on for no run. Yeah, they go a bit too attacking. Glamorgan can put the runs on quickly, which allows Glamorgan more time to bowl Lancashire out and win this game. So it's that rock and a hard place for Jimmy Anderson as captain. One slip in a gully. Balderson. North East just tries to punch that through the offside, but a little bit of a tighter line than he first thought.
Yeah, that low first inning score, 140 all out by Lancashire. Just kind of surrendering that ability to try and boss the game and try and set attacking fields. It is a little bit of self-preservation, isn't it? Even at this point here. Want to take wickets, but that lead of 270 already for Glamorgan.
Balderson in. North East punching down the ground again for no run. Yeah, just trying to potentially take time out of the game themselves, Lancashire. Keep allowing Glamorgan to creep up to the score they feel comfortable with in terms of declaration. Carlson just showing a bit more intent against the spin in the last couple of overs. It's Balderson in, attacking the stumps as he so often does. North East just mistiming one to Bailey at mid-on.
They're off for rain at Canterbury. This is the leaders Leicestershire against Kent. Kent at 217 for 3 in their first innings, still 254 runs behind. But raining in Canterbury, as it is still at Cheltenham, where Gloucestershire have yet to get their first innings back underway this morning. 54 for 1, trailing Middlesex by 391. Northampton against Derbyshire, still plenty of runs and not much in that, with Derbyshire 377 and Northamptonshire in reply 297 for 6.
Balderson in after a field change. Another fielder comes into the leg side, comes out of gully. While he's attacking them stumps so well.
Could be quite a big couple of days for Glamorgan if they can find a way to beat Lancashire this week, especially if Derbyshire are held to a draw and there's rain around in the other games. Try and kind of nail down that second spot position in Division 2.
In comes Balderson. North East punches it to Anderson, who they think about taking a single, but they decide against it. That's the end of the 40th over. 144 for 2, Glamorgan. Sam North East 47 and Carlson on 66.
Cheers, Callum. I'll leave you and Nick will come and join you.
268 the lead now for Glamorgan, in a real good position. The seam of Lancashire at the minute just looks to be trying to just do a job of restricting Glamorgan from scoring too quickly. Chris Green, the spin, probably allows Lancashire just to attack a little bit more. Probably got more percentage rate of getting a wicket against the spin.
And he will come in from that Anderson end here on BBC Sport Online, 5 Sports Extra 3 and Lancashire TV. He's bowling to Kieran Carlson on 66 not out, and Carlson going for the big one again. Gets it away on the leg side, bouncing out towards Hartley at deep mid-wicket. And they go through for a single. Kieran Carlson seems to be of the mind to have an occasional go at the off-spin.
He's got the freedom to as well, knowing Chris Green's going to be spinning it back into him. There is a heavy leg side field set for him, but if he gets enough bat on it, that boundary's quite small in terms of...
Northeast tries to drive and gets a bottom edge. Lucky to get away with that one. Trickled to leg slip.
Professionals these days, and the size of the bats, I certainly fancy the chances to hit that leg side boundary.
As Green in bowls, and Northeast goes for a big one through mid wicket now, and he's got that away for 4 runs. Wide of the sweeper out there, and that is a shot that brings up Sam Northeast's half century off 112 deliveries. So a bit slower than Carlson's, but valuable nonetheless, and that's his 6th 4. So well batted to the Glamorgan captain, as Northeast flicks another one away on the leg side, and will go on through for a single. And that'll bring up the 150 for Glamorgan. Off 41st over, so decent run rate, nearly 3.7, slightly higher than first innings of both sides. And Glamorgan's lead now is 274. It looks as though Glamorgan have got ambitions to push things on slightly more quickly, which I'm a little surprised they've pressed the accelerator, or seem to be quite this early in proceedings. As down the wicket comes Carlson and plays it away on the leg side. Thought about a single, wasn't quite there. But Lancashire have now pushed back a wide long on, a deep square on the boundary just in front of square, and mid-wicket is retreating towards the ropes as well. As Green bowls, and Carlson brings out the reverse sweep and gets it away down towards third man, but it'll just be the single as Balderson comes round the ropes and does the fielding. So Lancashire forcing a change in tactics from Carlson, who'd be looking happy to hit it through the leg side. As stream viewers see a replay of Northeast's half a dozen boundaries on the way to his half century, which is his 4th of the season to add to 2 centuries, so a fairly similar record to Carlson coming into this game. Northeast out for 10 in the first innings, but he was averaging 45 before this match. A little committee meeting now for Jimmy Anderson and co.
Yeah, changing bowling. You'll see spin from either end now for Lancashire. They might feel like they can try and control the game a little bit better with spin and maybe more chance of taking a wicket, but the intent that Glamorgan have shown. Chris Green, the wicket taker for Lancashire in the first innings, going at just short of 5 and over, so they're taking that threat away from Lancashire with some good intent, but they've got the freedom to play like that as well with a scoreboard 151 for 2, leading by 275.
Yes, it's a change of momentum from the game, really, and since, well, Carlson and Ingram were out on the first afternoon, the next couple of days have been largely bowler dominated, but Glamorgan freeing themselves from the shackles late last night and again in the second half hour this morning.
You've got no one really saving the single on the leg side. You've got a short fine as Keaton Jennings. You've got a deep square, deep cow, and a 3/4 away back. Long on as Hartley comes in and Carlson takes the opportunity just to punch it into the leg side, take an easy single. Plan here will just be to see if the Glamorgan batters just want to switch off a little bit, and if they want to turn against the spin, Lancashire might get a soft wicket by a leading edge. But also to protect the boundaries. We've seen a couple of sweep shots in the last couple of overs against Green. Long on and Cal Corner come in for Northeast, who punches it into the offside. Takes a reasonably easiest single. Balderson at backward point, cuts it off.
There's still a bit of turn there, but it doesn't appear to be getting more significant, given that it turned from pretty much the first morning onwards.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit more slower turn from Tom Hartley, who doesn't quite bowl it with the pace and the revs of a Chris Green. He really tries to get it spitting off the pitch. Tom Hartley a little bit more flight, as in he comes and flighted, attacking the stumps. Carlson just defends into the offside for no run. Just a one catcher in place. Luke Wells at slip. Carlson goes for the reverse sweep, and he beats Luke Wells. He beats the backward point and picks up another boundary. Carlson really shifting the gears now against the spin. Duo of Hartley and Green take the score on 257 for 2.
One of the advantages of having a bit of T20 cricket interspersed between these championship rounds in the middle months of the season is that the reverse sweep is working well.
Such a natural shot, isn't it, for batters of all formats these days.
It's a bit of a surprise when Sam Northeast played one last night. Seems slightly out of character for him.
Just offers a real conundrum for the skippers and the bowlers. Carlson just opens up, slashes it through the offside, gets a couple of runs to the point boundary. 6 off the previous 2 deliveries. Carlson's 75 off 94. The lead 283 now for Glamorgan. Hartley to finish out his first over of the day. Just follows Carlson a little bit. He just gives himself a little bit of room. It's a dot ball to end.
Yes, it's turning into a bit of a conundrum, isn't it, for Lancashire? The coach, Stephen Croft, spoke about the possibility of chasing 300 to 350 in the final innings of this game, but with a lead of already 283 and still those 8 wickets in hand for Glamorgan, Lancashire's eventual target looks likely to be north of 350. I say likely because we have had relative collapses in this game, with Lancashire falling away badly in mid-afternoon yesterday, and Glamorgan's lower order really struggling to make much impact as well with the bat after they'd been 199 for 3 at one point. That became 261 all out, so that 350 mark still isn't out of the question for Lancashire as a target in the 4th innings, but they'll need to make that breakthrough pretty quickly, as that man Chris Green, the first innings hero, 6 for 82, his career best figures by just 1 run, previous best 6 for 83. They all count as Green is in bowls. Northeast down the pitch, drives up towards long on. Single taken. Chris Cook is the only stumping so far in this match, stumped off Green by Phil Salt with when he got a little bit bogged down and was trying to force his way out of that shackles imposed by Lancashire. Green in to Carlson, who turns it towards short leg. The ball rebounds towards Carlson from Jennings, and he kindly lobs it back to Jennings. 160 for 2, lead 284 for Glamorgan. As Green bowls, Carlson down the pitch, and he's found the boundaries there way over mid-wicket as he hoiked that one away with a big swing of the bat. Despite those 3 outfielders on the leg side, Carlson was backing himself. I think he managed to hit it a bit straight of mid-wicket, even if it had been near a fielder, but he cleared him as well. So another 6 for Kieran Carlson. 166 for 2, the lead 290. Green bowls. Carlson drives to mid-off, calls for a quick single, and it is there to any fielder as Jimmy Anderson maybe just feeling his years a little as he peels himself off the turf gingerly. 167 for 2.
Real good cricket from Carlson though, following up that boundary with a single, just not allowing Chris Green to settle at all.
Reverse comes out from northeast again, and he's got that one fine of third man, and that's running away for 4 more. So northeast piling on the agony for Lancashire. Even if the reverse doesn't seem quite as natural to him as it does to Carlson, he certainly played it effectively there. Got it all along the ground and well wide of the imposing figure of Luke Wells, all 6'4" of him that slipped there.
Felt his ears burning then, Nick.
171 for 2. Northeast cuts down towards the third man, and we'll pick up a single.
A no ball as well. Overstep from Chris Green. Maybe a little bit of frustration trying to force it from the Lancashire spinner.
174 for 2. Green bowls. Oh, that one popped a little bit from short of her length, and Kieran Carlson reacts well and just dead bats it down on the leg side in slightly unorthodox fashion. So just a little reminder from Green at the end of the over that he's still in the contest, but very much an over that went in Glamorgan's favour. 174 for 2 as the lead is 298 on this grey, coolish day. Well, it's coolish in the commentary box because Scott won't switch on the heating. He's spent 2.5 days getting the temperatures wrong in here, Scott. Oh, he's turned something on. I think he's closed it. Oh, he's, yeah, we close the windows. It's drafty in here, man.
Tom Hartley to continue. Just one slip. Northeast plays that back towards the bowler. Phil Salt will collect. Just a deep square leg and a deep point fielder for Northeast. Hasn't quite shown the intent that Carlson has just yet. As Hartley slower, wider, just tries to get Northeast to drag that, who plays with the spin, gets a single through the offside. Waits nicely on that delivery, it takes him to 60. Now you'll just see the field spread a little bit. You got a deep cow corner, deep square. Marcus Harris about 10 to 15 yards off the boundary at long on. Still tempting Carlson. As he doesn't fall for it, he just takes the easy single, being offered up onto the leg side by the Lancashire spinner.
Lead 300. Another milestone for the Welsh side.
Gives him a real platform to keep batting, just to keep drilling this lead home. As Northeast, oh, Carlson goes about a single. He gets home. Northeast tucks it off his legs. Jennings does the fielding. Carlson halfway down, but turns very quickly and gets back. At one stage, looked like there could be trouble.
Yeah, it was behind square, so it was technically Carlson's call, but I think Northeast was right to send him back.
Yeah, could have been tight at either end if the single he took, as Northeast just gets caught on the crease a little bit. Tom Hartley just sending that one down a little bit quicker. Just finds a little bit from this surface. Phil Salt just takes the stump. It's a dot ball. 176 for 2. Northeast 60, Carlson 83. Again, finds the the leading edge of North East, who comes forward onto the front foot. Tom Hartley just finding a little bit from this Old Trafford surface in them previous 2 deliveries, a little bit slower. Just finding a little bit of spin that will keep him intrigued.
Yes, it'll keep him intrigued, but it'll also keep Sam North East fairly cheerful, because the turn continues. The footmarks can only get worse, really, and even if the wicket does flatten out a little bit towards the final day, there should still be plenty for the Glamorgan spinners to work with when they get their turn to bowl again. It's been scorecard in the first innings dominated by 1 spinner apiece. Green got 6 wickets to Hartley's 1, and then Crane got 6 wickets to Callaway's 1. But Asitha Fernando also weighing in for Glamorgan, and Mason Crane said it was important also to acknowledge the contribution of Zainul Hassan. Even though he was wicketless, he was drying up the scoring rate from one end, so helping Crane's cause at the other. Here's Green then from the Anderson end, into bowl to Carlson, who steps back and pushes it just into the covers and through for an easy single.
There's a long chat between the skipper James Anderson and Chris Green just before that ball. Could be an interesting over this for Lancashire and Glamorgan. Glamorgan keeps showing the intent. They could maybe hit Chris Green out the attack here, which will suit it in the long run.
Green bowls. North East guides one just wide of the grasping fingers of Wells at slip. He was looking to cut, maybe not quite that fine, but got it just wide enough to get it past Wells and run away for 4 to third man. And nothing much really is going Lancashire's way this morning. Morgan's shots are just eluding the fielders, and that one, had they had a second slip, may well have been straight in. But then North East might not have played the shot like that if there'd been an extra fielder there. 181 for 2. North East drives back to the bowler. Green fields in his follow through, no run.
You can see on the live stream where both the Glamorgan batters are batting, covering all the stumps, taking sort of LBW out the game really with the spin of Chris Green.
As that, clipped towards short leg by North East, and from Jennings' reaction, that was a technical chance, albeit would have been a wonder reflex catch had he taken it.
Yeah, it looked like he had it for a while, and it looks like it's just come out near the end. Oh yeah, he did.
Got both hands to it. Green bowls faster and flatter, and North East plays it into a gap on the leg side and through for a single. Some of the Lancashire body language there, looking somewhat peeved with Green firing down a faster ball and the throw being whipped in. 182 for 2, lead 306. Green to Carlson, who nudges that one into the leg side, and there is no run. So North East dropped on 64, albeit a fiendishly difficult chance. And Lancashire wondering where this wicket is coming from after an hour and 20 minutes of play on this third morning. The lead pushing up past 300, still 8 wickets standing. Ingram and Callaway to come. 2 fine strikers to the ball when they're in full flow as well.
Yeah, for say James Anderson and the leadership group of Lancashire, that are probably coming to this day 3 expecting the spin to do a bulk of the bowling for Lancashire today, but Chris Green going at 6 and over, 60 off his 10. Complete different turnaround from the first innings, where he was the star man for Lancashire, taking 6 wickets. And he's just offering a lot of challenges for James Anderson as captain. How do we get back into this game? How do we take time out the game? Just restrict the runs a little bit. That Glamorgan are scoring quite freely. Hartley's going to continue on the Statham end. North East cuts that through the offside. Takes a single.
Hugh in Breton says could be some big hitting on the way. Bat Lancashire out of the game. Well, I think they're hitting as freely as they need to be honest, at the moment, Hugh.
Hartley in. And then it's a big shot down the ground. Doesn't quite time it. Should pick up a couple. He looks to go a little bit more over mid-off, but drags it a little bit straighter. Oh no, they just get a single, sorry.
There's good work from Harris down beneath us. Scrambling to make the stop and keep them down for a single.
Carlson tries to give himself room just to hit over mid-off, cover region with the spin. But Hartley followed him well. Hartley in, just getting it to straighten from the straight there. Just a little bit of grip. Sam North East just follows it with his hands, plays it into the offside for no run. Carlson more the aggressor so far. North East playing back towards the Lancashire spinner. .308 the lead. This innings 184 for 2, going at 4 and over for Glamorgan without too much threat either. As that one's dropped short from Tom Hartley. Sam North East think about 2, but Tom Bailey does the fielding, cuts off the 2, just get a single.
Yeah, been some big shots played for singles in this over.
Fielders just retreat back to the boundary for Carlson as he cuts nicely through the offside. Doesn't quite get it behind the square enough for a couple. Gets a single, keeps the strike. Takes himself onto 86.
Leighton, the Welshman on the Wirral, is actually at the ground today, enjoying Glamorgan's a great start in the flash, as it were, as a regular follower of Glamorgan streams. 186 for 2, the lead is 310. Carlson and North East, not sure if they have that much to chat about. Lancashire certainly do. As Green chatting to Bohannon and Jennings. Anyone got any ideas, please?
I'm surprised he's not just changed his approach, Green. Just come round the wicket maybe. Try and bowl it into the hip of the 2 Glamorgan batters. Try and get something out of the footholes. Try and just create something a little bit different. The issue with this angle is both batters can bat on off stump, and anything outside of off stump they can just hit with the spin. There's not any threat.
As Carlson whips this one to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. There's no run, so it's a leg side heavy field. 6-3 leg side field. 1 close catcher, 2 saving the single, 3 out. As Carlson therefore knocks it into the offside. We'll look for 2 runs here, as it's a bit of a chase round from deep backward point from Bailey. And it's an easy 2 as Carlson moves to 88 not out.
There's a change of approach from Green. Coming round the wicket now. And that's through Carlson using his feet, cutting him through that offside.
He was listening to you, Callum.
He was. Let's see if it
You'd have changed to bowling before now.
Yeah.
Here's Green around the wicket, and Carlson just turns it past short leg, but it's fielded in the single saving mid-wicket position by Bohannon. And there is no run. Will we see Carlson trying to hit over the top with 3 deep on the leg side? He's taken it on before, and oh, that's wided as it's fired down leg side. And I'm surprised really there, because that was the first one. I mean,
is it the new rule of looking like defensive bowling? Is it with the wides
yes,
down the leg
but
side now?
you'd have thought maybe give him one and have a quiet word.
Yeah, I think he's missed his line more than being too defensive and looking for Glamorgan to produce a false stroke.
Green is in to bowl. Carlson pushes forward. I mean, it's a standard wide in limited overs cricket, but usually in first-class cricket you might get a sort of gentle warning, don't bowl one of those again this over. There's Green bowls, Carlson drives it back to him, bowler fields in his follow-through. And of course, he's switching back to over the wicket. Green, although he's 31, hasn't played more than a couple of dozen first-class games over the years, very much the T20 specialist. As Carlson drives back to him, has played 10 times as many T20 games as championship games or first-class games in Australia. 189 for 2. The lead is 313. And, well, Lancashire really struggling to get the breakthrough here. We've just had the one very difficult chance.
Yeah, there's lots of conversations being had at the end of every over from the leadership group of Lancashire. You got James Anderson, obviously the bowler, got Josh Bohannon there, the vice captain. You have someone like a Luke Wells or a Keaton Jennings involved as well. I'm wondering how they can get back into this game, or even just halt the progression of Glamorgan, they haven't taken stupid risks yet. They've played some clever shots. They've played with the spin, against the spin at times, but it's all been pretty well executed so far from Glamorgan in this session. So Hartley's going to continue. Just a lot slower than Chris Green, giving it some air, trying to tempt the Glamorgan captain into a false shot. It's all played through the leg side for no run. Hartley in slower, a lot slower, and that one is tucked into by the skipper. Full toss, met on the full as he gets down on one knee and sweeps it behind square for 4.
Oh yes, please.
Yeah, that's
I
just
think
what you
any
want at this
batter's
stage of
eyes
game.
would have lit up at that sort of delivery coming down leg side.
Hartley in round the wicket. Northeast punches that down the ground, takes a single to the floating Marcus Harris at mid-on. He's got plenty of room to get a single, even if he times it well to Harris there. Is it that position where you're still tempting him to go over the top, but you're not really saving the single? The field spreads for Carlson, who, as he so often does against Hartley, allows the ball to come into him, takes a single into the leg side. 88 is Carlson. Been the aggressor of the two, but he's been superb so far. And the skipper, Northeast, just keeping that scoreboard ticking. Hartley in, attacking that front pad of Northeast, who just tucks it into the leg side for no run.
You can tell things are getting serious. I think Scott's preparing a stat or two.
Hartley in, full over length. Oh! It should have been a simple catch to Josh Bohannon. He's just completely misjudged it. It just holds in the surface a little bit. Sam Northeast tries to chip it over the Lancashire vice captain at a short cover, and it just goes through his hands. It's all very quiet out there for Lancashire. Glamorgan well on top. Lancashire had a chance just to break that partnership, but a drop goes down, and for Lancashire it's a real challenge now mentally get themselves back into this fight, get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, strange.
Oh, just seems very casual, didn't it?
Yeah, it was on the full, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Thought so, rather than
I don't think it was a bump ball, was it? Yeah,
looked like on the full with in real time. 197 for 2. The lead is 3-2-1. As Green will continue for the time being. It's been expensive this morning. Carlson's got after him. And Carlson back on his stumps, has to change his shot there, I think, at the last moment. As the spinner looked as though he got a bit of turn there. Round the wicket for the next delivery, just trying to unsettle the batter. Green in, round the wicket. Carlson down the pitch and just nudges it through the leg side once he gets there, rather than trying a big shot. And the score ticks on to 198 for 2. As Green back over the wicket and says, please wait till someone's moved from the side of the sight screen. Northeast comes down the wicket, and is he run out there? It's flicked back towards the stumps by Jennings at short leg, but Northeast survives just about. Realised the danger in time there. Good scrambling stop from Jennings, who dropped the catch at short leg a couple of overs ago. Really good work from Jennings. Stopped it somehow, I think, with his boot, and then recovered to get the throw back to Salt. But Northeast just about getting home. 198 for 2. Green in, bowls. Northeast drives up to long on comfortably for the single. Harris with the entirely superfluous pink framed shades up at long on. If he thinks he's going to see some sun today, he's an optimistic chap. Carlson deflects the next ball to short fine leg, and there is no run, so a tidier over this from Chris Green, just causing a little bit of doubt after 1 or 2 expensive overs. And Green is in again, and Carlson pushes forward. Green head in the air. They've gone through for a single, as there's no one down at Gully, and the applause echoes around Old Trafford for the Glamorgan. 200 to come up with just 2 wickets down. The lead is 3-2-4, and a very different batting orientated feel to the game today from the first 2 days when bowlers were generally on top. And for the first time in this match, Mr. Kevin Howells. Welcome, Kevin.
And for those watching on the stream, we haven't just, Nick and I, come from Snowdonia here to the commentary box, but we're dressed as if we are about to go to Snowdonia because
Scott hasn't paid the bills.
Scott's not happy. He says it's very warm. He says it's really warm. Now, comparably with the good folk of Burnley, it probably is. But we're all dressed as if it's winter time here. But anyway, it's lovely to see you, Nick.
Thank you.
For the first time. Sorry I've not been down to Cardiff as yet. I'm sure you've missed me. But
we have.
But here we are in Manchester with Glamorgan. What's going off out there?
Well, yes.
Not only in this
unprecedented heights this season.
But in the season, yeah. Terrific stuff.
Yes, I mean, there have been 1 or 2 promotion challenges in recent years, but it's generally been from sort of 3rd, 4th position coming into the final straight, rather than being in 2nd position with 3 to play after this, and with the possibility to strengthen this 2nd position over the next day or so.
So those that you're talking previously, you've always been there. You'll correct me, I'm sure, but it's always been sort of from a position where you need other teams to mess up a little, whereas here you've got a little bit more control over it yourself.
That's right.
Yeah. Well, let's wait and see. I mean, time to tell, even in this match, of course, but 200 for 2. It's a lead of 324. apparently I wasn't loud enough. That's the first time this ever happened, I think, in the history of my broadcasting career. He's not been loud enough. Not only does it usually turn him down, it's usually turn him off. But here they've turned me up for now. And here comes Tom Hartley. What a week he had last week. He's only bowled 9 overs this innings, a wicket for 39. And Northeastern Carlson going on really well here. Carlson on 91 not out at the moment, but this lead, 324 runs. We're not even at lunch on the third day. It's been a quiet week. We'll have a look around the rest of the country in a moment, but it's been a quiet morning for wickets. Certainly was the first hour or so this morning. And there'll be another single for Carlson behind square on the offside, just guides it away to move his score to 92 and 201 for 2. I'm sure that beautiful colour on the scoreboard away to our left, I mean, I'm sure that has not gone unnoticed or unappreciated by the good people of Glamorgan. With the wonderful colours of the greens and the yellows matched by the reds and blues of Lancashire. And this one is driven out there into the offside. No, comes the big call from Northeast with the score at 201 for 2, 325 the lead. India have lost a couple of wickets. India 56 for 2 the first day of that final test against England, the Oval. Meantime, Hartley around the wicket, gives that plenty of air, and driven through to the fielder out there. Sort of a deepish extra cover, looking after life out there, trying if they can to break this partnership, this third wicket partnership. And they stand defended, back up to the bowler. A couple of matches did start late today, but Durham, where I was, and I've come down here because, to be honest with you, at 50 odd for 5 as it seemed to be last night. This one is bowled nice and full, but enough width for it to be cut by Northeast for a single. He moves up to 76, 202 for 2, the lead 326. But they've gone along really nicely this morning. Durham 290. Oh, I say that, just lost a wicket now, but 290 for 6. It's a lead of 121 against Surrey there at Chesler Street. Hartley thought about it and thought, no, maybe not quite yet. And he's nice tight over, really. There's only 2 runs come from it. This is the last ball, or should be, of this over. This is in the air. How far has that gone for Carlson? It is confirmed as a 6, which sees him on to 98. Wow, I mean, it's not the largest boundary out there, but he got hold of it really well. Cleared over the rope, and it moves him to 98, 208 for 2. Northeast is on 76, the lead 332, and just as I was saying, Hartley's nice tight over. Just a couple of singles, but Carlson, just take a look at the replay, just down on one knee and looks at that and thinks, that'll do. Let's just quickly, Warwickshire 181 for 2, trail Essex by 421, Notts 259 for 3, trail Somerset by 179. We'll talk more of the context of this a little later on. Worcestershire 188 for 3, trail Hampshire by 105, and Yorkshire 425 for 6. Lead Sussex by 203. Division 2 will come up in a moment, but Nick, you and Chris Green.
Indeed, Sam Northeast on strike has faced more deliveries than Kieran Carlson, and hasn't been quite as aggressive, but has kept the scoreboard ticking round nicely as Northeast steps back and forces that one into the offside. It's come off an angled bat down to third man, so a single to get Carlson on strike on 98 not out, looking for his 3rd century of the season in the county championship as the Glamorgan vice-captain. Captained them last week to victory over Kent, with Northeast away changing nappies for his second born. 209 for 2. The lead is Triple Nelson 333. And Lancashire cannily making Carlson wait and making him think. They've brought in deep backward square to, he'll have to go in front of square just about now, front short legs in front of square. So there are now 3 saving the single, or for the little top edge on the leg side, 2 deep on the leg side. And plenty of space if he can manoeuvre it into the offside. Carlson on 98 then. Green still making him wait. Now he's on his way in. Bowls to Carlson, who works it into the leg side to one of those single saving trio, the bearded figure of Josh Bohannon, the straighter of the mid-wickets. Green in, bowls to Carlson, again flicking it on the leg side, this time intercepted by Matty Hurst, the squarer of the two mid-wickets. So Green just trying to put a bit of pressure on Carlson as he approaches three figures. And Carlson steps back and cuts. He'll run hard here. There's room to get back for a second because Bailey has to come round the point boundary, and Kieran Carlson is through for his second run. The Glamorgan balcony all up applauding underneath us as Kieran Carlson reaches three figures in good time off 120 deliveries, and he's hit 11 fours and 3 sixes. So a really good counter-attack led by Kieran Carlson for Glamorgan.
I only arrived this morning. Obviously, it's been very impressive what I've seen even in this hour and 3/4, and also keeping an eye on how he's been getting on generally. Very important part, obviously, of the Glamorgan team.
As his forward defending that ball. Well, 77 in the first innings was a higher total and a higher strike rate than most. And 89 not out to steer Glamorgan home in the last match against Kent. So a purple patch of red ball form, which almost doesn't last much longer because he's flicked that one just past Jennings and slightly aerial at short leg. Green again has his hand in the air, wondering on the general unfairness of life. And Glamorgan 212 for 12, leading by 336. And if I were Sam Northeast, as well as thinking what's for lunch, I'd be thinking, can we get 450 lead by the tea interval, possibly giving a full 4 sessions to bowl Lancashire out in the fourth innings, while almost taking a home victory out of the equation, maybe?
Yeah, and I see that, and also just on the evidence of this morning, you want to give yourself a little while, not only the evidence of this morning, but evidence of previous visits to this venue, although even to get where we've got now shows a slightly different story, obviously, than the one that we maybe have seen here at this ground this season, but it still does look as if the wickets are not going to come that easily. So, yeah, that fourth section, I can certainly see where your thinking is there. Tom Hartley, having conceded a 6 off his last ball of his previous over, as figures of no wicket for 47 from 10. He's going to bowl to Carlson, who's brought up his century, and he's now on 101. It comes around the wicket, in and bowls. And that's bowled very full for no run into the offside. A delay at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire, Middlesex. Gloucestershire 54 for 1. Trail by 391 runs against Middlesex, but problems with the weather down there. They're on now at Canterbury. They had a delay this morning. Just a change in the field here. Meantime, in Manchester, Luke Wells moves out from a close catching position out into the covers. And Hartley is now ready to come in and bowl, and that he does. Also low full toss, which is just pushed down to Jimmy Anderson, just down to our left-hand side here. My commentary position, that's one more to the total, 213 for 2 now.
You mentioned Luke Wells there. I wonder if Jimmy Anderson might be thinking of him just as an alternative.
Well, look
with
what
his
he's doing,
leg
Nick.
spin.
Did you see him do that before you said that? He just looks as if he's loosening up. Good, very good stop from Bohannon there in the covers. As you were saying it, it's just stretching the right arm.
I was just looking down, seeing he's taken 8 championship wickets this season.
Yeah.
Same sort of role that Carlson has played for Glamorgan as the occasional spinner brought on to break a stand.
Northeast on 77. Ooh, now that took off. Must be out of a foothole down there somewhere, because that really was a little unusual. Really fly, he leaned back. He doesn't look too disturbed by it, does Northeast, but then again, he's that sort of character, quite calm, but it was a little unusual. That one's a little fuller around the leg stump and worked on that onside for a single. Northeast to 78 and Glamorgan to 214 for 2. Northants 334 for 6, trailed Derbyshire by 43 runs. Derbyshire, of course, having slipped up against Leicestershire last week, want to try and take some advantage if they can there at Northants, but Northants have fought back well at home to Derbyshire. Hartley a little quicker, a little width, just to cut the ball nice and gently for a single out there towards the boundary. And there's a fielder out there, that is Hurst, and that's another single which takes the score to 215 for 2. The lead is 339 runs. I've given all the scores. Kent 217 for 3, trail Leicestershire by 254 runs. It's just a matter of time before certainly the promotion will be, I say confirmed. Actually, it's a long time maybe until the promotion is confirmed.
Yes, winning the division, maybe.
Well, and winning they can't take that away from them. They might be able to take away the promotion, but they can't take away the winning of the league, and they certainly look at odds on to do that.
Here we are. There's Big Luke's leggies.
Webby, you are sensational. But I think you must have seen him have a little bit.
No, I generally didn't.
Are you sure?
It's just a question of looking down, seeing the 5 bowlers they've tried have not made a breakthrough. Who's the next in line?
Okay, I'll give you that one.
And it is Big Luke.
It is.
Well, he's an imposing figure, isn't he? Anyone taller than me, I reckon is an imposing figure.
You're quite a tall man yourself there, Nick, aren't you?
6'2".
6'2".
He's 6'4".
Oh, well, oh, you've looked it up.
I have.
Who's going to be more imposing than me this week, he says, as he looks through his who's who.
Who will I have to look up to if I do an interview with them? 2:15 for 2. Last over from me before I depart to do some radio duties on the top of the hour.
It's even colder,
as we say in Radio Land.
It's even colder down there, Nick.
We have a warm lunch inside us. So
well, you think so? I hope so, yeah.
We have the first 2 days. Anyway, it's been very nutritious. Wells is in, bowls half tracker that Carlson pulls away on the leg side down towards backward square. Hurst is the fielder.
You've got me slightly worried. What do you mean nutritious? I want something unhealthy and fattening and tasty.
There was plenty of it, as well as having healthy options as well.
Oh dear.
It's all right.
I heard it was pie yesterday.
It was pie, peas and mash.
Oh, beautiful.
So you've missed that one. Should have been here yesterday. Wells bowls, northeast cuts and gets a single to deep point. 2:17 for 2. The lead is 3-4-1. This little Lancashire charge over the last couple of matches, getting them in the promotion hunt, but has it run into the buffers? Wells bowls, Carlson plays square of the wicket on the offside, sliding stop prevents any run being taken. Glamorgan didn't get out the station for the first 3 weeks of the season, and I was thinking it was going to be a long old season with 2 defeats sandwiched around a losing draw, but since then they've come good. Made the most of what they've got.
Faith, Nick. Little faith.
Wells bowls and Carlson getting a bit tucked up there.
What was pre-season optimism like? I mean, there always needs to be some, surely, but was there a thought that maybe this year? Seriously?
Not sure if it was any greater than the average amount of optimism pre-season, as Carlson plays into the offside for a single. I mean, for the past couple of seasons, I've been worried about the state of Glamorgan's seam attack in particular. In terms of opening batters, Tribe's done well. Ul Hassan's done okay and earned a place along with his bowling skills. As Wells bowls, northeast pulls away on the leg side. It'll run out towards deep mid-wicket. Hartley fields, single taken. But I must admit I did have reservations about the state of Glamorgan's seam bowling resources. But Fernando's done reasonably well. Van der Hoogten has led the whole thing manfully up until this week, when he's out with a foot injury. I'm not surprised, really, because he's had a very heavy workload, Tim van der Hoogten, but they've managed to get through it. Gorvin's provided a few useful performances in Cardiff. Leonard's looked tidy. Harris chipping in as an experienced man as well. So, yeah, they've made the most of what they've got, I think, in terms of the seam bowling resources, and had a few big performances from Callaway and Crane in the spin department. So, yeah, it's been probably better than I'd realistically hoped for, which is always nice.
And with that, he whooshed away to return a little later to the commentary. He whooshed away before I had a chance to ask him about his new friend that I was introduced this morning to.
Or to Nigel.
I've still got to get my head around it. Here's Nigel, but we need to go out there into the middle now. Balderson in and bowls, and push back up to the bowler, because Liv and yourself, to be honest with you, had me just slightly concerned about you both.
Really?
Because, well, I'd heard that both of you had upped your medication, but on the evidence of the first 15 minutes of conversation about Nigel, I was slightly concerned about you. Hello, Nigel. Even I've started talking to
exactly, see, it happens.
Balderson in bowls, and that's... oh, it was pushed towards mid-on. It's come off the bat in the end of Carlson, at the non-striker's end. Done no damage. And there's Jimmy to mop it all up. It is cute, I'll give you, Nigel.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. And I hope that we'll get on very nicely, Nigel. Dear, oh dear. There's another reason for me to book the counsellor in next Tuesday. Balderson bowls, turned away onto the onside. Can't get that one away. We're approaching lunch, and we are more than approaching a massive lead. This lead is 343. You've stats. Are you prepared to go through your stats already or not, or do you want to hold them back?
Well, I'll hold them back. Hold them back.
Oh, you reminded me of 10 minutes past 1 before lunch.
Yep.
What a time to remind me of that now. I've got quite hungry looking for.
Sorry.
Balderson in bowls and driven into the offside and no run. So we're holding back on the stats, but it's not looking too good at the moment for Lancashire, is it?
No, it's kind of we've got them in reserve in terms of highest fourth innings totals that Lancashire have scored.
This is a partnership which is heading towards the 200 mark. There's 195 runs here between North East and Carlson for this third wicket. And Balderson again in the bowls. This is a good over, nice and tight. 5 dot ball so far. Well into North East, but a lot of damage already has been done.
Yep, they've batted beautifully, haven't they? I mean, 195 run partnership between these two. Leeds now pushing 350. It's been just a kind of perfect morning session for Glamorgan.
Can he get a maiden here? Balderson in the bowls. Oohs and ahs, and it is a maiden. Doesn't get through the defences of North East, so he remains on 80. Glamorgan 219 for 2. Carlson on 105. That lead, 343 runs.
Scores elsewhere look pretty good, don't they, as well, for Glamorgan as they stand. The Northamptonshire-Derbyshire match looks a little drawy.
It does now. Northants come back well there. Who's in the runs there? Well, Proctor got a 71. Bartlett got a 66. Oh, slightly issue here. Justin Broad, 99 not out at the moment. Rob Keogh on 30. So, yeah, so the middle to late order have done a terrific job there for Northants.
Still off for rain, aren't they, at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire, Middlesex. 54 for 1, Gloucestershire in their first innings. Here's Luke Wells bowling. Forward goes Carlson. Takes a single through cover. 220 for 2. Carlson to 106. Not out.
You enjoyed yourself down at Cheltenham last week?
Did, yeah, I really did. Lovely.
Up around that very up on the balcony, you have to go up some very steep steps.
You do, yeah.
For those of us with a bit of a vertigo issue, it's not good coming back down from there. You know?
You've got a vertigo issue?
I have got a bit of a vertigo issue. Oh, yeah.
Well, you want to be careful of those steps.
Well, I have been.
Wells to northeast. That comes back in towards him. We just push it into the offside. No run. Yeah, it was a great way. Yeah, I mean, I've not been to the Cheltenham Festival before. Lancashire have played there, but not in a festival game in 2019. But it was a great setup. Loved it. Really enjoyable week. Weather was good, and it's a decent game. Wells to northeast. Has worked down towards fine leg. There's a chase on here for Matthew Hurst, but he will get round just in the nick of time to scoop it up and come back for 2. Northeast moves on to 82.
Well, I've been
2 for 2.
I've been a bit concerned about you because
have you?
Yeah, well, you're a man who's you're a very trusting sort of a guy, and you've had to do Chesterfield and Cheltenham back to back, and I was a little bit worried of whether you'd survive.
Wells in balls. That's cut by northeast to backward point. There's no run.
Out there in those places with some of the very finest pubs known to man and woman and child.
Yeah, Chesterfield was a really good 4 days.
Yeah.
Loved Chesterfield.
But Cheltenham's got some nice pubs as well.
It has, yeah. Not as nice as Chesterfield. In comes Wells, balls to northeast. It's worked into the onside, no run. No, it has. It's got some lovely little spots.
Because you're a social guy. You don't like to say no to people. And I thought, they're going to lead him astray in those 2 places. But
well, my dad came to Chesterfield
to look after you.
To look after me,
right?
Yeah, keeping a close eye on me.
It needed to be done, probably.
Wells to northeast. A little bit of width there. That's cut out through the offside. Where Chris Green fields on the point boundary. Single for north east. He moves on to 83, and he keeps the strike as well. 223 for 2. So yeah, it was a bit of a outground kind of road trip for Lancashire. It started at Blackpool.
Oh yes.
And when things start at Blackpool, things can
very rarely go any further.
Quite. If you start at Blackpool, there's nowhere else to go.
What happens in Blackpool stays in Blackpool.
It does, absolutely does. So Blackpool for the game against Kent, and then they went to Queen's Park in Chesterfield for Derbyshire, and then to Cheltenham College for the Gloucestershire game. So yeah, it's good 3 games, all at outgrounds, all good crowds.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Yeah.
Really nice. Good. Lancashire played some good cricket, won a couple of games. Yeah. That helps.
Yeah. And you survived it all.
I survived it all.
Terrific stuff. Back here in Manchester now, though, a few days after the Test match. With Balderson about to bowl to northeast, who's on 83. Balderson with a maiden in the last over, and he's off with the dot ball at the start of this as well, keeping it very tight, bowling to this Brian Statham. And I sent the question to you yesterday, didn't I? I wasn't too sure. I said, is this the same pitch they were playing on for the Test match? But it's not. It's conjured up an interesting couple of days. But I'm just wondering, just looking at things now, whether or not this could be one that's just going to, the pitch is just going to get a lot easier over today and tomorrow, the final day. This one is worked up to mid-on. No run for northeast. The thing is a big lead, but it's going to require a lot of concentration from Lanky, isn't it, with the batting?
It is, yeah. They've got quite a lot of work ahead of them over the course of the latter part of today and tomorrow.
Was the ball turning a great deal for Mason Crane?
Yeah, I think Stephen Croft reckons that neither side played spin that well in the first innings.
Okay.
Both Glamorgan against Green and Lancashire against Crane.
Balderson in and driven out there to Tom Hartley. No run. Delighted for him last week, by the way. Sorry to break off.
For
Tom.
Oh yeah,
Hartley,
oh god, yeah, great week at Cheltenham, yeah.
Sorry, he was fielding. I was just wanting to get that in because he's not had it tough as such, but I mean it's been a bit stop-start for him, hasn't it? In more recent times. Balderson to northeast on 83. Whipped away. He tried to use his wrist there, northeast, but can't get it away. Could be on 9 for 2 successive maidens for Balderson. 2 balls remaining this over.
The last Lancashire player to score a century and to take 10 wickets in a match was over 30 years ago. Mike Watkinson.
Really?
Last one to do.
Oh yeah. Crikey. 30 years ago. Northeast 83, not out. Driven. Oh, that's not going to be made because that's a lovely shot actually on the onside of straight. It's going to be 4 runs. And crosses the boundary now. And that will bring up the 200 partnership. 203 runs for this pair off 290 balls. Terrific work. And the banging you can hear from the balcony down below from the Glamorgan, and the players to congratulate the pair out there of Northeast, who's on 87 not out. Carlson on 106. But 203 runs for this 3rd wicket. Balderson will come into Northeast, who's moved on to 87. Well, I thought he was trying to withdraw the bat out of the way of that one. In the end, did he really mean that? Either way, it's not a run anyway, because Keaton Jennings is doing the fielding. And it's 227 for 2. The leader 351. Because lunch is a little later with overs lost earlier in the game. Lunch is at 1:10 tea will be at 4 o'clock, regardless of the number of overs. And this was after a delay yesterday morning, wasn't it? There was a delay here to the second morning. No such problems today, although it's hardly a beautiful sunny summer's day. As I say, I think it's more to do with the air conditioning than it is to do with the temperature outside. But it's a little cool in here, but it's certainly breezy out there, and certainly much cooler than it has been. So conditions are different. Chat between Josh Bohannon and Jimmy Anderson and Luke Wells, of which they are just basically moving the fielders around to the right-hand side from mid-wicket, going on just a little straighter out there, and down here more of a long leg than a fine leg for Wells to bowl to Carlson, who's on 106. 351 is the lead, punched away on the offside behind square. And there is Chris Green with a right arm throw and a single. 228 for 2. I've enjoyed seeing his performances from afar as well. Chris Green, I mean, known for his one-day endeavours and all that sort of stuff, yet I imagine he's having a whale of a time out there playing. I mean, he strikes me so. See some of your interviews.
Does, yeah,
he's often put up for an interview.
He keeps doing well.
Both of you say new again?
Yeah, it was a bit like that,
yeah. Northeast on 87. Wells running for the Jimmy Anderson end, and oh, that's a nice piece of work that. He's gone for a stumping there as Phil Salt, but it didn't really move out of his ground, I don't think. Did Carlson for that. I presume somebody has already thrown up the idea that Jimmy says, excuse me, do you want a ball from my end? Which end? My end. Not Statham's end, my end. I bet he doesn't do that. He'd be the last person to do that sort of thing, Jimmy.
It was his birthday yesterday.
I sent a card, did you?
No.
Oh, no, I always remember.
You're a good man.
Yeah. How old was that then? 43?
Oh, don't mention it.
Was it 43?
Yeah, but don't mention it.
Not to mention who's 43?
Yeah.
Why? Does he not like it? Next ball bowled, and that's his way fine. Turned around the corner, chasing down here to try and stop that one from going over the boundary. Does so well. Matty Hurst. How's he getting on, Matty? Because he was one of my favourite cricketers last year. 230 for 2, Northeast 89, Carlson 107.
You got a century last week as well.
Yeah, so just starting to get into a bit of form.
Yeah, it's a good season, yeah.
Yeah. I lose track of who's playing for who, but I guess he's in the 100 with his skills.
I think he's a Manchester supercharger.
Northeast on 89, no run.
No.
Just turned away onto the onside.
Manchester original.
Okay, so hopefully I'll have a good turn there, and then a good September. He's a man of exciting skills, that's for certain. Wells bowling to Northeast, 230 for 2, 354 runs lead. And a bit of a tennis type grunt there from Luke Wells. Just turned fine for a single. He's getting through these overs quickly. He's conceded 4 runs so far on the first 5 balls of just his 3rd over. 231 for 2. Back to his mark, and this is Carlson. Northeast Perhaps won't get to his century. He's on 90 at the non-striker's end now. Carlson on 107, defends that one from Wells to the onside. There's, I keep on wanting to call him Salty, which is not the worst thing in the world, 'cause that's his nickname,
okay.
but it's a bit unprofessional. Philip does the fielding. Wicketkeeper, 231 for 2. Northeast on 90, Carlson on 107.
Yeah, it's that odd time of the year, isn't it? Where
look out!
Well, you get to August and everyone kind of goes their separate ways, don't they?
You're making us all weepy.
Everyone's
Next thing you'll be saying is, the nights are drawing in.
No,
Which
still
they
very
are.
much summer. It's just a bit odd that everyone kind of just.
We just go our separate ways.
Go our separate ways for a month, and we all come back together again in September.
Who's going to take Nigel away for the winter?
Don't know. I think Nigel might be part of the 100.
No, for the winter.
Oh, for the winter. Oh, I don't know where he goes for the winter. He's only just arrived. I don't mean. I think he's not quite. He's only a few weeks old.
I say what really annoys me. They aren't really crisps. Otherwise, I would have had them.
1 over remaining of the morning session, which will be sent down by George Balderson. 231 for 2. Northeast on 90. Glamorgan skipper and defends that up towards mid-on. And there's no run. Carlson 107. And the partnership worth 207 runs between Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson. It'll be an enjoyable lunch break for Glamorgan.
Something special is happening in the lunch break. We can't talk about it, I guess, until later on. Is that right?
Is there? Balderson into Northeast. That's deflected out towards the onside of the thigh pad, and there's no run.
It's a bit of work from the lesser-known Stephen David Spielberg.
Oh, I know. I know what you're referring to. Yeah.
When can we talk about it?
I don't know if we can talk about it.
Okay. Sorry, that's really annoying. I was talking about something you can't really talk about. Sure, you'll be able to at some point.
Maybe just after lunch.
Okay.
Balderson to Northeast. He's worked that out towards square leg for a single. Takes him on to 91. 232 for 2. Brings Carlson on strike. So he's got 3 balls left of the morning session. Lunch being pushed back a little bit as we still make up a little bit of time that's been lost in this game. 104 overs to be bowled today. So we'll have 71 remaining of the day. At some point, if Lancashire don't bowl Glamorgan out, there'll be a declaration. As Carlson taps it away into the offside, there's no run, which might actually be able to come a little bit sooner than they anticipated, because the lead is now 356. 2 balls left. Kieran Carlson has scored the thick end of 200 runs in the match for Glamorgan. 70 odd in the first innings. And he's got 2 balls to negotiate before enjoying his lunch break. Keeper standing up. There's 1 slip in place. There's 2 catches close in on the leg side. Short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover. The deep backward square leg. Balderson to Carlson. Oh, no ball. No ball called by umpire David Milnes. Score moves to 234 for 2. To bowl it again. This is his 3rd over of this little spell, building up to the lunch break. Sets off again, trotting his way back in. Is Balderson into to Carlson. That's down the leg side, and no chance for Salt. It's gone for 4 byes, fizzed away down the leg side by Balderson, with the keeper stood up.
That's a shame. He was really tight when he came back on. He's only had a few overs before lunch, but he was really tight to start off with. And you can understand how this just trying a bit too hard here. You know, the frustration they must feel. It's not great when you look up. Does it actually show the partnership just to help them out there? We can see it's 214 runs.
Final ball of the morning. Been a very good morning for Glamorgan. as Carlson just runs that down through backward point for a single. And he will get to lunch unbeaten on 108. Sam Northeast on 91. And Glamorgan at lunch on day 3 at 239 for 2. And the lead, bottom right on the screen for viewers on Lancs TV, looks very nice indeed from Glamorgan's point of view. 363 runs in front, 8 wickets remaining, 71 overs today, a full day tomorrow, the game firmly in Glamorgan's hands.
If I hadn't been looking at the scorecard to see how we've got to this position, I'd be thinking, oh, this looks fairly typical of what's going on here at Old Trafford, but this lead is one that Lancashire have really got to sort out in their own mind and make sure they're not undone by that as well. But terrific work, as you say, from Northeast and Carlson. Wonderful work for them, and a lot of work to be done by Lancashire.
Indeed, fabulous partnership, and it's still going. Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson, 215 runs so far added for this third wicket. Excellent morning by Glamorgan. They get to lunch, holding all the cards here at Emirates Old Trafford. 40-minute break. Rejoin us for the afternoon session at 2:39 for 2, a lead of 363.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Hello and welcome along to another edition of Beyond the Boundary. This week I've got with me a man who's no stranger to Emirates Old Trafford, former Director of Cricket here at Lancashire. It's Ashley Giles. Ashley, good day to you, and it's really good that you've taken time out to come and say hello to us. Do you still have good feelings about the old place?
Absolutely. It's always a pleasure to come back to Emirates Old Trafford, to Lancashire. Actually, my wife and I often talk about my time here, which is only 2 years, but 2 really important years in my career. But my wife, Stina, always comments that I was incredibly well looked after here, really well looked after and welcomed by everyone at the club. So really fond memories, of working with everyone from, you guys who were on the board, right through all the coaching staff and the players. And it was also a great privilege. It's a fabulous ground, fabulous history. And I feel really privileged, as I say, to have worked with 2 of the biggest clubs in the country in Warwickshire and Lancashire. Yeah, I mean, your time here came after a spell with England as one-day international coach. And I think at the time you were very much of the mind that you didn't want to just coach. You wanted to try and step up and move into a sort of directorship type role. Would that be true? Absolutely, yeah, spot on. And at the same time, I started a master's course, a degree course in sport directorship here in Manchester. I've always wanted to sort of broaden my horizons or push my boundaries as to what I could do and my experiences. I love coaching. I still love coaching. And in many ways, that's the bit I missed and miss, is that one-to-one connection you get with a player on sort of taking him on that journey from A to B, or a team from A to B. Clearly, when you make that step to directorship, you are slightly more removed, and you've got to be more removed because your role is different. It's more strategic. It's more broad. But and Lancashire was certainly a good learning curve for that for me, because I was both coach and also stepping into the boardroom.
I was going to say that it was an important step for you because you were ostensibly still doing a fair amount of coaching. So there was still that one-to-one and team liaison type role. And I think you probably, I don't think it'd be exaggerating to say that you laid the foundations along with Glenn Chappell of this current squad. Although you look back to 2015, there are very few players that played in the T20 final that are still here now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I did see it was important transition years, I think, for Lancashire, and we both worked through that in bringing some of these young players through, giving them opportunities, as well as making sure you looked after those very solid citizens you have in a dressing room, and some of them are still playing. I mean, Crofty's still out there, which is extraordinary.
It is.
Great credit to him as
and playing as well as ever this summer.
But yeah, I really enjoyed that, and actually when I look back, because my first role at Warwickshire was both sort of coach and director, and that was a similar role to I had here, and in many ways they're the most enjoyable because you get the best of both. It's very challenging, and in the modern world with the amount of cricket we're playing in the different competitions, very difficult. But I did enjoy that role.
And when you were in that role at that time, we're going back 7-8 years now, how important was it to you to develop the next layer of talent, if you like, to look at the way the academy and the age group structure was set up?
Yeah, it always has been, and was, and is still. I think that's the fundamental bit of our cricket, both our clubs and internationally. We've got to be, in an ideal world, looking at a strategy that's long term, that's sustainable over a long period. And I've always tried to, and probably maybe sometimes to my detriment, move away from quick fixes and winning tomorrow. Sometimes you have to do that. You have to be aware of that. It's still not always possible. But I've always wanted to, I'd rather build over years than months, because I think that's better from a sort of legacy piece, to leave something behind. Even if when you're gone, that structure remains and grows. And hopefully Lancashire's got a bit of that. I hope. And I certainly think, looking at the Warwickshire squad as well, that I went back to, I suppose what we did, myself and Jim Troughton, and then now Paul Farbrace coming in, have built a squad that has had success and hopefully will over a long period.
Well, I think you're quite right with Warwickshire, but I think you're also right with that Lancashire have done that, and that it's been a club policy to develop academy and their own talent. And that's self-evident when you look at the sides that are playing now. But when you were in charge, I think probably the two standouts that came through in your time here were Liam Livingstone and Hasib Hamid.
Yeah, and both fantastic players.
You sort of you championed Liam a little bit, didn't you? You got him into the side, and batted him lower middle order initially,
and in a very different role. And Hass was is a different customer altogether. Yeah. But I hope one of the things I did, because Lancashire has got such a wide net of talent and available talent.
It's a huge area, isn't it?
A huge area.
The whole of the Northwest.
And there's a huge amount of talent that's always come through your academies and youth systems. It's almost creating the opportunity for that talent. And so I think Liam was a good example where, yes, when he first came in the side, he batted 7 and got runs. But I think in good sides or in mature sides, you allow yourself to do that, is to play a player that you might not be sure about, but actually it should be the senior players around him that pick up the slack. And if he does well, it's a bonus. But if he doesn't, he'll learn and he'll grow from that. But you're not expecting someone to come in and smash it up from ball one.
That's the ideal scenario, isn't it? To fit your 1 or 2 highly talented youngsters into a framework that contains some solid senior professionals.
Absolutely. That's the difference between mature and immature teams. It's not them as personalities, it's them as a group. The amount of cricket they've played. And my experiences, even going back as a player at Warwickshire in the early 90s, were exactly the same. That I was able to go into a team that had success, that knew its game, and not feel the pressure of having to get 5 wickets every time I bowled or runs. But if I did, it was a bonus. But I was learning from the best as well. It was, I think they're the best environments to work in.
Plenty of commentators, the public, supporters say, well, you've got to give the youngsters a chance. But you can't give them all a chance at the same time, because that just leads to inexperience and not almost inevitably, but very often failure.
Absolutely. You can ruin them. You can burn youngsters, and getting that timing right. So sometimes you put people in. I think back then, even Saqib was another example who we played, but always with the mind, well, you might have to pull them out. It might not be quite ready, but you want to. I'd rather err on the side of giving them an opportunity to pull them back than never knowing, just sitting on the sidelines. But it's got to be in a controlled way that doesn't, as I say, and you said, burn them.
Do you think our county system, from a county perspective, allows the development of talent to come through sufficiently? And I'm not necessarily pointing this towards England.
Yeah.
Whilst everybody probably admits that the county system is there to try and provide England players of the future, it would have to do that. Would be part of it, but it has to stand on its own 2 feet as well, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. So,
and is it set up to do that now?
Well, if I just talk about that, I think I always saw my role as a head coach, director of cricket, and I think you did as two-pronged. You absolutely your responsibility to try and win things for that county. That's why you're there, and that's what you're being paid for. But we also have a responsibility to try and produce England cricketers, and you've got to try and move these two things along together, which isn't always possible. And there are times when the short-term pressures become really big. And so the choices between playing a young player, giving him opportunities, giving him time, perhaps, are somewhat conflicted by winning tomorrow. And I think many of the counties have faced that problem. Many of the directors of cricket have faced that problem. And in a system that has promotion, relegation, not saying that's right or wrong. We're not going to get into that debate, I don't think. But it can place those pressures.
Well, there are so many different variables and systems that are promoted, proposed, talked about in terms of divisional cricket for the county championship, whether it should be 3 6s, 10 and 8 as we've got now, or 12 and 6, or whatever. I mean, you can talk, and we've been talking about this in my lifetime in cricket, sort of 45 years, never come to perhaps a satisfactory conclusion. But having said that, you're probably ideally positioned now and placed, having spent enough time in the county game and having an elevated position in England, within the England setup, to realise that there is always going to be a bit of a conflict between county and England.
Always.
And I'm not sure how you can get over that.
Well, yeah, and I'm not sure, but I made the point during the winter, which I don't mind repeating, is that there's got to be, both sides have got to come together on this. There's got to be collaboration on what the best thing for the English game as a whole is. At the moment, I'm not sure those things are aligned. We're obviously playing a lot of cricket, a lot of different formats of cricket, and I think we've got to... I mean, ultimately for championship cricket, which is what we're here for, which I'm watching today, which is great, because we're watching two good teams on a good pitch at a great ground. It's really, really going to be... It's tough cricket. I think we've got to find a way to play more championship cricket spread through the summer. We, again, probably spend an hour or 2 hours working out how we might do that, but we've got to find a way to do that.
Well, I hear what you say, and I'm encouraged by the county cricket that I've seen already this summer. We've been blessed with a dryish April. And the only thing that I will say that you would perhaps need that we haven't had so far is a bit more pace in the pitches. I think the pitch has been pretty good generally, runs scored, and it's hard work for bowlers to take 20 wickets in a match.
Yeah.
So you've just said it. We're Lancashire, Warwickshire, 1 and 2 in the county championship last year on a test match pitch, basically. This is the sort of cricket that the selectors should be looking at and making decisions from, in my view.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. This feels to me to be the top, and this wouldn't be the only game in the country, but this is the sort of top end of cricket. I think your point around pitches is a good one, the pacing pitches. And I think if we spread 4-day cricket throughout the summer a bit more, we'd have more variance or variation in that, and you probably have more pace later in the year. There's no doubt the weather actually in April is pretty good.
Generally.
It's generally pretty good. And we've got some very good groundsmen who can prepare very good pitches. But they're still going to lack some pace at this. You know, you'd have to be a magician to get them rock hard and flying through at this point. And we know, well, what you want to do is play on varying pitches in varying conditions. But at the very top end, yeah, you want some pace and some carry, and guys who can bend their backs being rewarded for doing that over long periods on generally good wickets, good surfaces.
If you had a magic wand, and you've already said we need to try and play more 4-day cricket in the summer, I think there are 5 games actually in June and July this year, which is not bad, better than it has been. But if you had a magic wand, would you continue with all forms of the game that there are now? I think it's a given that we've got to carry on with 100 because you know the amount of money and time and effort and marketing and that has gone into that. I think I'm answering my own question. I think T20 cricket's essential for the counties, and we've got to play 4-day cricket. So we've got to try and fit it all in.
Absolutely.
And that's the eternal question.
It is, and then 50-over cricket. You know, we've got a World Cup coming up next year. We're world champions, and whilst in this current generation it won't have such an impact, but if we're continuing to play World Cups that are 50 overs, and you know there is a chance some of the next generation of players won't even play 50-over cricket, and you know I know that the way we set up for our 50-over cricket, which is fantastic, is more suited to the shorter format anyway. But I suppose if I had a magic wand, what would I do? I'd still find a way to play a more consistent, you know, championship cricket through the summer.
So blocks, basically.
But I would, you know, and this is me talking, I would think about, you know, how we could do the T20 slightly differently. It's a very good competition. The quality of cricket's good. But could we play that? I know it goes against this, you know, what we moved to in not swapping formats all the time. But maybe a more appointment to view once a week, Friday or Saturday night.
Let's just make it clear here. There's no agenda in this discussion. This is Paul and Ashley having a chat. So it's personal views. It's interesting what you say about 50-over cricket, because one of your the finer achievements, I think, in recent years was to be head of England cricket when we won the World Cup in 2019. And you talk about 50-over cricket. I remember covering the 2015 World Cup out in Australia and New Zealand. And prior to that, it was thought and mooted that this might be the last World Cup of 50-over cricket.
Yeah.
And it was New Zealand coming along and McCullum playing the way he did and challenging the norms of 50-over that reinvigorated the game, which was great.
Yeah.
And that probably sparked England, because we'd been perennial failures from way back in the 70s. We'd never won it. So it was time we did, and we did. So basically, did that consume your thoughts in your England role at the time?
Well, year one, certainly. That was my first year in the job, was leading into the World Cup. And you know, most of that preparation had been done by Strauss, Morgan, Bayliss leading into that. But I felt great pressure in getting that over the line. You know, we went into that as favourites. There was a period through that tournament where we looked like we may not even make semi-finals. And so, you know, my job then is almost just trying to support, pull everyone together, make sure we're staying on track, which I know, you know, Owen Morgan and well, Owen's going to do. Trev was still very relaxed, but my job
always
is to
appeared very
support that.
relaxed, Trevor.
Yeah, incredible. And I think that sort of came to head before the India group game at Edgbaston, and I think the guys sat down and said, you know, what are we worried about here? You know, we know there's the expectation. We know we all have those personal worries about what might not happen, and we've been on that journey. Let's just play the way we've been playing and go out and and play with that confidence and in an aggressive way, and can't fault them. It's obviously a bit twitchy, and looking at strategy, you know, that strategy that was probably over 5 years in the making, or 4 years in the making, we still only won on the last ball of the tournament of a super over.
On a countback.
On a countback. So that's how tight it is. So that had to be the strategy. And it, you know, but whatever, I guess, I'm not going to say too much about it. Whatever one hand gives, you lose something.
Well, I was going to come on to a more general point, really, about prioritising, whether you're in charge of a county or you're in charge of an international team. There is so much cricket played.
Yeah.
There are so many different tournaments, so many different series, so many different forms of the game, that the hardest thing, I think, must be to treat each game, match, series with equanimity.
Yeah.
It's impossible because you have to have a priority at some point.
Yeah, so firstly, from a county point of view, and this is just my experience again, would be to, you know, we start every season with the high hopes, we challenge for everything. And then I think as the season ebbs and flows, you know, sometimes you're surprised. So for us, when I was at Warwickshire, you know, the 11 season, the way playing championship cricket, finished runners-up to you guys, to Lancs, and then 1 in 12, was a bit of a surprise the way we took this uptick. But our white ball cricket dropped off. I think the way, you know, us winning T20 in 15 here, we struggled through some of the group stages, but peaked at the right time. And you know, you sort of put your foot on the throat. With England, absolutely, we've had to, you know, Test cricket, however we've played, whatever results have been like, there's always been you know, one of our priorities. It's just the conditions we faced on and off the field with COVID and everything else, and the opposition we faced on the field have been really challenging. But certainly in white ball cricket, after the 19 World Cup, we made the choice with 2 T20 World Cups coming up to make that switch to prioritise T20 cricket, to be able to challenge for a T20 World Cup or a World Cup. We knew we wanted to go into it as best in the world. So whereas I think when I came on, we were 3rd in the world in T20 cricket, 3rd or 4th. We got ourselves to number 1 in the world, got in a good position. Our 50 over went from 1st in the world to 2nd in the world, but that was a strategic decision that we didn't have a 50 over World Cup for a few years, focus on T20, and so we're happy with that. And, you know, barring a couple of overs that went wrong in the UAE, we played some really good cricket in that World Cup and could have been double white ball champions. But so in that terms, yeah, there's a lot of thought goes into the prioritisation.
Do you think that in England we have this? It's a preoccupation, but do we have too much emphasis on Australia and the Ashes? Or is it right to do that?
It's clearly you know, an emotional series, a very important series. And
you played in one of the best Ashes series of all time in 2005. And,
yeah, it has.
You know, I played in '81.
Yeah.
So, you know, both iconic series
amazing.
in a way.
And yeah, huge historical importance. But because of that, they almost become watershed moments. You know, the fallout from the last series. Again, we won't go into too much, but generally happens around World Cups and Ashes because they're deemed as the most important thing. There's emotion, there's the history, etc., etc. And now, you know, we live in an environment that is just craves 24-hour news, and sometimes, you know, there's got to be change. There's something's got to happen, but there is a lot of importance placed in those series. And I think going back to something we talked about just a minute ago, it's becoming more and more difficult. I think in any sport, and cricket, and particularly county cricket, was probably immune from that a few years ago, to set your target about building long term. I've got a 5-year plan. Well, you might not get 5 years. You've got to win next year.
Instant success.
Yeah. And that leads you to making some decisions that maybe you wouldn't in other cases.
It's an interesting point. I mean, the public demands success. Players want success. They're not in the game a long time, are they? You know, they don't want to be necessarily part of a side that's going to win in 5 years, because they might not be playing then.
Yeah.
So it's a very difficult balancing act. Having said all that, you put yourself, I think, where you wanted to be. Your aim through your formative years at Warwickshire, then as an England one-day coach, and then with Lancashire and then Warwickshire, you wanted to be at the top of the tree.
Yeah.
You won't have any regrets about that, even though things perhaps haven't worked out quite as well as you would have liked.
Absolutely. I've always set about what, you know, and again, where you look at where you've come from, your journey in cricket, all the things you've achieved. I look at mine. I still feel very privileged to have worked in the environments I've worked in and do the jobs I've done. And I wanted to work at that level, of course. The last 2 or 3 years have been the most challenging because of some of these circumstances we talked about, particularly with COVID, and challenging not just for me, but for everyone involved in that system, whether it be, you know, the board, chief exec level, the coaches, players, everyone. It's been incredibly challenging, and at the county level as well. But no regrets. I think you know, I'm sort of 3 months down the line of coming out of that role now. It's I've actually had a nice chance to reflect, and I feel fresher for it. You know, I think there's some challenging times ahead for everyone still, but it's I love cricket. It's, you know, it's an amazing environment to work in, but you know, we'll see what the future has in store.
So, having been at the top of the tree in terms of coaching director of cricket work, what does the future hold for Ashley Giles? Does he want to try and continue in that? Does he want to move into perhaps another sport, or would you be happy perhaps getting back to grassroots and saying, I'm just a coach now, I'd like to have another go at coaching?
Yeah, well, I think that's the process I'm still going through at the moment, which is great.
Yeah.
You know, I've got some time to do that thinking, but you know, when I reflect, I have done all of those roles. I've been a head coach, I've been a director of cricket, I've been the sort of national selector, I've been a one-day international coach, I've been the more director suit sort of role, and MD. So I have a lot of experience across cricket. Cricket is, well, the world's a massive place. The cricket world's quite small. You know, it's the sort of, it always reminds me of going to Lords for the Test match. You always see the same faces, don't you? The same characters wherever you turn. That's what the cricket world's a bit like. So the moment, you know, I certainly haven't fallen out of love with cricket. As I just said, I love cricket. So it could be cricket, could be going into form management, coaching. I'm pretty much open at the moment, but you know, I'm also open to looking outside the box and working across sports, across countries, because ultimately the things we work with, Walt, are, you know, the fundamental thing is good people, structures, strategy, but I think the people thing's the most important thing. You get the right people around you, you've got a chance.
Ashley, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to chat to you for half an hour or so. We could probably have gone on for hours and hours and hours, but I'm glad to see you have come out of your England experience okay, and you're looking refreshed. And who knows what the future holds.
Thank you very much.
So thanks, Ashley, and we'll see you again soon on Beyond the Boundary.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Spartans is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Spartans and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Spartans is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Spartans and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Well, welcome back to Emirates Old Trafford for the afternoon session. And at lunch, the legendary Dave Halliday, who provides the warmest of welcomes in county cricket, has just started to show his creative style and his creative side as he's operating the cameras during the course of the lunch break. There's nothing this man can't do, Callum Flynn.
Badger's crew has a new apprentice, don't they?
Absolutely do, yeah. Oh,
he looks the part as well.
I don't know what he's doing there, but
it's like the old signing off the scenes without the boards that they have.
Hello, Dave. Good work. Good work on the cameras, Dave Halliday.
His mood never changes, does it? When you walk through the doors, like you say, it's the biggest of welcome.
He does that, and nice to see Dave having a little go with the cameras. Doesn't alter the scoreboard, mind you, which doesn't make particularly pleasant reading for Lancashire. It makes very, very healthy reading for Glamorgan. A lead of 363 heading into the afternoon, Callum Flynn. And what do you reckon here? I mean, there's so much time. There's 71 overs left in the day. There's the whole day tomorrow, but the pitch appears to have flattened out a little bit. It certainly looks different compared to day one and for most of yesterday. I mean, the Glamorgan hold all the cards here, don't they? They can kind of manage it as they see fit. But will their approach change because potentially the nature of the pitch has changed?
This is the beauty of the longer format of the game, isn't it? 4-day cricket. It's just as much of a test of your mental skill as it is your physical. And it's a massive test now for Lancashire. Glamorgan have got the opportunity to come out here and really have some fun. There's, if they lose a couple of wickets and Lancashire go bang bang, it doesn't alter their progression at all. Yeah. So Lancashire have got to stay positive, because so often you see when you're in the field for so long, even though the wicket, like you say, looks like it's getting better and better, even though it's got no demons in it or that we can see at the moment for day 3, when you've been in the field that long, you go into bat and you're chasing the score, you often go bang bang and you're 2 or 3 down very quickly, and you think, are we batting on a different wicket? But it's just a mental approach, isn't it? And that's what kind of Lancashire have to keep on top on, you'd say, more than anything. It's not going to be easy this session. Glamorgan will probably stay on top because they've got the freedom to have intent and score runs.
Well, they've got one player on a century, which is Kieran Carlson. He'll face the first delivery after lunch from Luke Wells. And Sam Northeast at the non-strikers end, 91, eyeing up 3 figures himself. This partnership is worth 215 runs, so an absolutely terrific morning for Glamorgan, and indeed late on last night by these two that has set a fantastic platform here. There's an LBW appeal there, and Carlson departs in the first over after lunch, and Luke Wells provides the breakthrough. Glamorgan are 3 down. Carlson departs. LBW off the bowling of Luke Wells for 108.
Yeah, much needed breakthrough for Lancashire, but as I was just on about then, it doesn't really halt Glamorgan's progression. Looks like it's stayed a little bit low. I don't think it's more the case of the pitch deteriorating. I think it's more the skiddiness of Luke Wells and the pace that he bowls the leg spin at. I think it's just surprised Carlson a little bit, just starting back after lunch, not quite into the rhythm of his innings as he was before, prior to lunch. But that is an absolutely fantastic knock from Carlson. 108. He's put his side in a real dominant position, and it was fantastic to watch this morning as well.
Yes, he was. He gets a good hand from his teammates as he makes his way back to the Glamorgan dressing room. He's been the pick of the batters on show this week. At 77, actually feels an even better score in that first innings. 260 all out, followed by 137 by Lancashire. That 77 stands out a little bit like a shining light, and then to back it up again second time round and to go even better and get his century and share this partnership with his captain has shaped the match, really, certainly as it stands in Glamorgan's favour. Colin Ingram is the new batter coming out to join Sam Northeast. Lancashire were probing away and hoping for something that might just perk them up a little bit, and maybe that wicket will do just the thing. 239 for 3. A lead of 363 runs.
I'd say the importance of his first innings knock of, was it 77? Yep. It's probably more important than even reaching 3 figures. You know, getting that solid score in the first innings where the pitch was doing plenty. Lancashire were very frustrated, kept beating the bat. Could have easily skittled Glamorgan for 200 or less on another day with a bit more luck. But the way he grinded out that knock, it probably will be, if Glamorgan go on to win this game, an innings that the Glamorgan boys will be very thankful for.
Yes, they will, and with scores looking elsewhere, there's the potential of a couple of draws in Division 2, which means if in a pretty tight division, Leicestershire have pulled away, but the rest are reasonably bunched up. If you can find a way to win a game when others are drawing, then that's a big step towards kind of cementing your position from Glamorgan's point of view inside the top 2 of this second division of the county championship. Because we're into the final 4 games. Correction, final 3 games when we get back underway in September. This is the 11th match of the campaign, so 3 to go in September, and having potentially a pretty healthy points lead in second place could be a big week for Glamorgan. Lancashire doing their best to hang on in the game, but they know that they face a pretty stern uphill challenge here. There's a bit of extra protection being brought out for Keaton Jennings. He's
just had a full wardrobe change, hasn't he?
Yes.
Just needed Bumble on the comms, I think, then.
Yeah, he went for the whole lot, didn't he? So he's got himself all ready. He'll be at forward short leg, and Matthew Hurst will be at slip. So we're set after a little bit of a delay with that wicket, and work for Jennings. That's just dabbed away into the onside by Colin Ingram. First ball he faces from Luke Wells. Drops it out towards the leg side. So there's the 2 close catches, and you've got short mid-wicket and short cover. Mid-on, mid-off, quite deep actually. There's a deep backward point, deep square leg. Wells to Ingram, who's on the front foot and pushing away defensively back towards the bowler. And there is no run. Not had too much of a ball in the match, Luke Wells, but could be in for a decent stint this afternoon, as indeed his fellow spinners Green and Hartley. Wells in, forward again goes Ingram, gets a single this time off the mark, just drops it in towards the offside. Calls northeast through for 1, and the score moves on to 240 for 3. So northeast, the captain of Glamorgan, is ready to face for the first time since the lunch break. He's 91 not out. Got a slip in position, which is Keaton Jennings. Here's Wells to northeast. That's a single which he's able just to tease away through mid-on. That's the end of the first over after the lunch break. Single and the wicket coming off it. So 241 for 3. Northeast on 92 and Ingram on 1. Lead of 365.
Yeah, good from Wells. Just getting that big wicket of Carlson, injecting a little bit of life and positivity into this Lancashire innings. Well, Glamorgan innings. Lancashire out in the field. Balderson's going to continue after lunch. Bowled pretty well before lunch. Would have been the pick of the bowlers today. Kept it pretty tight. Bowled some really nice lines. Thought we might have seen Chris Green with the introduction of Ingram, the left-hander, spinning it away from the bat. But maybe this is where Jimmy Anderson and Lancashire feel like they might be able just to control the tempo of Glamorgan's run scoring with seamers on. You have your square fielders just hit a solid length and let Glamorgan take the real risk, which they certainly can do, as Balderson will continue. Hits a nice length, hitting the stumps. Northeast drives it back. Josh Bohannon on that, sort of just off the wicket, just off the strip, catching sort of mid-on. Just having a friendly chat with Ingram. You got a Keaton Jennings, sort of second slip, going a little bit wider as he's the only catcher. Balderson in. He hits the pad straight away. There's an appeal, but don't have those two noises. It's a little leg side-ish as well. Northeast trying to flick that through square leg. I know on Lancs TV we'll just be able to watch that. It's pretty straight, but it sounded like there might have been two noises as well, off first instinct.
He got into a nice little rhythm, didn't he, before lunch, George Balderson?
Yeah, in terms of areas hit, he was absolutely excellent.
Yeah.
And then he comes again. Targeting the same area constantly. He's built a reputation for it in the stumps, keeping the batsman playing, just wobbling it a little bit. He's playing that into the leg side for no run.
Yes, he's had a really good season with the ball, as George Balderson. I think he's bowled more than anybody else. I'm just looking at the overs sent down. Yeah, he's over 300 overs bowled this year, which is considerably more than anybody else.
Balderson in, just nearly catches the inside edge of Northeast bat as he tries to drive that through the offside. It ends up squirting away to Marcus Harris at mid-on.
308 overs this season, 31 wickets, an average of 30, and going just a fraction over 3 and over.
Yeah, the leading wicket taker for Lancashire this year. He was excellent last year. He's been excellent for a few years, George Balderson. I feel he's constantly up there as sort of Lancashire's player of the year. Comes and balls, and it's just a little too straight. The arms go up, thinking there might be an LBW shout, but Sam Northeast gets enough bat on it, runs away to fine leg for 4 runs, and that's the first boundary after lunch. 245 for 3. Glamorgan takes a lead onto 369.
Just helped on its way by Sam Northeast.
It's probably a skill set where I think I remember him having a conversation with you, Scott, about trying to become you know, an actual out-and-out seamer instead of a bits and pieces sort of seamer where he's coming on here and there to break partnerships, and he certainly took up that role as an out-and-out bowler now for Lancashire, batting at number 7 or 8, doing that all-rounder role, bowling all-rounder role. Coming to the side first as an opening batter. Someone who can bowl some vital overs here and there. In he comes again. Finds the inside edge of North East, who gets a single out to the deep square boundary. It's another pretty good over from Balderson. He doesn't find the reward. His pitch maps as a sports analyst or as someone who codes the games must be excellent to see. Constantly hitting a lovely line of length. So often shapes it a little bit as well, with a little bit of swing, a little bit of sea movement, but we know these Kookaburra balls don't offer too much in terms of movement in the air. Now soft they go very quickly.
Yes, it's the last round of Kookaburra balls.
It's interesting, these Kookaburra balls, isn't it? Because you'd think Australian pitches are harder and firmer, but they've always used them over there. They don't seem to have as many complaints. Why are they getting so soft in England?
I don't know.
Maybe someone with more knowledge can fill me in on that one.
Well, I was going to ask Chris Green about it, and he wasn't keen to get involved in the debate, as he put it, as Luke Wells comes in and bowls to North East, who's 3 away from a century. That's pushed away into the offside, no run.
Australia not being keen to get involved in a debate.
I know, yeah. Go on, Chris.
We're sure he's an Aussie.
Well, he's an adopted Lancastrian now, isn't he?
He is. He's been excellent for Lancashire, hasn't he? He's had a good couple of weeks.
He has that, yeah. 246 for 3. North East drives, and drives it straight into Tom Bailey, his short cover, who, well, he stops it. So there's no run. 370 the lead. Oof, took a bit of a horrible looking bounce in front of Tom Bailey. Wells twirls in, driven away. This does get past Bailey, and then Anderson is able to get across. North East gets a single, moves on to 98, 247 for 3.
Am I right in thinking, I could be wrong, I could have made this up in my head, was when he made his debut for Lancashire last year with the red ball, was that his first ever first class game, or had he played first class cricket in Australia before?
He had, yeah, not a lot.
Yeah.
I think maybe...
I didn't know if it was his debut or very much one of his first few games still.
He kind of played like 15 first class matches or something like that. I can't remember the exact number that he played. But then you contrast that to kind of 200 T20 matches that he had he's played. Pushed away by Ingram up towards mid-on.
Yeah, he's a shoo-in for franchise white ball cricket, isn't he? Chris Green, the way he bowls.
Last season he did get his... In fact, he scored 3 centuries in his professional career. All 3 have come for Lancashire. All 3 in the last 12 months. List A, century, and then 2 first-class centuries. Skipping down the pitch comes Ingram and hammers that away through the offside. Gets himself 4 more runs. He moves to 5. 250 up for Glamorgan, 251 for 3.
That's so casual, but it's such a beautiful shot. Ingram, the left-hander, Wells coming round the wicket, so everything's spinning back into him. And he just dances down a little bit and just hits him handsomely over wide mid-off. Straight extra cover. It's a beautiful shot from Ingram.
251 for 3, Ingram on 5. Final ball of the over for Wells. Just looking to paddle it around the corner. Just drops out towards Jennings at short leg, and there's no run, so leading by 375. Yeah, Lancashire, I've had Chris Green now for, this is the 4th county championship game on the spin. He played the 2 championship matches in the middle of the T20 competition and played some championship games last season as well. So what a terrific overseas signing to have. You bring him in for your blast campaign, you keep him for the championship matches in the middle, and
especially when it's Kookaburra ball as well, something that he's so used to, and what we seem to be finding with these Kookaburra balls, if anything, because the wickets are so flat and dry, you know, a lot of teams are going to spin, and spin's producing most of the results for sides throughout this Kookaburra Ball trial. So it's a perfect scenario for Lancashire with Chris Green.
I think he's heading to Cardiff for the 100. I think he's a Welsh
Oh, is he
flyer.
with?
I think so.
Balderson in, North East, punching him back towards mid-on.
Because last season he didn't
was
get
a replacement, wasn't it?
He was,
Injury
yeah.
replacement.
Bizarrely, didn't
Yeah.
get a gig in the 100.
I think I remember watching his first game. He got like 3 for absolutely nothing, and I think he got like 30 odd off about 15 balls. And then he got a couple of other games, but I remember him doing commentary with us for one of the games. But yeah, he seems an ideal player for the 100. It's Balderson in, finds the outside edge of North East, and this could be his 3 figures. It is. The Glamorgan skipper, as his teammate did just before lunch, he reached his century, and it's been a brilliant knock. Not giving any chances. He's batted with a lovely tempo, 100 coming off 183 balls. He's played that one nicely, just allowing it to run off the face of the bat. But now he can probably look to have some fun. He's reached the 3 figures, and he's certainly got the shifting gears. We've seen Sam North East play some fantastic and brutal knocks throughout his career. Balderson in. Sam North East just waiting deep in his crease, allowing that to run off the face of the bat to deep backward point for a single.
Yeah, fabulous century by the Glamorgan captain. His 3rd of the summer. He tends to go on and get big hundreds, doesn't he, when he gets in, which is a slightly worrying thought for Lancashire. But yeah, 3rd century of the season for Sam North East. And he's shared that excellent partnership with Kieran Carlson, and has put Glamorgan into a position of real strength.
I don't think he ever played for England, did he? I don't think he ever represented. He must be in the conversation of one of the best players to not receive a cap for England. Such a fantastic batter. Been excellent for Glamorgan.
Kind of bounced around a few counties, didn't he, from time
Was it
to
Middlesex?
time? He was at Middlesex, and he was at Kent as well. Started at Kent, I think.
Yeah, that was it. Balderson round the wicket. Ingram just allows that to run off the face. Jennings does the fielding, 2nd, 3rd slip. Yeah, Kent, sorry, it was, wasn't it?
But I think he played for Hampshire. I think he went from Kent to Hampshire. He might have had a spell somewhere else. But he seemed to kind of bounce around a few counties for a little while.
And he's found his...
Looks like he has, hasn't he?
Found his home at Glamorgan at the sway leg. I'm sure he'll be much loved there. Club captain. Balderson round the wicket to Ingram, just a 1 slip and a catch in mid-wicket as he oversteps, and Ingram drives that handsomely to Marcus Harris at mid-off. He will certainly be thinking in his head about batting a long time when he gets the chance. Maybe someone that Lancashire will look to rely on whenever it comes to getting a bat. Glamorgan 256 for 3, 380 runs ahead. Balderson back of a length. Ingram punches that to Luke Wells at cover. No run.
There's no noticeable sign, is there, of any kind of sense of tempo increasing? But there's not necessarily any need to at this stage for Glamorgan with still 67 overs left today.
Yeah, the runs are, you'd think, more or less in the bank. 380 already. Maybe it's a Balderson in, back of a length, and Ingram plays that off his hip. He might get 4. No, it's good fielding. I think it's Hartley down at deep square. He saves 2 runs. You get a couple. Yeah, 382 now, the lead for Glamorgan. Maybe it's just a game of mentally just tiring out Lancashire more and more.
Yep, and it's this man Sam North East that's helped, along with Kieran Carlson, put Glamorgan into a position of real strength. century, including 11 fours. 24 for 2, Glamorgan, when North East and Carlson came together, but captain's been excellent for Glamorgan. A richly deserved century. And his team in a strong position. 258 for 3.
I say the positive thing for Lancashire is the wicket doesn't seem to be doing too much. A little bit of spin, but seems to have slowed down that spin a little bit. It's not as quick, it's not as sharp, and they're scoring at 4.16 and over Glamorgan without really putting the foot down just yet. So they're the positive signs that Lancashire need to think about.
Luke Wells to continue. He's into Sam North East. Hurst at short fine leg. He's in position to field. No run, so there's a slip in place. Hurst at short fine. Paulson at backward point. Hartley out on the mid-wicket boundary. Harris posted out towards long on. Green at deep point. North East just dabs it back towards Luke Wells. Anderson is at mid-off, Bailey at cover, and Bohannon is at mid-wicket. 258 for 3. Wells with a breakthrough for Lancashire after the lunch break. Kieran Carlson, LBW. North East leaning into it and working it into the onside with his bat in front of his pad. Just tickles the ball out towards mid-wicket. There's no addition to the score. They're off for rain at the Test match. 2:30 inspection due at the Oval. Short and pulled by Sam North East out towards the square leg boundary. And there's one run. They've actually called it time in the game for the day at Cheltenham College between Gloucestershire and Middlesex. Close of play on day 3, so the weather must be pretty poor in Cheltenham. No play possible on the 3rd day. As Wells is into Ingram on the sweep. Fine, down towards the boundary. And for 4 runs as well. Balderson had a lot of ground to try and make up, running from backward square leg. Couldn't catch up with the ball. And bat a glove on that and sees it disappear down towards the boundary for 4. 263 for 3. So yeah, close of play, Gloucestershire Middlesex. Gloucestershire 54 for 1 in their first innings. Middlesex 4-4-5 all out, but disappointing week actually in the second game of that Cheltenham Festival with poor weather around. Flicked away to square leg for a single. Lead moves to 388. Off for rain in Canterbury still as well. Kent 217 for 3 in their first innings. Leicestershire 471 in their first innings, and Northamptonshire Derbyshire's drifting along with not a great deal happening. Northampton's 385 for 6 in reply to Derbyshire's 377. So games potentially the other 3 in the division, all at this point look likely to finish in draws. Means a winner here in this fixture is going to take a substantial advantage, or a significant advantage, over the rest in the division.
Yeah, the result here could be massive for either side. Gain some real advantage and teams around. Balderson to continue. Got 2 catching covers in Bohannon and Wells. Round the wicket, and that's straight up. It's going to be a tricky catch though. And no one's going to reach it. Gets enough bat on it. Does Ingram. He's looking to just up the ante a little bit. He tries to go big down the ground. He gets too much of it aerially. Just a little bit leaning back. And at first, like it was going to go straight to mid-on or mid-off, sort of in between. But it just kept going. Picks up a couple. From that shot, a third man goes back with a deep point as well. Deep square leg. The three fielders out saving the boundaries at the moment. Oh, Balderson calls. Tom Bailey, I think it is, back up from the third man boundary. He sits in a backward point. And he comes round the wicket to Ingram. Oh, he plays that really nicely. He allows the ball to come to him. Just allows the ball to run off the face of the bat. Keaton Jennings is kind of covering second and third slip, with the keeper stood up and being the only slip catcher. And he just paces the gap perfectly between Salt and Jennings. It's a beautiful shot from Ingram. It's one of them that really annoys you as a bowler, as a fielding side. You set up for him to go big elsewhere, maybe down the ground, square the wicket, and he just uses his delicate touch to get a 4 down to third man.
Well, this situation's set up beautifully for someone like Colin Ingram, isn't it? You come in with 270 on the board and Lee pushing 400. And for Ingram, someone of his quality, in this format, in the shorter format, he's got all the shots. And yeah, this could be, if he gets in and then they get the chance to really try and accelerate, quite an explosive innings from Colin Ingram. He's got the licence to do that if he wants to.
Balderson in. Ingram trying to slash that through the offside wells. A couple of steps to his right in that cover position. That's 2 covers. You've got an extra cover in Bohannon and then a cover fielder in Wells. He just cuts that off, stops any runs through the offside. Yeah, you're so often happy to see get someone out who's on 100, but then you see someone like Colin Ingram walking in, someone of his calibre as a player.
It takes some stopping, doesn't it, when he gets going?
Yeah. Times it so well as a small, compact left-hander. And he plays that scoop. And he plays it really well. He's going to run away for 4. That kind of no-look paddle. It's just a normal shot these days, isn't it? It's such a sort of a natural shot to any top-order batter in the game. The game's evolving so quickly. And it's another beautiful shot from Colin Ingram. 2 boundaries in this over so far.
This is what we're saying about kind of being a perfect scenario for someone who's played so much T20 cricket. It was thousands and thousands of T20 rounds. He's got all the shots. He'll find ways to find boundaries.
Balderson in, and he opens the face, nicely driving through the offside. Gets a single to the deep point boundary. Chris Green, who I reckon might have to start warming up soon. With the left-hander of Colin Ingram in, surely the shot would be a right-arm off-spinner, trying to get it turning away from him, trying to create a false shot.
Here we go, he's played 377 T20 matches and has scored 9,000 runs. First-class record, averaging 43, just under 10,000 first-class runs.
Balderson to north-east, who sits back, cuts it away to the deep point boundary, gets a single, keeps a strike. These cricketers these days must have, you know, them sports bars that they always have, and they get a signed shirt or they frame a shirt of every club they represented. Must have some big sports bars in their houses these days. What's that? Is that around late teens?
Yeah. He's not quite the Ravi Bopara list of teams, but then again, who is? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah. 10, yeah, it's probably kind of pushing 20 teams there, isn't he? Delhi Capitals, the Karachi Kings, the Oval Invincibles, the St. Lucia Zooks, the Trinidad Knight Riders, Abu Dhabi Knight Riders, Eastern Province, Hobart Hurricanes, MI Cape Town. The list goes on and on. Don't get to play 377 T20 games without having a good list of teams you've played for. Colin Ingram certainly has that. see a bowling change. Chris Green is going to replace Luke Wells. Change up here as well. Callum's going to take a break, and Nick Webb is back. And Glamorgan skipper Nick, terrific century.
Yes, has sailed along. A couple of chances along the way, but has been reasonably proactive. Got the score rate ticking over last night. Left Kieran Carlson to do the bulk of the attacking work, if you like, but North East certainly not shabby in his wake. Century off 183 balls and still going. As Green is in to bowl it to him, and he steps back and cuts it into the offside, and will take a single down to point. And Colin Ingram has come in and taken over Kieran Carlson's mantle, really, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. Well, I was just saying to Callum, this is like a perfect setup, isn't it, for Colin Ingram? With lead pushing 400. In fact, the lead is 400 now, and team's got 270 on the board. This is ideal scenario for what you would think for Colin Ingram. He's already got his ramp out to find the boundary for 4.
He's facing up now to the off spin of Chris Green, who will be in the same squad as Callaway and Crane next week, so probably be fighting for 2 spin bowling places between the 3 of them. The Welsh Fire. As Ingram pushes that back past the bowler, who makes a slightly tardy attempt to put a boot to it, Chris Green, and it rolls up to long on for a single. Got a little bit in the line of the non-striker, but you might have expected off his own bowling a little more vigorous attempt, maybe. Lancashire morale not at its highest at the moment. 3 deep on the leg side for North East now. A couple of them being beckoned in 10 metres off the ropes. As Green bowls, North East glances down to short fine leg, Jennings Fields. There's no run, and now one of the mid-wickets is coming in from the boundary. A little consultation. Oh, and then retreating to the boundary again. This is just to pass a message on. Watch out for the ball coming your way, maybe. 278 for 3, Glamorgan lead 402. A difficult period for any side when really you're just waiting for your turn to bat, as North East clips one straight to mid-wicket and there's no run. Knowing that you're going to have a long haul ahead of you, and just wondering how best to go about not losing the game. North East defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. Here comes the next delivery. And North East drives it on the leg side. It's eluded Bohannon at mid-wicket. Go through for a single. So 3 singles off the over. 279 for 3. The lead 403.
We're just chatting about Sam North East, and I know he's been with Glamorgan for 2-3 seasons now. Mentioned he started at Kent and then Hampshire, a couple of loan moves in there as well. So kind of bounced around a few counties for a little while, but clearly has found a home in Cardiff.
Yeah, he just had the one season where he's sort of between Hampshire and played a couple of games for Notts and a couple of games for Yorkshire. I'm not quite sure what was behind all that, but certainly he's been a productive member of the Glamorgan staff over the last few years, with his record-breaking knock-up at Leicester, of course, the best remembered moment of 410. But his contract is coming to a close at the end of this season, and Glamorgan want to keep him, but others are interested as well, we understand.
He's on strike for Balderson, who's in and bowling. That's edged beyond Jennings at slip and down towards the 3rd man boundary. 4 more runs. Thickish edge, which was heading down into the ground. Jennings low down to his left to try and stop it. But the dive in couldn't quite get anything on it, and 4 more.
Yes, it seemed to be a deliberate run down that from northeast, but it was just short of Jennings at slip.
Yeah, he went way to his left and tried to just to get some fingertips on it. 283 for 3, so lead of 407. Comes Balderson. It's worked in towards the onside. There is no addition to the score.
Yeah, there was a members' meeting a couple of weeks back at which the Director of Cricket, Mark Wallace, did acknowledge that there were others interested in taking on Sam North East's services. Glamorgan were hoping to keep him still.
Well, potentially a century which could be match winning, match defining. It's driven back down towards Balderson. There is no run.
And he does have family issues which may come into the equation with second child born within the last couple of weeks. Not sure exactly when, but he was on paternity leave for the last game, so he may have family reasons to be possibly closer to his native Kent. May be a factor.
Balderson sets off again and out towards the leg side, up and over mid-on, down towards the boundary, and all the way for 6 out towards the wide long on boundary. To 115 not out, 289 for 3.
That was a little breakout from Sam North East. He hasn't hit much in the air before now. Opening his shoulders and whacking that one away. So the ball is eventually found by Chris Green up in the stands. Too many spectators in that part of the ground to assist in the search. It's re-emerged. It's shown to umpire Melns. And Balderson is on his way in again. Bowls a short ball. Ooh, well taken, Phil Salt, and it's signalled as a wide, and Salt was standing up. And I do hope that Balderson signalled that one to Phil Salt behind the stumps, because if you're a keeper standing up to a seam bowler, you don't really want a bouncer heading your way without notice. And it was an athletic, salmon-like leap from the Welshman behind the sticks. 290 for 3. Balderson bowls, and North East pushing that one up to Anderson at mid-off, and there is no run. North East 115. It's his 3rd century of the season. He's also made 3 50s in addition to that. His centuries coming at home to Middlesex and away to Leicestershire. Within the last few matches, so it's actually 3 centuries in the last 4 matches that he's played in the Championship. And a little bit of time between, with not being involved in the T20 blast, a single to finish that over. So he remains on the strike. Morgan 291 for 3. The lead is 415, and just a question of how hard Glamorgan go at it. An hour and a half still till tea. They've got plenty of time to tuck in and advance their score reasonably quickly against what looks at the moment like a slightly demoralised home attack here at Old Trafford.
It does, yeah. Tough afternoon awaits for Lancashire. Glamorgan holding all the cards, and you suspect it might get even tougher. Glamorgan just push on even quicker. North East still rather carefully and calmly just tapping this ball back to Chris Green to start the 67th over. Glamorgan's second innings, 291 for 3. So North East on 116. Chris Green's off spin from the Anderson end, in from balls and worked out through the leg side for a single.
And just as observers like me think we're in for a slow scoring in terms of run rates, low scoring in terms of totals, and apologies if some of our channels are picking up a little bit of interference. The team here are working to try and overcome it.
Indeed, yes, and with that in mind, if you are following the coverage via Lancs TV for a few moments, you're just going to lose commentary when we get to the bottom of that little buzzing sound. It's worked into the onside by Colin Ingram.
Eventually take a single. North East was rather ball watching for a while there.
And it was Green actually off his own bowling that went scampering after it. 293 for 3. Came just after the lunch break. Luke Wells trapping Kieran Carson, LBW, for 108. But the scores pushed along at a very nice pace for Glamorgan as Ingram pushes this through mid-on for another single. He moves to 26. End of the over. Glamorgan at 295 for 3. That is a lead over Lancashire of 419 runs. And we've still got 62 overs left today and a full day tomorrow. Glamorgan holding all the cards here. It's a cloudy and breezy Old Trafford. We're welcoming back our ex-Lancs TV. Warm welcome back. We've got some commentary back on Lancs TV as well. We've just been trying to solve a little buzz on the line.
Marvellous. If these things do occur, you can always, of course, try and sync up the pictures with the BBC commentary from any of the many other sources through the BBC app, website. 5 Sports Extra 3 and
2.
Oh, we're 3, not 3 at the moment.
No,
we're
2.
On 2.
Okay,
we're on 2. I'm easily confused.
It's me too.
3's gone somewhere else.
Golf, I think.
Okay. Porthcawl.
I beg your pardon?
Porthcawl. That's where the women's golf is this week. It's billed as one of the biggest women's sporting events to take place in Wales.
Excellent.
Wonder how windy it is down on the coast.
Did it get breezy down there?
Well, it's quite adjacent to the seaside, yes.
Won't be in the shorts and t-shirts there then?
I wouldn't have thought so.
Bowling change from the Brian Statham end. Luke Wells is coming back into the attack from this end. So he's bowled 6 overs in the match, or in the innings, 1 for 25. Chris Green's bowled 15 overs for 77. Partnership of 419.
Here's Wells then, from the Statham end, and on the back foot goes Ingram, knocking it to mid-wicket green fields. Peter Simmons' messages on social media to ask me to stop shaving my legs in the comms box. I can assure you, Peter, my...
Pardon?
Accounting for that buzzing earlier on, you see. Wells bowls and Ingram drives back past the bowler for a single up to long off. I can assure you, Peter, though the evidence will not be seen on screen, that my legs are in the same moderately hirsute state that they were first thing this morning. 296 for 3.
Blimey.
Although it has been a week of long trousers, so you wouldn't know either way. After several weeks of shorts on duty for the BBC, I believe it's permitted in the 21st century, whatever it said in the Rothesay rules. Lancashire taking their time with fielding changes. Wells was having a chat with Green. The over 8's +7, so Lancashire can afford to mess around a little and make the Glamorgan batters wait. And fine leg is brought up to a single saving position, or the top edge sweep. Northeast plays that one on the onside. Bohannon scampers round from mid-wicket to do the fielding. Wells is bowling now with 4 fielders on the boundary. At mid-wicket, long on, long off, and cover point to Northeast, who's 118. He steps back and cuts, but it's stopped at short third man, which would have been up in the circle had we been playing limited overs cricket here. 296 for 3. There's Wells, sleeveless shirt, bowls, and a big hit, a big bosh by Northeast over mid-wicket for half a dozen, repeating the shot that he played off Balderson a couple of overs back. A nice uncomplicated front leg out of the way, big swing from the Glamorgan captain, and a second 6 to go with the 3 notched up by Kieran Carlson, who switched into 6 hitting mode slightly earlier, as you might expect, and that's a 300 up for Glamorgan, 302 for 3. The lead is 426. No further fielders pushed back as a result of that. Northeast steps back and cuts and gets runs down to third man. It's being chased down towards the ropes, and the ball wins the race against Maddie Hurst, backpedaling from that short position and chasing it to the boundary. But 6 is followed by 4. Northeast is starting to motor seriously as well, cutting that one away fine of third man for 4 to add to his previous 6. And Glamorgan 306 for 3.
Test match due to restart at 3 o'clock, with India 72 for 2 in their first innings. It's been raining around for the last couple of hours, but a restart scheduled at 3 p.m. for the test match.
If only they'd been playing in bone dry Manchester, eh? Well, we had a bit of drizzle yesterday, but it's not been bad this week.
It's been okay, hasn't it? Yep. Unlike the Cheltenham Festival, on day 3, no play possible. Off for the day.
Did, yeah.
Gloucestershire 54 for 1, applying to a Middlesex score of 4-4-5.
That's a shame, because there have been, I think, question marks over the financial viability of the festival, and of course all the uncertainty over the schedule for next season is not helping clubs plan.
Yes, it's the second week of the Cheltenham Festival, but shortened third day. In fact, no play at all on the third day. Ingram gets forward to Chris Green, who continues, pushed away, and there's no run.
And we had a great match for Glamorgan up there last year, where Glamorgan fell 1 short of that record first-class chase in the 4th innings.
Green to Ingram. Let's run down to third man. That'll run away for 4, I'm sure. Hurst is going to gallop after it to try and catch up with it, but played nicely by Ingram. Steer down through third man. He gets 4 more and moves to 31. 310 for 3, and the lead now 434.
And on that occasion, having written a couple of versions of the top few paragraphs of the match report, ready to go close to the end, written a Gloucestershire held on, stroke Glamorgan stormed to record victory, and it ends in a tie. I have to delete both of them.
Green to Ingram. On the paddle, loops it over the leg slip fielder and down towards the boundary again. Wells will catch up. Ingram comes back for 2. 33 to him. 3-12 for 3.
This is quirky little innings from Colin Ingram, isn't it?
It's been just a job, hasn't it, really? 33 from 26 and keeping things ticking over at a good pace. If anything, he's pushed the scoring rate up a little bit, hasn't he, with the way he's come out and battered.
Probably his last innings for a few weeks when he gets his coaching tracksuit on for the One Day Cup.
Oh, that's his role, is it? Okay. Right. Nice. It's Green to Ingram. Driven in through the offside, through mid-off for a single.
Yeah, he'll be one of the assistants. Richard Dawson, the Glamorgan lead coach, is going to be an assistant at Welshfire.
Okay.
So David Harrison is stepping up to head the One Day Cup campaign for Glamorgan alongside Ian Harvey and Colin Ingram. Ingram described it as work experience in an interview with me last week.
3-13 for 3. Green into Northeast. That's another single play through mid-on. So it's not just younger players getting a chance in the One Day Cup. It's
younger coaches.
He's developing coaches as well.
Yes, he moves from being a senior player to a younger coach. At least he knows where the water cooler is.
Green to Ingram. Just drops it in towards the onside. And Green will catch up with it off his own bowling, and that is the end of the over as well. 314 for 3, leading by 438 runs. Sam Northeast has 129. Colin Ingram is 34 not out. I mentioned the game at Canterbury. They're raining there. It's still raining there. No play so far on this third day. Kent 217 for 3. Leicestershire 471 all out. And plenty of runs for both Northamptonshire and Derbyshire this week. That looks like it's heading towards a draw, potentially.
Good.
Indeed.
Good for both these sides if Derbyshire draw.
Northants 419 for 3, leading Derbyshire by 42 runs with 4 wickets remaining.
There's no hurry for Luke Wells and Jimmy Anderson, which, as I say, since they've got plenty of overs in hand, they can afford to mess around. If Glamorgan have got a time idea of when they're going to declare, whether it be the interval before or afterwards, Lancashire are not going to get through their overs as quickly as they have been doing, as this is a long conversation between Wells, Bohannon and Anderson, and it results in fine leg being brought up from the boundary to a single saving position or a top edge snaffling position. Lancashire going about their business in rather leisurely fashion to try and slow down the Glamorgan charge. There's no slip. There are 5 saving the single, as that's muscled into the leg side by Northeast, but not quite timed. Trying to work out what the man coming in from third man is actually doing, whether he's arriving at a gully position by the time the ball is bowled. Wells, the only wicket taker of the day. And down the wicket comes Northeast and then has to defend when he gets there.
Just a word from our 5 Live BBC director to say that Sports Extra 2 have left us now. Gone to Durham for the Surrey run chase.
Yeah, that looks as though it could be a Surrey victory inside 3 days, despite a bit of Durham resistance. Wells in. Bowls, northeast swings that one away on the leg side, and, well, they'll settle for a single. Out towards deep backward square.
Yes, Surrey set 176 to beat Durham. Division 1 fixture. Again, lots of runs elsewhere. Lots of games that look like they're going to finish in a draw. Nottinghamshire 3-3-4 for 3, replying to Somerset's 438.
Oh, Ingram is stumped. Coming down the wicket, foxed by Wells. And Wells has his second wicket and Lancashire's second of the day. Ingram has gone for 34, including 5 fours. And it's 315 for 4. And Salt has his second stumping of the match.
Well, it's an enterprising little knock, wasn't it, by Colin Ingram? 34 off 29.
Was that googly?
I need to look back on the replay. I didn't see.
Might have been. Beating Ingram on the outside as he advanced.
In that case, yeah.
Stumped Salt, bowled Wells, 34. 4 for 315. And those two added. 76 in around about 11 overs.
Yeah, it was a nice piece of bowling, that, wasn't it, by Luke Wells? Just enough spin to take it the other way past Ingram, who came dancing down the pitch. Salt doing the rest, but yeah, good little knock that from Colin Ingram. 34 from 29. There's loads of batting still to come here. They've got a good lead here of Glamorgan, 439.
Callaway in on a pair, really. Played down the wrong line to Tom Bailey in the first innings and went pretty quickly. That was his second duck of the season. But an impressive tally of 753 runs and 22 first-class wickets that he now has. If only the UCB had been looking carefully at 21-year-old off-spinners playing for Glamorgan in the first few matches of the season, when Callaway and some other chap, Shoaib Bashir, that's it, he was in the team. And, well, neither took huge amounts of wickets, but I think in those 3 matches, Bashir got 2 wickets and Callaway 4, and Callaway also had some runs. You would hope that he is on the England radar, and indeed he was apparently in Loughborough for a day's training with Mr. Flintoff. And I think Muralitharan might have been involved as well.
Nice.
For a day's training of young hopeful, so hopefully Callaway will be on the England Lions shortlist somewhere in months to come. Here's Wells. Balls to Callaway, who's dropped, I think, first ball. Did Slip get a hand to that? I
think so.
And gets a couple of runs to get off the mark, and it might have been a pair. Well, well, well. Luke Wells is proving Lancashire's secret weapon, albeit deployed a little bit too late.
Yeah, I think he did. Keaton Jennings at Slip. A couple for Callaway gets him going. But a little bit of good fortune going his way, but he's up and running.
And facing up to Luke Wells. A couple of runs. That one's kept a little bit low, and Callaway did well to play it defensively on the offside. So wicket taking over, gets the applause from the home crowd as Luke Wells claims his second and Lancashire's second of the day. Glamorgan 317 for 4. The lead is 441 as Callum Flynn is back alongside me here on BBC Sports.
Wells the man for Lancashire then?
Not many would have expected that at the start of the day, I don't think, with Green and Hartley in the attack as well.
Strange, isn't it, how things vary from day to day. Green looked really dangerous all the time on the first day, and now he's going at best part of 6 and over.
Yeah, he struggled so far today. Carlson really hitting him out the attack this morning. Then comes Green. Bowls, and North East just tries to punch up back past the bowler. Bohannon at mid-wicket cuts it off. No run. North East 130 off 212 deliveries. Fantastic knock so far from the skipper. As he's in, Green, and North East just turns the hand on that one. Gets a single down to mid-on. He just couldn't quite find his radar this morning, Green. But credit to Carlson and North East. They didn't really allow him. Didn't let him settle, hitting both sides of the wicket. Some fabulous slog sweeps as well. Clearing the ropes as Green's in. And that's reverse swept. Just a single down to George Balderson at deep backward point.
Well, clearly intent from Kellaway straight away.
I think I've seen him practicing that as well this morning in the warm-ups. Just had one of the coaches just feeding him. He was just practicing the reverse sweep out to a fielder on the rope. As Green's in, and again, same shot, same fielder, same result, gets a single, the North East.
Yes, well, coming to 100 time when Kellaway and his cohorts at Welsh Fire be playing reverse sweeps every other ball.
Green bowls, and that one's more traditionally pushed down the ground for a single. The field spread here. Deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Long on. Jimmy Anderson just 3/4 of length back at mid off. And you got a deep backward point as well. 6-3 field. As that one might be chipped. How's it going? No, it's out. Just caught just inside the rope by the subfielder Jack Blatherwick. It brings an end to a fantastic innings from the skipper Sam North East. He's done his job for his side. Him along with Carlson putting a fantastic partnership for the 3rd wicket, and that's a fantastic innings from Sam North East, and he'll get a brilliant round of applause from the Lancashire fans, but also from his teammates on the balcony. He's put his side in a fantastic position, leading by 445, with Lancashire taking that 5th wicket.
Yes, and North East playing selflessly there, looking to step up the momentum for his team as they move towards a potential declaration in the next hour or so. Presumably could have taken it on playing fewer risks, but that's his 3rd century in the space of 4 matches now for Sam North East. 122 against Middlesex at home, 139 against Leicestershire away. Had to make do with 48 at home to Gloucestershire, but in this match 10 and 132. So he's really pushed his own form and his team's chances on as Chris Cook comes in, and I wonder whether over the next hour we're going to see maybe a series of big swings and maybe wickets tumbling as Glamorgan push towards a declaration, giving themselves plenty of time.
Yeah, the runs are in the bank, I think, for Glamorgan. 445 is the lead so far. I think that's plenty. Anything over 300 when chasing is such a mammoth task. I think it's more a case of how much do you want to wear Lancashire down mentally. Did he try and bat even till after tea and just you can just annoy them, can't you? Send them out after tea for 2 overs and then send them back in to pad up. It's little things like that in the longer format which it's such a test mentally as well as physically. There was quite a few whites on from the Glamorgan players though on that balcony. There was quite a few players in whites ready to go.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe Ned Leonard might be pushed up the batting order a little bit as a man who enjoys opening his shoulders with the bat. Anyway, it's a new over, and it's Wells to bowl it again. 2 for 39. Green now has 1 for 89. Some belated reward after his first innings heroics for Chris Green. As Wells bowls down leg side, and Callaway can't get anything on it. Salt removes the bails. Salt been quite impressed with his keeping over the course of this match for a man who doesn't play a huge amount of red ball cricket. As Wells in, and this one is knocked away off his legs by Callaway, down towards square leg. I was just thinking it's getting a little bit murky out there, and on come the lights on cue. As maybe a little bit later than yesterday when they were on for most of the day. But some fairly thick dark cloud is overhead at the moment. 322 for 5 Glamorgan. Wells bowls, knocked by Cook down to fine leg. Single taken. Imagine Glamorgan would be quite happy to milk the Lancashire bowling if they can for 4 or 5 singles and over. May see the odd big blow, but then such a comfortable position. 447 ahead. Wells bowls, square drive from Callaway, single out the cover sweeper. Batter's just jogging through.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the lights bring any change in intent. The Glamorgan worry about the light, if they might lose any play today. I don't think we will. It still looks bright enough naturally.
Wells in, bowls, and Cook pushes forward. That's flicked something, whether it was the inside edge or the pad, I'm not sure. It's run down to fine leg. It's just hauled in inside the ropes by Bailey. Any signal from umpire Milnes? No. So a couple to Chris Cook, who this season has 4 half centuries to his credit, averaging around the 40 mark. Batting at 7 this season to allow Callaway to slot in at 6. As Cook is forward to defend that one, and Luke Wells was getting jolly excited about it. Spit a bit maybe?
Yeah, it's the wrong one from Luke Wells. It's probably the more natural delivery for Luke Wells. His leg spinner doesn't turn as much as a sort of leg spinner naturally would. The wrong one, the Google, is more natural to the way that Luke Wells releases the ball. That's the one where he gets more purchase off the wicket from. And we've seen that get 1 or 2 wickets for him today as well.
Yeah, certainly Ingram was done by the googly, coming down the wicket and getting stumped. 3 wickets in this afternoon session then, of around about an hour and 10 minutes so far, but still very much Glamorgan's initiative. There's not much that Lancashire could do to drag the game back in this afternoon session, other than dragging it out a little bit, which they are doing. And Anderson is going to have a little crack himself. Where are we in terms of 72 overs? Now that's unusual to see Anderson bowling at this mark in an innings. Normally you'd expect him to be waiting for the 80 over mark.
Is this something to do with the lights? The umpires are now meeting. Will they now have a conversation about a seamer bowling?
Oh,
they're going to test the light
captain,
meter.
Mr.
Is
Flynn.
this a tactical change from Sir James Anderson? They're getting a reading.
Well, they went off last night because of bad light. So they should
So
have a
they
baseline.
have got a reading, yeah.
We lost 4 overs at the end of play. And the decision is... roll of drums.
Looks good.
Looks good for Glamorgan. Yep.
James Anderson might throw the ball to someone else now.
Yeah, wasn't really going to bowl.
Regarding the new ball, Lancashire might not even take it, because it might bring runs a lot quicker for Glamorgan with that firmer ball.
Yeah, with the Kookaburra, I mean, it's difficult to get away now. Well, Anderson is sending his fielders to all parts, it seems.
Well, he really is getting ready for the 100 next week. He's coming round the wicket as well.
Oh, here's the cunning leg side trap.
As in, James Anderson comes, short ball, and it nearly brings of a wicket. You get like a catching square leg in, dives to his right. He plays it well enough. He gets a single out to the boundary sweeper.
Yes, this could hardly be more telegraphed. It's coming with flashing lights, this one. In fact, one of the 3 deep on the leg side has now been withdrawn. No, there's man at square leg, one about 3/4 back and one back. No, there's another one down beneath us. There are 3 deep.
Anderson in, back of a length again. Probably a better length. Harder for Cook to control where that ball goes, overhead, pulling, gets a single.
Yeah, so far both batters have played the shot with half force, haven't they? Haven't really tried to go the full distance with it.
The good thing is for Glamorgan and Glamorgan fans is they can take this on with ease if they want.
It doesn't really
lose
matter
a wicket
whether
or
they
two.
get out.
Yeah, doesn't matter. 452 already leading. Anderson in, back of a length again. Not quite short enough. Callaway can control that, ride it, turn his wrist on top of the ball, gets a single. When does the Yorker come? That's the one that the Glamorgan batters will just have to keep in the back of their mind.
Yeah, sent down 3 short balls on the body. 4th, 5th or 6th ball for the off-stump Yorker.
It's just bringing all the leg side boundary riders in 10 to 15 yards now. 2 of the shots were a little bit aerial, never in any serious sort of catching doubt. We brought another fielder over as well.
6-3 leg side field. There's no one in front of the wicket on the
one
offside.
Of them is a slip. In comes Anderson. That's a lovely tennis shot from Cook. Slapped through mid-off. He tries to make a little bit of room for himself to force it through the offside, and that's what he does. It's a bit like a tennis serve.
Very amusing.
And he picks up a couple.
Anderson may be a wily old fox, but Cook's been in the county game 15 years as well. And he can spot a blooming great gap in the field when he sees one.
Maybe this is where the Yorker comes. Now Cook's moving around in his crease. I think that's what James Anderson was looking for. But it goes down the leg side. Phil Salt takes a nice take. Now I'm surprised Chris Green's got given a wide before. And that one didn't.
Yes, perhaps they just think that it's more likely to slip from a seam and be accidental. But yeah, it was equally as negative as the one from Green that was wided, which I thought was a little harsh.
Yeah,
myself.
I think he's just missed his length, didn't he? He fired the quicker one in. James Anderson to finish is over. Back of a length, and Cook just stands tall. Just pats it back towards the Lancashire captain. Top ball to end the over. 331 for 5 Glamorgan, leading by 455.
Yes, and an awful lot of time, effort, thought went into that over from Anderson, and it still conceded 5 runs.
Yeah, I don't know how many more overs of that we will see. At Jimmy's age, I don't think he'll want to be running in to bang it in. Declaration bowling, really. Just allowing Glamorgan to get whatever runs they want.
Little consultation with umpire Milnes about something or other. Saying just how bad is the light, is anyone we can put on to bowl that would induce you to take the players off. Well, Glamorgan certainly won't want to. With a lead of 455 and still 5 wickets in hand if they need them. And Lancashire continuing to muck around, which is legal. As Wells will start a new over, wind blowing his shirt out. It's quite a stiff breeze out there at the moment as Wells in. Bowls, and Callaway goes for a huge hoik on the leg side, missed completely. Ball bobbled up. Jennings didn't get to it, even if he had got a little nick on it somewhere. And Phil Salt maybe gesturing, where on earth do you want me to stand?
Yeah, I'm not too sure there was any bat or glove on that.
Wells bowls, flighted and slammed back over his head by Callaway, who likes an aerial straight drive, and took it on there. Straight of Anderson at mid-off and over his head as well. And that's the sort of shot that he'll want to be playing in the franchise stuff at Sapphire Gardens with its short boundaries.
Yeah, ask him what he wants. Whiffed and that half volley length.
Callaway goes for the slog sweep this time and smashes it away through the leg side. That sounded as if it had hit the advertising hoardings on the full. No. Umpire says that's a 4. Yeah, just one bounce, skipped over the ropes. Made a pleasing thud from Callaway's point of view as he moves on to 16.
That's an even better shot, that one. Just pure bat speed and wrist breaking through. Slog sweeping it for 4.
5 on the boundary now, as Callaway tries the reverse and flicks it down to short third man, no run. Well, we're getting into sort of peculiar cricket slightly earlier than I expected, really, in this second session of the day. I thought this might be the order of the day, maybe the half hour before tea, but we seem to have switched to bowlers purely on the defensive and batters trying out every shot in the book fairly soon. Run rate 4.6 for Glamorgan at the moment as Callaway drives nicely, conventionally on the leg side, up to long on for a single. 340 for 5. Callaway has 17. Cook has 6. If you're just joining us, the wickets to fall this afternoon. Carlson just after lunch for 108. Ingram for 34 and North East for 132. So next delivery is defended by Chris Cook. Watchfully, end of the over. 340 for 5, lead 464. Maybe in psychological terms, Glamorgan would be thinking about a 500 lead. Might sound rather greedy to Welsh supporters. Edward Skingsley, by the way, emailed. Thank you very much indeed for your kind words, particularly about Scott. You mentioned when Gary Sobers smashed 36 in an over, bowler Malcolm Nash had been experimenting with spin. However, Lancashire's Frank Hayes got 34 in an over off Nash in 1977, as close as he could to equaling the record. And it looks from the cuttings that you enclosed, Edward, that Nash was bowling his main seam stuff at the time, but very fine bowler. And I think he came to terms with being known for being the first player to be hit for 6 sixes, but in the end could have a smile on his face when he discussed it. Got a book out of it and a few evening speeches, I'm sure. But no, that one sounds as if it was off seam rather than spin when Frank Hayes does it. I'm not sure if any of our older Lancashire listeners could confirm.
The 1-over spell from Sir
Yes.
James Anderson. Back to the spin of Chris Green. In he comes, and straight away it's a reverse sweep from Kellaway. It goes nowhere near where you expect. It goes over extra cover. He picks up a couple. He's going to tie with the field here now from Lancashire's perspective, and the captain's it. He's going to just try and keep hitting gaps, just try and frustrate this Lancashire outfit a little bit more. Chris Green will look to go to his one-day skills of firing it in a bit more. That's what he does. There's a big appeal, and he gets the wicket. Kellaway going for the slog sweep, hitting with the spin, a little bit flatter, a little bit quicker, and it's certainly straight from Chris Green. It brings him the wicket. Kellaway, nice little cameo, 19 off 16, brings the score 342 for 6.
Yeah, it is a flurry of wickets now claimed by Lancashire. They're slowing down the process. They're getting new batters in to bowl at, even though Ingram and Kellaway have gone at it from the start. And just a little something to cheer Lancashire up, that they're able to have some say in the game. Graham Brill from Merthyr has emailed glamorgancricket at bbc.co.uk. Says Glamorgan hold all the aces at the moment, only weather can intervene. Well, Lancashire could bat out 4 sessions. It's not implausible. He says they'd never play a game on Saturday in the leagues if going out for bad light. This is where the game does itself no favours. Carlson and Kellaway must be on England tours this winter. Well, Kellaway's certainly in it, in the mix from what we hear here, with training at Loughborough. Blake Bent says, good to hear an England legend in the commentary box as well as on the field. I think that's you, Callum. Save your blushes. Blake says, might be an unpopular opinion, but the occasional Kookaburra round brings great creativity and unorthodox fielding tactics, as well as broadcasting entertainment. Re-Cook's Dennis shot. Thank you, Blake.
Blake does a bit of work for the disability game, commentates on the Disability Premier League, and commentated on our series in the summer against India.
As there's a Lancashire 12th is on the field, who is in no hurry to get off.
He's forgot a water bottle.
Trevor Freeman's emailed, thoroughly enjoying our commentary. Thank you, Trevor. What a couple of days for Glamorgan. Onwards to 500. Well, a 500 lead or thereabouts is possible, although Glamorgan are losing wickets and they might just fall short. So Mason Crane is the new batter.
Yep, Crane in, slip, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Still got the 2 catchers out on the boundary on the leg side, and a deep point on the offside. Imagine Green will just go quick and straight as he pulls out of his delivery, as Crane just lunges forward a little bit. No real excessive movement.
Is that Crane going too early, or Cook going too early, or Green losing his stride?
Green in, Glamorgan 342 for 6. Green attacking the stumps. Crane punches that back towards the bowler for no run. Green, back of a length, and Crane tucks that away into the leg side. Gets off the mark with a single.
Yeah, Crane and Harris, reasonably orthodox lower orders. Leonard might have been a better shout at this point, just to try and wallop a few boundaries, but he'll probably get a chance somewhere before 4 o'clock.
Maybe that's the indication of Glamorgan not really thinking too much about a declaration just yet. Maybe take it to tea. Get a couple of hours at Lancashire tonight as Green bowls, and Cook on the reverse sweep gets a single out to George Balderson at deep backward point.
Yeah, I feel slightly sorry for Chris Cook because he's well capable of being a 5 or 6 batter, but pushed down to 7 this season, so he's had to think about what the people at the other end are doing as well, and trying to steer the tail quite a lot.
Yeah, a new role. Like you say, batting with the lower order, completely different perspective as Green in. A lot slower, and he bowls Crane, who tries to play reverse sweep, and he ends up in a bit of a mess, and so does the stumps. That's the third for Chris Green. Turns back nicely though, a lot slower from Chris Green. Maybe sees Mason Crane go to the reverse sweep a little bit early, but Green gets Lancashire's 7th. That's Glamorgan 344 for 7, and that's a lead of 468.
Yeah, 5 wickets in the session now for Lancashire, which only started at 10 to 2, so they've taken 5 wickets in an hour and a half. But we've seen a fair few runs in that since then as well. Carlson fell at was it 239? No, got 344 on the board as James Harris comes in, and Glamorgan sticking to their predetermined batting order, and maybe Crane might have given himself a couple more balls to have a look at it before playing shots like that, or might have looked to push singles and allow Cook the freedom to go, because that was slightly undignified for Mason Crane, but he's done his bit in the match with the ball. He's taken 6 for 19, career best, 6 for 13 in the spell. And so these wickets tumbling a welcome for Lancashire as they slow things down again. Drinks all round. And Wells and Green seems to be helping to set the field rather than Lord Jimmy. 344 for 7. Wells to bowl to Chris Cook on 7 not out off 9 deliveries. Now it's 4 back on the leg side. Time to knock the ball gently towards them and run 2s maybe.
Yeah, Lancashire will be thinking just give him a single, won't they? Bowl at the other end. Try and clean up the rest of their wickets that way.
There's a short fine leg and a short third man who would be in the circle if there were a circle. Now cover is coming up to field on the square. Everyone else back. Wells bowls reverse from Cook. He's made a bit of a hash of it, and it's rolled to short third man. And you understand why this cricket is taking place, but it's not hugely edifying or entertaining.
No, it's that part of the game, isn't it, where it gets a bit tedious in terms of the field placements. And
this is happening for a bit, and we've got to get through it before something else happens, which is the real contest. i.e. Glamorgan trying to bowl Lancashire out in about 4 sessions, or Lancashire trying to pull off on the county run chases of all time, as Wells bowls and cut away by Cook, backward of square. Be just a single down towards deep backward point, and we will see. Well, they think about an overthrow because the Salt missed the throw. It's all a little bit desultory at the moment.
Yeah, you'd think they're still keeping a pretty spread field, aren't they? They brought Josh Bohannon in off the leg side boundary. Jimmy Anderson is going to come up same with Harris from long off and long on. They're still not exactly saving the one though.
No, they're there more for the hit over the top, aren't they? Tempting Harris to go over the top. There's any sense he'll just knock a few singles and hook at it. Harris steps back and does get off the mark with a nice square cut shot down towards backward point for a single. 346 for 7, lead 470. As this game has switched tone again in the afternoon, with Carlson batting through the morning session, both men making centuries, and then a little clatter of wickets as Glamorgan have looked to push on. As Wells bowls, hammered down towards long off, be stopped on the boundary underneath us. Cook goes through for the single. 347 for 7. Lead to 471.
Shubman Gill has been run out, the India captain. The test match back on.
What's the score there?
That is 83 for 3 are India. Gill run out by Atkinson.
As is hoiked away on the leg side by Harris, but hasn't carried to the mid-wicket fielder, and they go through for another single. Glamorgan's Shubman Gill, as we call him in our part of the world. 3 matches in 2022. Made 244 runs at an average of 61. I think a century and a 90, if I remember rightly, in his 4 innings that he played. As Cook tries some sort of reverse hoik, goes through to Salt. There's no run, and well, the Lancashire 12th is doing
getting his steps in.
Busy business at the moment, and that would appear to be it.
Yep.
That looks like the Glamorgan declaration, rather earlier than we expected. So they've given themselves 25 minutes or so to bowl at Lancashire before tea. Pulled in, so it's a quicker turnaround. And they've given them over 4 sessions to dismiss. Target will be 473 for Lancashire to win this match. Glamorgan 348 for 7. Cook finished not out 9. Harris out 2 and out today. Carlson 108. Ingram for 34. Northeast for 132. Kellaway for 19 and Crane for 1. And Glamorgan have given themselves rather more time than expected to bowl Lancashire out. What do you make of the declaration, Callum?
Yeah, it's clever really, isn't it? Because Lancashire are going to have to start twice again before tomorrow. They're going to have to have a little stint before tea and then come out after tea as well and restart. So could work in Glamorgan's favour in that way, trying to survive before tea, make sure they're not 1 or 2 down, and then, like you say, get straight back into it after tea. So maybe that's the logic of North East and the leadership group of Glamorgan. Maybe that's why they've took the declaration now. But yeah, I think it's been an excellent day so far for Glamorgan, Carlson and North East. 2 brilliant knocks and an outstanding partnership. And then there was some fun had as well by Ingram and Kellaway. A couple of little cameos.
The wicket takers for Lancashire, Jimmy Anderson 2 for 35 in 10 overs. Chris Green eventually 3 for 93 in 18, so 9 for the match, but he won't remember the second innings with any great fondness. Luke Wells, the 6th bowler used, 2 for 57 in his 11 overs, and no wickets for Tom Bailey, Tom Hartley, or for George Balderson. So Lancashire need 473 runs to win this match. We'll take a brief break and be back with you in around 5 minutes' time.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history. Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Bartons and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
So we'll have a rest. Right. Okay.
Two names rich in history, Bartons, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Bartons has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, a partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Two names rich in history, Barton's, our family-run business with over 100 years of experience in drinks distribution, and Lancashire Cricket, a club drenched in tradition, heritage and globally recognised moments. Since 1917, Barton's has been supplying the finest wines, soft drinks and premium beverages across the UK, partnering with world-class brands to bring unforgettable experiences to every occasion. Now, we're excited to announce we will be bringing that same passion to cricket fans at Emirates Old Trafford. As the official wine, spirits and soft drinks partner of Lancashire Cricket, we're elevating matchday experiences, hospitality and celebrations across the next 3 years. From the first ball to the final cheers, Barton's is here to make every moment one to savour. Keep an eye out for some familiar brands such as Guinness, Celavino, VK Hooch and Britvic. Barton's and Lancashire Cricket, partnership built on passion, unforgettable moments and history.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot. Welcome to the...
So here we go into the final session on the third day. We've had tea and Lancashire are about to begin their second innings. Their target for victory is 473, and Glamorgan have given themselves as much time as they possibly could to try and take 10 wickets. We have 51 overs remaining on this third day. That's kind of effectively half a day's cricket in the final session of the day, and then of course the full day tomorrow as well. So there's bags and bags of time for an outcome in this game. We had a slightly unusual situation where the players went out to start the second innings, and then we had a bit of drizzle, so we quickly went off for that tea break, and well, we're set for a, if the weather holds and the light is good enough, of course, we're set for a well, good couple of hours of cricket at the very least. And Phil Salt, Callum Flint to open the batting.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? I think it's a mixture of a little bit of everything. Lancashire need a positive result to probably stay in the chasing pack for promotion. He bats at the top of the order in the white ball game, so while the ball's hard, does it make sense to open with him? And is it just a positive shift for the changing rooms to see Phil Salt go out there and go, you know what, we're going to take this game on? Fernando's in, and instantly Phil Salt gets off the mark, clipping it down to fine leg for a single. Yeah, so maybe it's more just that positive outlook. Stephen Croft just showing his lads that he wants them still to be positive. Just try and give a bit of a boost to the changing room. Like we've just said, if he gets going, it could be fun to watch. With this Kookaburra ball, the wickets look pretty flat today.
Oh, it's right. I mean, we talk a lot about this. The time to bowl with the Kookaburra ball is in the first kind of 20, 30 overs, which is equal to the time to bat, isn't it? Because as soon as it gets old, and there's just nothing there for batters to score quickly with.
Fernando in, full attacking the stump straight away in. Jennings as well, off the mark, and off the mark with a 4. A little bit of shape, as Jennings indicates to his opening partner, his new one for this innings. But he played it nicely in the end. It's bread and butter for someone of Keaton Jennings' class. But they know what Fernando will do. They know he'll attack the stumps He'll look to swing it and swing it late. He won't hit the pitch hard, he'll just kiss it. It'll just skid on. But 3 LBWs were his 3 wickets in that first innings, so Lancashire will have to be watchful, cautious, as he comes full again. That rolls through to the keeper, Cook. He takes it nicely in the end.
Yeah, it was that full length that he bowled in the first innings. He really did push it full. He brought the pads and the stumps into play. There was a couple of deliveries misbehaving in that first innings. Couple that kept low and came as well. One that jagged back up, keeping low to ban, and certainly was one that sticks in the mind. But he bowled a good length, really attacking the stumps in that first innings, did Fernando.
And he comes 3 slips away. Oh, and he nearly finds a leading edge of Keaton Jennings. He just pushes ahead of himself a little bit, just on his hips. It nearly goes back to the Sri Lankan on his follow through.
Yeah, he's got a bit of experience, hasn't he? It's Fernando playing international cricket for Sri Lanka, Test matches and one-day internationals, T20s, played recently in their series against Bangladesh, just early this month, in fact.
Comes Jennings down the track straight away. It's just a normal thing for Jennings. Plays and misses, goes through to Cook. No run.
24 Test matches, 23 one-day internationals and 70 T20s for Fernando. Quite skiddy, isn't he? Quite a skiddy bowler.
Yeah, he just kisses the pitch, doesn't he? He's quite small in height. He doesn't really jump up as a bowler who takes off. He kind of runs through and bowls. Very much like a Mohammad Shami from India. He'll just kiss the pitch as he comes. And a nice line and length. Jennings well behind that middle in it, out to the offside for no run. 5 off the first over for Lancashire.
Yeah, positive start. Interesting to see Lancashire open with Phil Salt and with Luke Wells. Sorry, with Keaton Jennings and Wells just dropping down. Stephen Croft mentioned in post-match chat last night about he thought that they maybe were just a little bit tentative when it came to the batting, and he actually thought both sides didn't bat particularly well against the spinners. Lancashire against Crane and Glamorgan against Green. And there's Wells all padded up on the balcony.
Yeah, so he looks set to come in at 3, you would think. So everyone just slides down behind him at 4, who on a little bit of a tough time of it this year. We're going in at 4. He's a productive player against spin, so.
It'll be James Harris from the Brian Statham end. Phil Salt on strike, 3 slips in place. Here's Harrison and bowls, and that's edged and taken. Colin Ingram at first slip takes the catch, and Salt departs, and the experiment didn't last too long. In fact, just 2 deliveries. Salt nicking off to Ingram at first slip, and Harris strikes early on. Lancashire 5 for 1.
Yeah, that's the end of that experiment. Like you say, it hasn't worked for Lancashire. The positive look, the positive outset was certainly there, with the intent of having Phil Salt open the batting. It's a good start from Harris on a length just outside the line of off stump. Phil Salt just playing it, feathering it through to first slip, who takes a pretty regular catch as slip catches go. And it's a brilliant start for Glamorgan, but it's a real killer blow for Lancashire. That negativity in the changing rooms, well, that mindset just needs to change it. They're chasing a big score, but they still have to be positive in how they go about saving this game.
I suppose if there's one wicket to get early on for Glamorgan, it's that one, isn't it? Because it just takes away that sense of, well, this is something different. Salt opens the batting, and as soon as you, I guess, nick him off pretty early on, that didn't work.
And he's the one most likely to put him on the back foot. If you can put Glamorgan on the back foot early on, it'll be Salt who can spread the field a little bit and make them rethink the plans and the lengths that they're bowling. But like you say, it hasn't worked, sadly. As viewers on Lancs TV will just sea salt. Nicking off behind, good catch from Ingram. And it's a brilliant start from Harris.
It is, and for listeners who have just joined us on Sports Extra 2, the wicket that Callum Flynn was referring to was that of Phil Salt, who came out to open the batting alongside Keaton Jennings. But just a couple of deliveries faced. Nicking off to Colin Ingram at first, slip off the bowling of James Harris, and Lancashire 5 for 1, chasing this big total of 473 to win.
Yeah, Luke Wells will certainly play with a positive intent as well. I will certainly look to as Harris in, full of a length, trying to shape it back into the left-handed Luke Wells. That one goes through to Cook for no run. 5 for 1. Brilliant start for Harris and Glamorgan after what's been a pretty much perfect day so far for Glamorgan. 2 brilliant knocks. Carlson, north-east, the skipper, leading as he so often does with the bat. Now it's down to the bowlers. 9 wickets to take for Glamorgan as Harris is in, attacking the pad of Luke Wells, who gets the bat down, plays it back towards the bowler for no run. And a mammoth 468 runs for Lancashire. Might be able to hear Scott in the background there doing his update. It would be a record run chase. Harrison, 3 slips. And Wells just plays at that one, pulls the bat away late, goes through to Cook. It's amazing what the longer format of cricket brings when Glamorgan are hitting it around the park all day today. The wicket doesn't look like it's doing much. There's not much life in it, and all of a sudden you switch it around. Lancashire into bat. Glamorgan with the tails up, confidence high, hitting the pitch and just get it moving a little bit, just creating something out there. Harris beats the outside edge again. Looks like it goes the other way that time. I don't know if that's after the bat once it's hit the seam, and as you so often see in English conditions, the ball swinging around after it's left the bat, but it certainly looked like it moved away from Luke Wells. Playing at that one again. Tentative start here from Lancashire's number 3. New number 3. Three slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. And again, this is brilliant bowling from Harris. As far as first overs go, you're not going to see many better than that one. Wicket with his first delivery, and then he gets Luke Wells playing at the ball 3 times, shaping it away for any viewers on Lancs TV. You can see him moving that ball away from the left-hander. It's a brilliant start from Harris and a brilliant start from Glamorgan.
Wicket maiden to begin with for James Harris. Yeah, outstanding 5 deliveries in which he sent down, nicking Phil Salt off and then testing Luke Wells. Really, really nice length and just that shape away, drawing Wells forward. Super start with the new ball. They bowl well, these two, in Lancashire's first innings, and they've set off nicely here with the new ball in the second innings. Fernando is into Keaton Jennings, who's on the walk, and then just nudging the ball out towards the leg side where Zain Ul Hassan fields at mid-wicket. And there's no run on the attack. Glamorgan with Lancashire right up against it, losing Phil Salt for 1. Brings out the regular opening pair of together, which is Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. Ball's doing a bit, lights are on, 3 slip fielders, lots and lots of batting to do. They're on the front foot here, the Glammy boys. Jennings on 4, waits for Fernando, in and bowls. It's turned out towards the leg side, again fielded by Ul Hassan at mid-wicket. And there's no run.
Score like this just allows the bowlers, doesn't it, to bowl with so much confidence. They don't have to worry about getting it for the boundary. If they do, it's not, affecting the score at all. 473 the target, so the opening bowlers with a new ball can just be so attacking with the lines and the lengths.
5 for 1, 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. Fernando bowls to Jennings, again just looking to advance towards him. Drops it out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run, there's only 3 involved at the minute. The bowler, Jennings and Zain Ul Hassan at mid-wicket. Every time he's been there to complete the fielding. 5 for 1, third over of Lancashire's second innings. Jennings on 4. Colin Ingram at first slip, Sam Northeast at second, Kieran Carlson at third slip. Northeast and Carlson enjoying a fabulous double century partnership together earlier today. Both waiting for an edge if one comes their way. It's left by Jennings. Just tails back in, taken by Chris Cook, the keeper, just leaning a little down to his right-hand side. And there's no run.
Yeah, some runs and experience in that cordon, isn't there?
There is that. Sam Northeast, the skipper, in the middle of the 3 slip fielders. Be a pretty happy man as it stands. 5 for 1 with his team on top. Fernando will set off again, comes tearing his way back in past the umpire to Jennings. That's left. Pushed across him from over the wicket. Through to Cook. And again, there is no addition to the score. We do still have the floodlights on, so I suspect they might be on for the bulk of this final session. Albeit yesterday we had pretty cloudy conditions for most of yesterday, and then kind of got to 5 o'clock, half 5ish, and it brightened up, and we had quite a pleasant evening. Like I should be hoping the cloud cover rumbles over and stays put, and it gets just a little bit too uncomfortable. Final ball of the over. Jennings waits. Change of line this time from Fernando. Around the wicket to Keaton Jennings. Jennings defends, dropping the ball off a little inside edge. Ricochets back down the pitch. And there's no run, so a maiden for Fernando, backing up the work of James Harris, who started with a maiden as well. 5 for 1, 3 overs gone. Wells on 0, and Jennings unbeaten on 4. Elsewhere in Division 2, you can see the floodlights here for viewers on Lancs TV, and the quite thick dark cloud cover behind. A minute we're okay to play. Close of play between Gloucestershire and Middlesex. Nothing on the 3rd day at Cheltenham College. Still not playing at Canterbury, where Kent are 217 for 3. Reply to Leicestershire's 471 all out.
Harris outside the line of off stump. Wells allows that through to the wicket-keeper for no run.
Northamptonshire 516 for 7 against Derbyshire. Now lead Derbyshire by 139 runs. They're at tea in that fixture. Centuries for Broad and for Keogh. Surrey are closing in on victory against Durham, but they have lost a wicket. 77 for 1, needed further 99 to win.
Harris bowls, and again beats the outside edge, getting one to straighten, angling it away to the slip cordon. Just squares Luke Wells up from that angle. It's been an excellent start to the Lancashire number 3 so far.
Yeah, right on the money, and they want a 4th slip in place as well, don't they now? So mid-wicket goes to 4th slip. Cover switches across to mid-wicket. They sense an opportunity.
Cover open, Will Wells fall for the trap. He allows that one through to the keeper. Not tempting to play. It's an area that Luke Wells likes to score through the offside, through the covers. Going to test the patience of the 2 Lancashire batters, Harris and Fernando. We'll shape it a little bit. We'll get it moving. Harris in onto the pads of Wells, who just turns it into the leg side where the mid-wicket fielder cuts it off for no run.
Not been in great touch in the last few innings, well, Luke Wells, but opening the batting, he's averaging just under 40, over 700 runs and a couple of centuries so far this season, albeit he didn't start as an opening batter this campaign.
Harris, back of a length, and Wells, in the end, plays it nicely, opens the face of the bat, guides it through that gully region. I think at first he thought it was a little bit wider. Cramps him up for room a little bit. He plays it nicely and just allows the ball to run off the face of the bat for 4, down to third man.
Yeah, the first 5 games of the season he was batting at number 6 and then switched back to opening the batting in game number 6 of the campaign against Derbyshire and returned with 141 in the first innings and 50 in the second innings.
Harris 4 slips away, full of length, and Wells driving outside edge but safe all along the ground. Picks up his second boundary. Consecutive boundaries for Wells to end the over. Lancashire 13 for 1, Wells 8, Jennings 4, and Phil Salt, who sent out there to open the batting, snicked off first ball of the second over versus Harris.
Yes, he's batted at 1, he's batted at 6, batting at 3. I mean, 1, obviously, opening the batting is what he's done for the bulk of his career. And it felt like, I mean, he couldn't do it. I mean, they dropped him down to 6th at the end of last season.
Yeah, he got the ton, didn't he, at home against
Somerset.
That was it. And then Lancashire obviously signed Michael Jones from Durham in the winter, who I think was penciled in to open at the start but didn't quite work out, so he's out the team at the moment.
It's Fernando from around the wicket to Jennings. Jennings gets forward into it, comes off the inner half of the bat, deflects up towards Harris at mid-on, there's no run.
I like this move from Fernando, coming round the wicket, targeting Jennings' front pads. He'll walk at him a fair bit just to try and put him off his length, just to try and get him to drag that length back, which counteracts the swing movement that he might be able to get. But it also brings LBW into play with someone like Keaton Jennings. He'll cover all the stumps. He's often an LBW candidate, especially around the wicket.
Yeah, batting out of his crease, Keaton Jennings. And where he can, looking to walk in towards this on that occasion. And he just plays solidly on the front foot and deflects it out towards the offside. And there's no run. Kellaway comes up from mid-off to field. Jennings on 4, 13 for 1. Still 3 slips, but they have now put a leg gully in place, which is it's a tribe. So 3 slips, leg gully. There's also a fine leg, and then mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and backward point. Fernando to Jennings down the leg side, tumbling stopped by Chris Cook, rolling away to his right. So got themselves a plan in place for Keaton Jennings. In fact, Kieran Carlson, who's at 3rd slip, just asking Asa Tribe just to take a step or 2 back in that leg gully position.
Must be a horrible place to field. You don't really get any sight of the ball coming to you, do you? It's just such a reaction fielding spot.
Halfway through the 5th. Oh, inside edge from Jennings, just past the stumps. Fielded by Tribe in that position at leg gully. Yeah, seen it late, but saw it well enough to stop it. Thick inside edge off the bat of Keaton Jennings. Also got a fine leg, so they've got the 3 slips, the the leg gully and a fine leg on the boundary.
Yeah, he's virtually on the right shoulder, isn't he, of Tribe? So it's for that flick, that miss, when he misses his length and his line, just to protect that one. But it allows him just to target the stumps with confidence as well. So
Tears back in, bowls again, angled in towards Jennings onto that those pads. Tucks it away nicely into the onside. There's no run.
I think the previous delivery just shows why it's such a good angle like this to Jennings, constantly coming back into him. At first he thought it was there just a square drive through the point region, but just constantly kept following him and he found an inside edge. He just had to be careful and very watchful there, Keaton Jennings.
Takes his guard again and gets himself settled in, ready to wait for Fernando, batting outside the crease and nudged away off his hip. It's gone down towards that fine leg fielder there, just to give Fernando a little extra protection. Single for Jennings, keeps the strike as well. He's not faced Harris too much. He'll have a go now because that's the end of the over. 5 gone, 14 for 1. Jennings and Wells are back together after that short experiment to open the batting with Phil Salt. Wells has 8 and Jennings on 5.
Yeah, good from Harrison Fernando so far. Beating the edges, creating some half chances. This will be the first time Keaton Jennings has been at this end, facing Harris, who started with a wicket maiden and went for 2 boundaries in the last 2 balls of his second over. He'll look to do the same, just getting it straightening towards the slips against Jennings. And he comes back of a length as Jennings takes a couple of steps down the pitch. That for Jennings is a win. That's what he wants the bowlers really to do. When he walks down the crease, walks down the pitch, sorry, he just wants the bowlers to drop the length because not getting any seam or swing movement from that length. So Jennings is pretty comfortable with that. If you're going to go short, you'll just have to go a little bit shorter to Jennings. He's such a towering figure at the crease. Harris in fuller length. Jennings playing from the crease this time into the offside for no run.
These are the conditions that Glamorgan wants, isn't it? New ball, lights on, bit of cloud cover. Lancashire miles behind in the game, gives them a chance to set these attacking fields. They've got 4 slips in place. Ball's doing enough here early on.
Yeah,
only got 1 wicket.
You always feel, don't you, that the lights just add a little bit of something else to the pitch. Certainly in the white ball game, it helps it skid on a bit. Harris in, trying to shape that one back into Jennings, who shoulder and arms through to the wicket keeper for no run. Yeah, you just feel like it adds to the theatre a little bit, especially this situation. Lancashire just looking to survive at the moment, looking to get through this first stint with a new ball. 4 slips away. Harris in, pushing it across Jennings, who again takes a step down in this delivery, allows that one through to Cook with the gloves. Four slips, point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg for Harris. He comes in from the safer bend, attacking the stumps of Jennings and strays onto his pads. He just turns that round the corner, gets a single, and he won't mind that. He's had some success with the ball against Wells. Beat his outside edge a few times already. shaped a couple back into the left-handers, but got a few to straighten as well towards the cordon as he's into Wells, and he beats his outside edge again. He's probably wondering what he has to do just to find that edge of Luke Wells, and that's the end of another good over from Harris. 15 for 1, Lancashire, after 6 overs.
He's just bowling a terrific length as well, isn't he? Dragging Wells forward, just bring him into the shot, and it just angles away. It's a really good opening spell, isn't it, from Harris? They're right on the money, these two, Harris and Fernando, making the most of this new ball. Tricky this for Lancashire, but it's amazing what, well, the state of a game, the situation of a match can do. Absolutely nothing really happening for most of today. Of course, the new ball here is bound to do a bit. And you factor in maybe the lights and the cloud, and you factor in the scoreboard. All of a sudden, this is a very different feel to what we've seen for the bulk of the day so far. And plenty of work for Jennings and Wells to do just to try and get through this little patch. Fernando from around the wicket goes for the Yorker. For Jennings brings the bat down, just taps it away into the offside. There's no run.
We've seen Jennings get a single off the last ball of the previous Fernando over down to fine leg. I'd love to see that fine leg fielder in another sort of catching position on that leg side. You've got a leg gully. Could you have another guy there? You've got runs to play with. And we know that Jennings just naturally plays it off his hip. You know, it's such a natural shot, instinctive shot, that there could be opportunities there for Glamorgan.
Fernando to Jennings, it's dropped into the onside. Gets right on top of it, Keaton Jennings, and just steers it out towards square leg for a single. Yeah, the fine leg's basically there just to save runs in it, but you
don't really need the run saving, do they, at the moment? You can always obviously go defensive if you needed to, but look at the minute. That's the last thing that needs to be in Glamorgan's mindset. Got plenty of runs on the board. I think, is this the first goal for Wells?
Yeah.
Wells and Fernando.
He's bowling round the wicket to Jennings. He fancies over the wicket to Wells. Both left-handers. He's going to angle it across Wells. A little bit of width there. He goes after it. Taken by Chris Cook. Couldn't resist. Almost nibbled one through to the keeper.
Yeah, shot that Lancashire supporters probably won't want to see again for a few overs, I don't think. Trying to cut that one. He was well above the ball as well. The ball didn't go anywhere through the height that he expected.
Turns and sets off again. Wells on 8. Allows that one to travel through. And there's no run, 16 for 1.
That deep square fielder being pushed out again. Did it at the start of the over, and he went short to Jennings, who helped himself to a single. See if he goes short to Wells as well. Wells certainly takes the short ball on as well. It's a scoring area for him.
Plays forward and defends this time. Pushed up towards Asa Tribe. He's switched to fielding at cover for Wells. He's been at leg gully for Jennings, but he might well be relocated again here. Maybe into leg gully position, yeah, because Fernando's going to have a change of line. He'll come around the wicket to Wells. So he wants his leg gully back in, which is Asa Tribe. Still a fine leg, and the 3 slips. Point mid-off, mid-on in a deep square leg. Final ball of the 7th over. Lancashire 16 for 1. It's down the leg side. Cook goes after it, trying to get a glove on it. Deflects off the thigh pad, perhaps, of Wells. It's gone for 4 byes, 4 leg byes rather. And Wells remains on 8, but the score ticks along to 20 for 1 at the end of the 7th over. Target of 473. Some running repairs required for Keaton Jennings and his bat handle. Fernando and Harris have started nicely here for Glamorgan. Got 51 to start the innings and 44 left still to go. We'll change up in the commentary box. We'll bring Nick back in, give Callum a break. Half an hour into this pretty lengthy evening session. We're here for a bit, if the light and the weather holds. Glamorgan looking for further inroads. They've found one so far. Phil Salt caught behind. I'll call it first slip by Colin Ingram off the bowling of James Harris, who started very nicely from the Brian Statham end.
Here is Harris then, into bowl to Jennings. 4 slips, Crouch in attendance as Jennings meets that off the middle of the bat. I was out doing some other work during the start of the innings. Did you come to a conclusion as to why Salt had opened after batting at 6 in the first innings?
Well, we just came to the conclusion that Lancashire thought they'd just give it a go, mix it up a bit.
Fair enough.
We really had no idea.
Harrison to bowl to Jennings, who takes a step down the wicket and then plays up to mid-on, where Ned Leonard fields and shovels the ball on rugby style to Zain Ul Hassan at mid-on for a bit of polishing work.
I suppose it displayed a bit of positivity, doesn't it? A sign of positive intent to open up with Phil Salt. If it pays off, doesn't it?
Harrison bowls. Jennings plays no shot, keeps fairly low outside off stump, that one. In terms of the time left today, I would be extremely surprised were they to get through another 43 overs after this one, because that's well, at least 2.5 hours. 7 o'clock, then really not going to get to 7 o'clock in the light that we've had for most of the week, without the umpires ruling that it's mostly floodlights doing the work. Harris bowls and Jennings thinks about a hook shot and then doesn't go through with it. As Harris bowled a short ball down leg side.
Is it last night on the first day? I can't remember now. It was got to kind of 5:30, and it brightened up quite a bit, didn't it? Quite a bit of sunshine, and the skies cleared a little bit. And no sign that might happen here just yet, but forecast suggesting we might get a bit of late afternoon, early evening sunshine.
Would be nice from the Welsh point of view, as Harris bowls and Jennings is up on his toes and defending into the offside. Yes, Lancashire listeners and viewers may be hoping that the darkest of dark clouds descend over Old Trafford and mean that the umpires are dazzled by the floodlights, seeing just a few gentle shadows being cast already. As Harris is in again to Jennings, who drives into the offside, and that's well stopped by a diving Leonard. I thought it was going to run away for 4 from the noise off the bat, but it was just a single. 21 for 1 then, Lancashire, having been set a target of 473 to win in 147 overs, or 4 sessions to survive.
Yes, good stop by Leonard. Hit it nicely, did Keaton Jennings. Always a big aspect of the Glamorgan when Lancashire were batting in their first innings, Glamorgan's fielding I thought was terrific. Carlson in particular was outstanding.
Yeah, likes chucking himself round in the covers, Kieran Carlson, and his fingers aren't too battered. Quite often see him with most of his fingers taped up in one way or another, fielding mostly at cover during the course of the season.
And he's in position at third slip at the minute with 3 slips waiting. Leg side from Fernando. The short ball, which Jennings got everything out the way of it. Change of view for umpire David Mills. He's going to switch from square leg to point. He's to try visit leg gully again. So a plan in place for Glamorgan. Fernando around the wicket to Jennings. Just the odd one that's been short. Must have been full and targeting the pads. That is short and pulled. Maybe worth a single for Keaton Jennings. Mason Crane, the hero of the first innings, out on the square leg boundary to field. Jennings moves to 9. 22 for 1. Crane with 6 wickets in that first innings. Might not be too long before we see some spin. However, it feels at the minute like Fernando Harris and with Zain ul Hassan as perhaps first change. These are ideal conditions for them. Wells gets everything in behind that and defends.
Yeah, it's really a mental battle as well as a physical and technical one for Lancashire now. With potentially best part of 2.5 hours to play tonight. And I guess this is where they start dividing it up into half-hour spells or 10-over spells. Right, I'm going to get through the next half hour.
Slightly angled bat. With his bottom hand off the bat, works it just about off his pads out towards square leg for a single. Scampers through for 1. Moves on to 9. 23 for 1.
Hugh in Bracknell fancies Mason Crane to spin Glamorgan again to victory. Well, he's more than done his bit with 6 for 19. Maybe it's time for others to join in, because Lancashire Green had 6 in the first innings and that looked not too effective for most of the second before he picked up 3 very late wickets.
Back over the wicket to Jennings, short. Gets in behind it. Plays it back towards Fernando.
Yeah, the seamer's still getting a bit out of it at the moment. Probably got about another 10 overs to get some life with the Kookaburra ball. And listeners, the final 3 rounds will be glad to hear the end of me grumbling on about it. I think it's been very poor for entertainment point of view, even if it has posed other challenges for the players.
Driven by Jennings off the inner half of the bat, just deflects up towards mid-on. End of the over. 2 coming off it, 23 for 1, 9 overs gone. Wells and Jennings combine, and they're both on 9. Still needing, well, not even really worth mentioning at this point, is it? Crucial one is overs remaining in the day as it stands and wickets in hand for Lancashire.
Mike O'Hara on X says should be a historic victory for Glamorgan at Old Trafford. Let's not count any chickens. Glamorgan haven't won here since 1993. Careful research suggests, otherwise known as reading Andrew Hignell's offerings on the website. And overall, Glamorgan have won 7 matches, lost 10 and drawn 21 on this ground. Obviously, there have been long periods where they've been in separate divisions. As Harris bowls, and Wells rather jarred his hand on that one by the look of it. May have spat a little bit for James Harris. And of course, Glamorgan have played Lancashire on a number of other grounds throughout the county. So Glamorgan with 7 wins here to Lancashire's 10. And a fair few draws. As there's a pause in play. Maybe Wells is unsatisfied with something happening behind the bowler's arm. I'm surprised that anyone can actually move in front of the sight screen. Maybe someone moving just to the side of the sight screen down beneath us as Harris in bowls, and Wells defends again, taking the bat back quickly again as if he'd been stung by the delivery. 23 for 1. Salt gone for a single. The first ball sent down by Harris. The second ball faced by the boy from Bodelwithan. Harris on his way in again to bowl to Wells. Up in the block hill, driven, and it beats the sprawling dive of Leonard, and that will race away to the boundary boards for 4 runs. Nicely timed by Luke Wells. 27 for 1 are Lancashire.
Yeah, that felt good for Wells, for sure. Punching away through the offside. Wells gets himself 4.
And given that you only have a fraction of a second to adjust the flight of a first-class cricket ball, how anyone gets away with taking a step or two further down the wicket and minimising your time is beyond me. But that's what happens as Harris bowls a big booming Yorker that Wells manages to dig out and play back to him.
Yeah, not seen many of those from Harris. Most deliveries have been of a fullish length, kind of angled across him and just a little bit of shape away. That one coming right back in, Yorker length, dug out by Luke Wells.
I think there's been scientific research to show that it's actually impossible to play fast bowling. It shouldn't be able to be done. As Wells pokes that one through the offside for 4 more shouts of catch it, but it was a back foot punch and it's raced away for 4. Kindly fielded by a photographer on the cover boundary, who hopefully should have captured the ball racing towards him, or in his general direction anyway. Nice big hole in the covers there, which Glamorgan are now filling. They don't really need to yet. 31 for 1. Wells moves on to 17 with his 4th boundary. 4th slip moves to cover, and Harris bowls, and Wells will get more runs here off a thick outside edge. It's a long pursuit for Callaway down towards the 3rd man ropes, and they jog back for a couple of runs. So 10 taken by Wells in successive deliveries, no, in the space of 4 balls in that over rather. Harris has 1 for 20, but I don't think Glamorgan will worry too much about the odd boundary here and then early on, if it means the batters are playing shots and aren't purely on the defensive.
Yes, and seems had its time for at least at the moment. We're going to see some spin with Ben Callaway replacing that opening spell from Fernando.
5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 9 from the Sri Lankan. Ben Callaway had the 1 wicket in the first innings, while Mason Crane claimed all the glory at the other end.
we've got 2 left-handers here together, with the ball still pretty new. Chance to get off spin into the game. See what Kellaway can do. There's footmarks outside Jennings' off stump. Didn't seem to offer a great deal of assistance for the spinners today. An older ball. But, certainly did for Green and Crane in the first 2 days. Well, that's a little short, and that's cut away by Keaton Jennings. Short and a fraction of width there for Jennings to slice it away out towards the point boundary. Moves on to 10, 34 for 1.
Run rate required over the course of the innings, 3.21. Not hugely demanding. Were Lancashire to be able to bat out that period of time.
Kellaway to Wells. And takes the single through the offside. Crane's out on the point boundary. Wells moves to 20, 35 for 1.
Steve West on X saying it's not over till the last bat swings. He seems to be enjoying this evening's session down at the pub.
Play back towards Kellaway from Jennings.
With a glass of what appears to be a well-known cider.
Okay. Runs that through the offside again. The single out to Crane on the point boundary. Jennings moves to 11, 36 for 1.
I think Steve follows on the laptop sometimes down at his local hostelry. There are 1 or 2 pubs that actually show the stream on their televisions.
Oh, nice. Punched away by Wells for a single. Again, Crane out there to field. So a run off 4 of the 5 deliveries that Kellaway sent down. He's taken a single through point on each of those occasions. A slip and a short leg. Final ball of the first over for Kellaway. Forward defensive this time by Keaton Jennings. End of the over. 37 for 1. 11 overs gone. Wells on 21 and Jennings unbeaten on 11.
Yeah, we've been discussing workloads as part of the general hoo-ha about next season's possible schedule, but Kellaway has been a busy boy. He played in all the T20 games, and he's played in all but 1 of the championship games, and the one that he did miss, he was off sitting his finals at Cardiff University, so it wasn't exactly a week with his feet up down Barry Island.
Probably the most stressful week of the lot, that.
Yeah. Get back to cricket quick.
Yeah. A bit easier. Nice, he's a bit busy, some of them. Do we know if has he got his results yet? Do we know or not?
I think I saw a picture of him the other day with the old cap and gown on,
lovely.
with looked like celebrations. So
Nice.
I didn't notice what grade he picked up, if that was publicised. But he, Asa Tribe, and Ben Morris have both all picked up various degrees this summer. As Ul Hassan takes over, and his first ball is glanced down to Fernando at fine leg. And Luke Wells moves on to 22 out of 38 for 1.
Northamptonshire have declared, so they're going to see if they can try and put pressure on Derbyshire here. So they've declared on 550 for 9. That is a first innings lead of 173 for Northamptonshire.
Here's Ul Hassan. And there's a defensive shot from Keaton Jennings. Out on the offside. Jennings, the more sedate of the 2 batters at the moment. What else is on the move? What's the Test match?
Yeah, back underway at the Test match. They've been a little bit on and off there, but a couple of rain breaks. But India are 85 for 3. They've only had 30 overs on the first day so far. 85 for 3, India.
All the sand bowls, and Jennings defends once more.
In Division 1, Surrey needs 65 more runs to beat Durham. They're 111 for 3. Warwickshire are 329 for 5, replying to an Essex score of 602 for 6 declared.
All the sand bowls. Jennings again defending on the offside.
Double century for Hasib Hamid, but has been run out by Tom Lammonby on 208. With Nottinghamshire 429 for 5, 9 runs behind Somerset.
I suppose after a double century, you're probably a little bit weary-legged, I would imagine.
But it took him some time to leave the field.
All Hassan to Jennings. Mid-wickets come in fairly close, but it's flicked off his legs by Keaton Jennings for a single down to fine leg. And there was some bat involved because there's some signal from umpire David Milnes, a former fast bowler of some repute.
Hampshire 37 without loss in their second innings. They lead Worcestershire by 81 runs with 10 wickets remaining.
Here comes All Hassan round the wicket to bowl to Wells, who's defending back down the wicket. No run, top ball to end the over. 2 singles off the All Hassan over. First innings, bowled 10 overs, 0 for 20. So it was useful in helping Mason Crane maintain the pressure. And, well, All Hassan doesn't have spectacular figures this season with bat and ball. He does a useful job with both, taking the shine off the new ball, even if he hasn't been able to produce the scores. He's certainly soaking up a bit of pressure on behalf of his team with bat and ball.
Kellaway to twirl away over number 2 for him. Jennings gets forward into it. Works it away towards the offside for no run. Colin Ingram at slip. He's a try visit forward short leg. Oh, that spins away from Jennings.
That's the one that Kellaway will be looking for. Could easily have caught the edge there.
Well, he's got some footmarks there, hasn't he, outside the off stump. Oh, the left-hander. Aims for them again as Jennings gets forward and defends.
Yeah, it's not been a great match for left-handers, is it? In terms of the wear and tear on the wicket, which appeared pretty early on in proceedings.
Oh, that pitched and spun away. Jennings looked to try and carve it away. In the end, just maybe a little extra bounce meant that Jennings played underneath the ball. Taken by Chris Cook. Good start to this spell for Ben Kellaway. Just dropped short, however, on that occasion, and that's muscled out towards the leg side. Ball's over the rope for 4 runs. Jennings will take them, as indeed Lancashire will. Jennings to 16, Lancashire 43 for 1.
Yes, comfortably dispatched on that occasion by Keaton Jennings, but this is a spell from Ben Kellaway where obviously he'll look to keep the pressure on, but the odd boundary or two or shouldn't worry him too much, given that it's wickets that Glamorgan are hunting.
Plays that one away through the offside. Keaton Jennings playing it pretty late off the back foot. Good work by Mason Crane. He's got a lot of ground to get across there from deep point to deep extra cover. But does so successfully. Denies the boundary, restricting Jennings to 2 more. He's up onto 18, not out now. And Lancashire 45 for 1. 13 overs gone of their second innings.
All Hassan down in front of us is just getting a drink and maybe a couple of tablets, it seems, from one of the Glamorgan staff. Well, he's feeling a bit headachy or something under the lights. Anyway, All Hassan will continue to plug away from this Statham end. Bowler, of course, Brian Statham, of considerable economy and meanness in his day. As All Hassan bowls and Wells defends to Tribe at cover. Tribe also sporting one of the cloth items that always looks like a beer mat flopping out of the back of the trousers. Or indeed at the level that I play at is a beer mat. As All Hassan in the bowl, good angle on that and well defended by Wells. All Hassan bowling around the wicket, and Crane is now winding up, so it might be a brief spell from All Hassan. Callaway has only bowled 2 overs, and this is All Hassan's second over. Fernando 0 for 9, Harris 1 for 20 in their first spells. Forward presses Wells. Defends. Thought Crane might have been on by now, but having brought Callaway and All Hassan on, I'm not quite sure why they'd change him straight away.
No, he started nicely, hasn't he, All Hassan? Kind of nice compliment, isn't it, with the off spin to the left-handers from one end and All Hassan probing away.
2 slips, keeper standing up. Wells turns on the leg side. Crane doing a lot of warming up and signalling and making a lot of signals to teammates. So, please sir, can I have a bowl? Please, please, please. Remember what I did yesterday. I done good. Give us another chance. Don't think he'd be that desperate to get on that quickly. All Hassan bowls and beats the bat there. Is that the keeper's or the batter's pad that it bounced off?
The keeper's, I think. Let's have a look here.
Rolled down towards the slips anyway. Yeah, Wells was beaten by that one outside off. Made no contact, but Cook couldn't take cleanly on that occasion, so the seamer standing up. Two slips, half a dozen saving the single as Wells is forward defensively, made an over from All Hassan. Having said that it was half a dozen saving the single, it was actually the men at mid-wicket and short cover crouching on the drive, so they were in catching positions as well.
We are going to see that bowling change. It will be Mason Crane. So Ben Callaway 2 overs from the Anderson end, and Crane's going to replace him.
He bowled one bad ball really that I can remember. Got smacked away for 4 and got a bit of turn, unless they're looking at Callaway bowling at this Statham end.
Maybe. Just that one ball that he's just going to drag short that was dispatched. The rest he's offered threat to these 2 left-handers, but it's Crane from the end in which he took his wickets in the first innings.
So he'll be looking to cramp the left-handers. Spin the ball in from outside their off stump. Maybe it makes more sense. More likely to hit the rough.
Well, slipping a short leg in place. Jennings gets forward into that first delivery from Mason Crane.
three left-handers in the top 5 with Harris to come.
Crane to Jennings. Swept down towards fine leg. He'll get 4 for it. Just drifted that one onto to leg stump, and Jennings helped it on its way. It's a Tribe taking evasive action at short leg. Paddled away for 4.
Yeah, he's well used to that this season. Ace of Tribe has had long stints at short leg.
A little towel hooked to the back of his trousers and settles back into his catching position. Swept in front of square this time. Actually just a fraction behind it. Ned Leonard comes round to complete the fielding, and that's the 50 up for Lancashire in their second innings. And a little ripple of applause around the ground. Jennings on 23, Wells on 22. Lost Phil Salt early on. And a decision to open the batting with Phil Salt. And it's caught at first slip by Ingram off Harris. Wells faces Crane for the first time in the innings, just edged away into the onside.
Yeah, I suppose if you're bowling two left-handers, the leg spinner makes slightly more sense, and that he's spinning the ball in towards the stumps.
Up and over mid-off this time by Wells, thumped away for 4. Enough on that to clear Fernando, who's at mid-off. Pushes Lancashire to 54 for 1.
Yeah, certainly got a good swing of the bat in there and sent it over the ropes first bounce, I think. Hit it so firmly. Got a good long reach, of course, Luke Wells.
So a couple of loose balls from Mason Crane that Lancashire made the most of, albeit Wells got into that very quickly. Thumped it away for 4. 54 for 1, final ball of the over. Crane to Wells on the reverse this time. He'll get potentially 4 more down towards the boundary. He will, with Zain Ul Hassan unable to get round to cut it off. So 3 4s in the over. 13 coming off Mason Crane's first. 15 gone of Lancashire's second innings. 58 for 1.
Welcome on board to Neil, who's got his usual 2 hours of listening to Glamorgan while he circumnavigates the M25.
Sounds like fun.
Well, it's a public service that we can lighten the load of people stuck in traffic jams. I hope your phone battery lasts out. And that there are not too many cones there today. 58 for 1. I've tried to minimise my M25 journeys. An interesting drive up from Southampton to the Oval a couple of weeks back, as did the team and their coach, as Ul Hassan starts a new over and Jennings steps forward and defends. Rod Young asking about Ned Leonard. Not injured, just hasn't been required, or his talents haven't been necessarily best suited to the match situation at the time. And Glamorgan bowls Lancashire out in, what was it, 50-odd overs in the first innings, with both spinners doing quite a bit of the work as Ul Hassan bowls, and Jennings steers it gently up to mid-off, but with Ul Hassan drying things up at one end and trying to put the pressure for any scoring. Well, I don't think Lancashire will worry about the scoring rate, but They have been taking it to Mason Crane. Ben Kellaway's first 2 overs cost 10. Mason Crane's first over went for 13 with 3 boundaries. As Ul Hassan bowls, shouts of catch, but the ball was nowhere really near any fielder as it runs to square leg. 58 for 1 Lancashire, needing a total of 473 for victory and a possible 147 overs at an average of 3.2 or thereabouts. They're actually ahead of the run rate on 3.74, and the over rate is slightly down at the moment, but that shouldn't last once we've had a few overs of spin on the bounce. Ul Hassan bowls, Jennings plays defensively to mid-on. It looks as though we're going to get a pattern of not a lot happening at one end, and a bit of ambitious twirl from Mason Crane, and the batter's trying to get after him from the other end.
Yeah, it's nice to see. Lancashire should be positive against the spin. You don't just want to keep defending, as one of them will have your name on it at some stage.
Callum Flynn back with us, as on the defensive goes Jennings. Plays out on the offside this time. There's no run.
Just looks like, well, them frustrating bowlers, Ul Hassan, who's not express, but he'll just constantly keep it in a line of length, and he's hard to score off. So that's a tight field.
Yeah, Glamorgan have got 2 of them in their squad, really, because Andy Gorvin, who's been very useful at Sapphire Gardens in particular, hasn't played many away games. As that's all given a bit of width from Ul Hassan. That was the kiss of death from Callum, as Jennings has smacked that one away for 4 to prevent it from being a maiden over. Jennings moves to 27, Wells has 30, and Lancashire going reasonably well at the moment. 62 for 1 after 16 overs, having lost Phil Salt, caught it slip off James Harris's first ball for a single. Kieran Carlson's making his way off for some reason. Hopefully just temporary, and Billy Root, wearing 7, is bouncing out onto the field. And Root, as a mature player, is probably very glad to get out there rather than just ferrying drinks as a 32-year-old, effectively the reserve batter in this lineup, and probably glad to get out there and do a bit of running around.
Crane just having a chat with North East about what field to set. It was going round the wicket, so that spin will be really exaggerated into the left-hander. You got a short leg. I think it's Tribe under the helmet. Then comes Crane. Wells straight away on the sweep. And it's some good fielding. Cuts it down to a single. At one stage, looked like it could have been another boundary.
Just that little shower before tea probably makes the outfield quite nice to slide on without too much chance of getting something caught in a hard surface.
In comes Crane. A bit wider this time, it's the top edge, but it doesn't quite land in the hands of deep square. Falls short. Such a strength of Keaton Jennings, the sweep shot. But just because he was reaching a little bit outside of the off stump, just gets a top edge onto that one. Lancashire supporters' hearts would have been in the mouths for a little while then. Wells on strike, Crane in. Wells, big stride forward. Just had to drag his length back ever so slightly to Jennings and Wells with the height and the stride that they have and the reach. In comes Crane. Wells on the sweep. I think that one hits Tribe, who deflects to mid-wicket. He does, says he's all right.
This is a battle of nerve, really, isn't it, between the leg spinner and some aggressive batters. Wells looks as though he's trying to hit Crane out of the attack straight away after Stephen Croft said Lancashire a bit timid in their first innings.
Yeah, don't mind that intent from Lancashire. As Crane appeals, but he's kind of on his own with that one. There's a gentle appeal from behind the stumps going on with the spin and the angle. More than anything, you see how wide he's bowling that delivery. He's in front of the stumps, but with the angle.
Too much going on, isn't there, with that angle?
The angle and the spin into the pads. In he comes. Wells sweeping again. He sweeps well, he picks the gap, but again, it's cut off for a single. 3 runs coming off that over. 65 for 1 Lancashire. Wells moving on to 32 and Jennings 28.
Yeah, 3 runs coming off the over, but they were all off big attacking shots, weren't they? And if that's the percentage, then Glamorgan are going to be fine with that. If it was 3 boundaries and 3 attacking shots, then every over, then they'd worry about that. But 3 big shots for singles doesn't really harm them. But Lancashire making some good early progress after losing Phil Salt early doors. And Zain Ul Hassan to continue with his medium pace from this Statham end. 3 overs for 6 so far. Ul Hassan bowls and inside edge onto pad. Ball bounces out on the offside tribe, picks it up.
Yeah, Wells just caught on the crease a little bit. Not as short as he expected, as he first judged. Just getting his bat down. Inside edging it onto his pads.
So Glamorgan are bowling with 2 slips, 1 either side of the wicket on the drive. All the sand bowls. Wells covers up. Tribe wearing the fielding pads is at short cover in a catching position, about 3 wickets away from the one that they're playing on. Similar position on the other side for Ned Leonard. Ul Hassan right on medium round. Oh, it's got through the defences of Luke Wells there. Taken by Chris Cook, standing up, and a little bit of encouragement for the young Midlander.
It's a really good take from Chris Cook. Just a little bit of extra bounce. Straightens up as well, beats the outside edge of Wells. He's covering up. He's playing at that one. You can just see him holding across the seam, trying to get that movement.
Defended on the leg side by Luke Wells, no run. Ned Leonard is out there. Whether he feels a little bit like a spare part, I'm not sure, but I'm sure he'll be grateful for potentially being on a winning side, even this, though his contribution so far has been not very much. Another defensive shot from Wells. So Ul Hassan's definitely imposing some economy from one end at the moment, while Glamorgan looked for the spinners to provide the threat from the other end. Worked well in the first innings, hasn't quite worked so far in this second innings as Glamorgan press for a potential 5th win of the season. Ul Hassan bowls, and that's kept a little bit low. Well watched by Wells on the bat. Maiden over delivered to the big man. 65 for 1 now at Lancashire after 18 overs. The target 473 in 147 overs, and 33 overs still due tonight. Not really going to be playing until 10 past 7, are we? Seems very unlikely.
With the cleaners.
Yeah, it's just because of the light, which isn't bad at the moment. It wouldn't be the first time I'd been the last one out of a building. In fact, it's more often than not, I think. Are you finished yet? Oh. This is quite often because the interviewee's taken. People wonder why we're still in the media box an hour after play. That's quite often because the interviewee's taken 3/4 of an hour to emerge. So.
Yeah, got showered and dressed and eaten before. Crane to continue round the wicket as Jennings premeditating a sweep at first, then changes his shot, cuts it out to deep point, takes a single. It sort of feels like the safe option for the two left-handers, just to sweep out of the rough. All they've got to be careful of is the top edge, really, and obviously not premeditate the length. Don't want him to be sweeping a ball that's too full, creeps under the bat. Still want to play it with respect. Slip, catch under the helmet on the leg side as Wells punches that back past the bowler for no run. A deep point fielder, a deep square leg and a deep fine leg. There's a 3 men out. As Wells on the sweep and the appeal. It's a big appeal. Now, again, it's that angle, isn't it, of Crane. How wide he releases the ball. He's touching the sideline virtually of the crease. It's very 50-50 on if it's hit him outside the line of off stump. Or maybe just too much doubt for the umpire.
Yeah, as you say, it's the width that's working against Mason Crane at the moment.
Crane in, Wells down the ground, and it's a beautiful shot. A couple of steps, he meets it on the half volley, and he gets 4. Lovely shot from Luke Wells, using his feet just to meet the ball on the half volley, taking all the spin out of the delivery. He plays it nicely through mid-off, and he picks up another boundary.
It's an intriguing battle, this, between Wells in particular and Mason Crane. Keaton Jennings is playing things slightly more sedately, about a run every other ball. Wells is looking to take more of the attack back to the bowlers.
Crane in fuller length, and Wells pushes it through the offside but picks up a single. Yeah, I don't think Crane has to take a backward step. 473 is the target, so Crane can just keep bowling. Every now and again, if he concedes a boundary, that's fine. It's only harming his figures, but it can produce some wicket-taking deliveries. Again, another gentle appeal. Jennings on the sweep. Hits the pad, goes to slip, Colin Ingram, but it's a dot ball. 71 for 1 after 19, Lancashire.
Crane is going to have to work hard for those LBWs because of that width. Needs to prove to the umpires that he's straightening it just the right amount, that he's pitched on or about the off stump of the left-hander, and it's not going on to miss the leg stump.
Yeah, with how wide he's releasing it, you'd think if he's pitching one straight and it's hitting straight, there's a good chance that it's still going on down leg with the spin and with the angle. So I'm sure Jennings and Wells will be in the ear of the umpire when they're at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, it's got a decent googly though, to be fair, Mason Crane. To mix things up as Ul Hassan starts a new over, and that one is a dot ball to start with. 71 for 1 Lancashire, 473 their overall target, so another 402 runs needed to win. 96 overs tonight, and best part of 32 today. If the light holds. Ul Hassan bowls, and that's found the edge of Wells's bat. It's run down towards third man, and they'll go through for a single. Former Glamorgan coach Matthew Maynard has thrown his suggestion into the debate about the future schedule. I think it's probably too far advanced in terms of the debate for this to happen, but it's an interesting thought. As Al-Hassan bowls to Jennings, defended on the offside. He says he'd revert to 2 divisions of 9 teams. First class matches starting on a Sunday. On the Friday preceding, the teams would play a T20. So that would massively reduce travelling throughout the summer. He says teams would play 3 weeks every month, giving the players a week every month to rest / work on their games. As Al-Hassan bowls and Jennings blocks. 2 matches in April, 3 in May, 3 in June, 3 in July and 3 in September. Championship cricket throughout apart from the 100, which presumably under Matt's plan would take up August alongside the one-day cup. Yeah, it would mean that you cut down travelling, certainly, as that's steered away by Jennings on the offside. He'll get 4 runs there down to the wide 3rd man boundary towards the hotel away to our right. Al-Hassan just giving him a modicum of width to work with. I suppose the issue there is how do you make sure the teams are in the
you wouldn't have a
same
north and
division.
south, would you?
No, you wouldn't have a
That's the issue.
north-south. If you have a 1st and 2nd division for the championship, do you then have to combine the results of T20 and championship in some way, so you've got the same teams in the same divisions? On the defensive goes Wells for the last ball of the over. 76 for 1 after 20. The target now is under 400 for Lancashire. So, yeah, a lot of cricket brains all coming up with different solutions. It's just a question now of whether the county chairs and chief executives can actually agree on something to change. Otherwise, we stay with the status quo, you'd have thought. There's Wells and Jennings taking a little bit of drink on board. I thought it'd be a nice cup of tea rather than a cooling drink needed.
Another wicket for England. For any listeners, 104 for 4 India. Josh Tong with the wicket.
Decent start from the England bowlers then, on a weather hit first day.
Mason Crane to continue. None for 22 off his 3 so far, but he has created some opportunities. And he comes round the wicket. Wells on the back foot. Close to feathering that one behind. Looked to dominate with the sweep shot against Crane, but he adjusted his length well so far. Then he comes full toss. That time, I've cursed him twice today. He tucks that away for a single on the leg side.
Every time we say someone's bowling well or accurately, they bowl a poorest ball of their spell. Wells is bowling along nicely, in particular in terms of his scoring rate, having claimed a couple of wickets with the ball to do his bit for the side earlier on.
Crane in, and that's the inside edge of Jennings. It's a good delivery, some sharp turn out of the footholds. Jennings prodding forward. He gets the inside edge onto his pad, and this time in the 2nd innings, it's a much easier catch for Tribe. He just spoons up, takes that comfortably, and Lancashire's opener has to walk off. Some beautiful spin from Crane, where it releases from his wrist. It's a good length as well. We've been speaking about his length and just having to adjust it a little bit shorter because of the stature of Jennings and Wells and the reach that they have when they sweep. And he's done that perfectly well there. You can see any viewers on Lancs TV there. Just a spin out of the footholes. And that's the kind of catch you want at short leg.
Yeah, as you say, it was a really sharp one that Tribe took to get rid of Jennings in the first innings. That one looped up, and just a question that Asa Tribe hadn't taken evasive action because it was always going to be a defensive prod. Didn't need to get his head down defensively. And thank you very much indeed for the young Jersey-born opening bat.
Was it against Jennings as well in the first innings that he caught a decent catch? Yeah.
Yeah, so he's caught Tribe bowled Callaway in the first and caught Tribe bowled Crane in the second for 28 and 33. Frustrating area, I guess, for a first-class batter to get in and not to go on. For some of us, we'd be delighted to get 28 and 33 full stop.
Brings Josh Bohannon to the crease for Lancashire. Someone who's been in previous years in fantastic form and someone that's so reliable for Lancashire, but he's having a quiet time of it for his own standards and the very high standards as well. But he's got a job to do here for Lancashire. 2 slips away, short leg, Crane's in, full of 11 straight away, attacking the stumps. Not as many footholds to work with to the right-hander for Crane. Well, Hassan, I'm sure, will keep bowling round the wicket and keep trying to create something for his partner at the other end as well. There's a few little footholds there. Crane in, Bohannon behind, playing it back towards the bowler for no run.
Just so many things you have to think about in conducting a bowling attack, aren't there? As to who bowls where and to whom.
Crane in. And that's well left from Bohannon through to Cook. And that's the end of a good over for Glamorgan and a good over for Mason Crane. A massive wicket of Keaton Jennings leaves Lancashire 77 for 2, needing a mammoth 473 to win the game. Glamorgan needing 8 more wickets.
30 overs technically left. A little bit of, is that blue sky over the football ground at the moment?
Yeah, it certainly is.
It's the Lancashire summer. Only joking, guys. No, we've had plenty of sunshine around the country in the first couple of months of the season, so we can't grumble too much when we get the odd grey week, and at least we've had relatively little rain here. In fact, we didn't lose any time with that shower that delayed the start of the Lancashire second innings because the umpires sensibly took tea. Here we are. Ned Leonard, for those of you who are wondering whether he was injured or what he was doing, is taking over from Zain ul Hassan and bowls down the leg side, and his first ball is whipped away for 6 down to fine leg by Luke Wells, pivoting, flicking that one off his hip, and Leonard, well, he's waited a long time to get into the action, and maybe he was just a bit over keen there.
I think Wells surprised himself with how well he's timed that one off the hip, helping it along the way. For 1 second you thought fine leg was in play. Deep square goes out straight away.
Leonard in bowls to Wells on the defensive this time. 83 for 2 with that Wells maximum. First of the innings. Ned Leonard joined Glamorgan on loan from Somerset at the back end of last season. Played 3 championship matches. And 22 years old. is a player of raw promise, I think. He's been sometimes unfortunate in his figures, slightly unlucky in terms of catches now and again off his bowling, as he races in and bowls another short pitch ball that even Wells is able to duck underneath. Leonard a little bit faster than Glamorgan's other domestic bowlers, maybe. And well, I can see why he wasn't used in the first innings, because the spinners were going so well and the all of a sudden drying up tactic worked. But normally you'd expect to be first change, even if he hasn't got on for the first 70 odd overs across the 2 innings. Leonard bowls and Wells digs it out, plays it back past the bowler, and the slip cordon doing their best to cheer up Ned Leonard after his first ball was dispatched over the ropes by Wells. Down to that area away to our left at the far end of the ground, where the rope is probably in 30 metres from the advertising hoardings, the pitch slightly towards the hotel side of the ground, as Leonard is in, bowls and squeezed away on the leg side. Wells will pick up just the single, as Fernando has quite a long way to go from mid-on towards mid-wicket. But Leonard with a bit of extra pace, maybe will hopefully develop a little bit more consistency over the next couple of years, and I shouldn't think he'll play every match, but he had a couple of really good outings in the T20, which maybe wasn't expected at this stage of his development, with 5 wickets against his original county Somerset. Leonard in to bowl to Bohannon, who is behind that one, defending to mid-off. There's no run. Asitha Fernando does the fielding. 84 for 2. The target is 473. And if we get another 29 overs, I mean, Lancashire could be around the 170, 180 mark tonight. Glamorgan maybe wanting 1 more wicket at least.
Yeah, maybe even 2.
Depending on how far into this chunk of 29 overs we get.
And a big part of the threat will come from this end, Sir James Anderson end, where Mason Crane will operate. 1 for 23 off his 4 so far. The first over going for 13 as well. He's brought it back well. He's going to continue round the wicket to Wells, who opens the face nicely, driving through. Backward point, gets a single. This is the matchup Glamorgan will want for now. Josh Bohannon just starting off. 4 balls so far. Crane spinning it away naturally, and he'll have the googly to send in as well, as he tosses that one up outside the line of off stump, and it's driven nicely. It's driven handsomely for 4 from Josh Bohannon. He waits a while. He's got to as well, because he's got to make sure he gets the timing imperious on that shot. Spinning away from the bat, but he plays it really nicely. Picks up his first boundary. Mason Crane won't mind that at all. Driving just outside the line of off stump, brings them 2 slips into play. Line of off stump, and it's driven nicely. It's driven handsomely for 4 from Josh Bohannon. He waits a while. As Crane in down the leg side. Bohannon looks to sweep. Just hits the Fireguard, gets a single down to fine leg.
Apologies to listeners who may have got a blast of double Callum, which is absolutely magnificent, but you probably want to hear one of his descriptions at any given time.
Crane to Wells, who dances down the track and plays it nicely down the ground. It brings up a fabulous 50 for Luke Wells. He takes a couple of steps down the pitch, deposits Mason Crane over the head of mid-off for a couple of bounces for 4. And it's a really positive knock from Luke Wells, 51 off 63 deliveries. A change of position, number 3 this innings. But it's nice to see taking the positive option. Crane in, drags his length back, adjusts well. Wells just tries to get a little bit clever, turning it into the leg side. No run.
Yeah, I think the fact that Glamorgan have got 2 wickets at the other end means they can grit their teeth and bear a bit of Wells's assault.
Crane in. Wells on the sweep. Takes a single down to Harris at fine leg. Any viewers on Lancs TV will see some highlights from Luke Wells' innings. 8 fours and 1 6 so far. Some nice shots.
See ball hit ball, isn't it? Especially that flicked 6 off the hip that greeted Ned Leonard, and no wonder his teammates were up applauding on the balcony. 94 for 2, the target 473. Here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds, and of course Lancs TV. One more over, I think, from me, and I'll restore you into the company of Scott Reed as Leonard in to Wells. Hurries him slightly, but Wells plays it away comfortably enough in the end, out on the leg side for a single. 95 for 2.
Certainly offers that extra pace, doesn't he? Leonard, he's got a strong action. Someone that balances out on a bowling attack, especially with a Kookaburra ball. Well, you always need someone with that extra bit of pace when the wickets go flat, just to try and test upstairs out.
He's one of the few that I've heard actually say that they enjoy bowling with the Kookaburra among the Seamer fraternity. As that next ball is cut by Bohannon. It's a point, no run.
I reckon the rest of them are telling him to keep quiet with that one. Don't say it too loudly.
Yeah, it's it hasn't been great for entertainment in my view. Although in this match, there's been plenty of contest, plenty of things to think about and talk about, but so often we get into the soggy centre of an innings as Leonard is in, and that's slashed into the offside by Bohannon, and we're seeing already, 24th over, that players making quite clean contact with the ball, and apart from Wells, who's hitting it really nicely, some of the firmly hit shots are still sounding a bit clunky off the bat. And in my view, the middle ages of the Kookaburra ball can be deathly for entertainment purposes when bowlers struggle to take wickets and batters struggle to get any sort of acceleration going. Leonard bowls and Bohannon hits it down into the pitch, back to the bowler in his follow-through. Londoner by birth is Ned Leonard, but one of the stream of cricketers that ends up at least starting at Somerset because of the number of cricket playing private schools in that neck of the woods, which Glamorgan are probably slightly envious of. Leonard in to bowl, turned off his legs by Bohannon. It's gone down to fine leg for a single. 97 for 2. Of course, we've got the crossovers between right and left-hand bats at the moment, and the over rate, not sure whether they're changing it as we go, because some grounds it's only changed at each interval during the first 3 days of the match. That's the practice in Cardiff. But it's -1 on the board at the moment, so Morgan can't afford to fiddle around in the same way as Lancashire could in mid-afternoon. Leonard finishes over, bowling to Wells with a wide that may well run away for some more. I was going to say 4 more, but it's been saved just inside the far ropes with the fine leg fielder arriving at great speed and helped out by James Harris.
Some excellent fielding to save a couple.
It's Mason Crane who did the work down there on the ropes, but that was how many did they run? Two plus the wide, so 3 on the total. 100 up for Lancashire in rather undignified fashion as Leonard tries to finish his over. It is a dot ball to finish the over. 100 for 2 Lancashire, having been sent 473 to win this match in 24 overs have been bowled. We've got 27 potentially to come tonight, 96 to come tomorrow if we need them. Ladies and gentlemen, enter stage right, Scott Reed.
Yeah, good positive start so far for Lancashire, even without the 2 wickets lost. Salt, the first one to fall, opening the batting, which was a surprise. Maybe just a positive message more than anything to the change rooms, to Glamorgan, that we're going to come out and try and look to score runs, not just defend. And then Keaton Jennings, the 2nd wicket to fall. Crane into Bohannon, who plays forward into the offside for no run. It's only been a small pool of deliveries for Bohannon, 5 off 11, but it looks to be positive. He looks to want to score. He's had a couple of missed-time shots in the previous over that probably he thought deserved to go for 4. As that one's tucked nicely into the leg side. Mason Crane misses length, not by much, but Bohannon just rocks onto the back foot nicely, flicking his wrist, and he hits that through a straightish mid-wicket for 4. It's a beautiful shot from Josh Bohannon.
Well, it's one of the things that Stephen Croft said at the close of play last night, particularly to facing Crane, that he felt that maybe Lancashire, he actually said that he thought both sides didn't bat that well against the spin in the first innings, but felt that Lancashire needed to be a little bit more kind of proactive, a bit more positive against Crane.
Yeah, certainly looks the way since Croft has took the reins here at Old Trafford. As that one, I think, goes through Bohannon. It's no run in the end. There was some sort of appeal from Mason Crane. Looks to be more positivity though from the Lancashire batting order. Crane in, and Bohannon sweeps nicely. It's over pitched again from Crane. I think he might actually meet it on the full toss, Josh Bohannon, and he hits it through square for 4. Certainly that intent, not just let Mason Crane bowl at them, isn't there?
Yeah, it kind of unravelled pretty quickly yesterday. He got his first wicket with a full toss, which
it's always helpful as a spinner.
Harris took a year and a half to leave the outfield when he realised what he'd done, and then I think they just kind of one after another. They got on a bit of a roll, and some poor shots in there as well. He got a few out, but it's a little bit of an element of a few giving it away. But he just kind of unravelled pretty quickly. He only bowled 10 overs, picked up 6 for 19.
As in he comes. Back of a length again, and Bohannon might help himself to a 3rd boundary. Don't know if it's got the legs to go. Has it? It has. This one's easy pickings for Josh Bohannon. Back of a length down the leg side. All he has to do is just get some kind of bat on it. And it's his 3rd boundary of the over. Like I say, there's plenty of runs on the board for Crane, so this won't be an issue for Glamorgan because a leg spinner will create wicket-taking opportunities, especially the more and more he bowls, the drier this surface gets, the more footholds that are produced. But it's good from Lancashire so far. 112 for 2. Oh, and Bohannon nearly drags that back onto his stumps. It's a drag down from Crane down the leg side. Bohannon getting on one knee, trying to sweep, and he nearly ends up dragging it back onto his stumps. We've seen a similar dismissal with Matty Hurst in the first innings, where he was kind of too early on it spins, and then I think he hit Matty Hurst's bat straight to slip. It was very similar for Bohannon then, but he gets away with it. 112 for 2, Lancashire.
Result in Division 1, Surrey have chased down their target of 176 to beat Durham. So they've won by 5 wickets, and we welcome Sports Extra 2 listeners to this fixture now, where Lancashire have been set 473 to win. They are 112 for 2. Luke Wells, Josh Bohannon batting. Lancashire losing the wickets of Phil Salt, who opened the batting, and Keaton Jennings. One for Mason Crane. He's got 7 wickets in the match. Chris Green picking up 9 in the match. Ned Leonard bowl into his spell. This is his 3rd over. He's got Luke Wells on strike. It's deflected beyond the reach of Cook, the keeper, down towards fine leg. Coming off Wells's pad, and a leg by called by the umpire, so Wells remains on 53, 113 for 2. Brings Bohannon back on strike. We've got plenty to go tonight, in theory, if we get through them all. Lots of overs left, 25 in the day. It's actually got a little bit brighter in the last half an hour or so as well.
Yeah, a little bit of blue skies creeping above us. Some clouds are shifting.
Not necessarily what Lancashire want. As Leonard comes in and bowls to Bohannon. That's a nice shot, driven straight. Northeast skipping away to his left-hand side. To field from mid-on, and there's no run. But they'll try and be positive here, Lancashire, and they'll think if they can try and get this down to about 300 required tomorrow, if they've got wickets in hand and then 3 sessions, could be an interesting final day. But it's such a big target to chase, 473. Will be a record-breaking run chase for Lancashire. Forward goes Bohannon, defends. Gathered by Northeast at mid-on, and there is no run.
The skills and the runs are in the order, aren't they? It's just a case of how switched on can you stay for long periods of time. Switching off just for one delivery can cost you your wicket, and all of a sudden the opposition are right back in the game and are on top. So that's the big battle out there for Lancashire.
Here's Leonard over the wicket, bowls to Bohannon, drives nicely away. He'll get a single here, just to the left of mid-off. Fernando does well to scurry away to his left-hand side to field, just restricting it to 1. Bohannon moves on to 18, 114 for 2. Yes, you're only kind of one mistake away, or one lapse in concentration away from it becoming an even tougher task than what it already is. But they've started with some positive intent, which is what Stephen Croft was talking about last night. Wells has got himself a nice 50 here, 53 not out, back on strike, 114 for 2. Round the wicket to the left-hander, he goes full and it's driven. It's an excellent stop by Ben Kellaway at cover point. It was thumped into the ground by Luke Wells, and then Kellaway went leaping away to his right. Good stop.
Fantastic fielding, isn't it? Times it really well. Luke Wells probably thinks straight away that he's getting a boundary. Just brings a change of field. Ben Kellaway going to gully now, and that third man fielder going to a deep backward point.
Yep, short mid-wicket. There's 2 on the leg side boundary. Fine leg, long leg. Cover mid-off and mid-on. Leonard for Glamorgan, bowls to Wells, who shovels it out towards the leg side for a single. He's working away off his pads. Through for one, and he keeps the strike as well. 54 to Luke Wells, 18 to Josh Bohannon. And Lancashire are 115 for 2 after 26 overs. It was a lengthy evening session. We had, well, Glamorgan declared with the idea of putting Lancashire in and having half an hour at them before tea and then another dot after tea. But as Lancashire were about to start their second innings, we had some rain. So the covers came on, the umpires called tea, which meant 51 over session. And Lancashire have got through 26 of those overs so far. They've lost the 2 wickets, 115 for 2.
Yeah, good start. But Glamorgan 2 wickets. They only need 8 more for victory. Crane round the wicket to Wells, who is on the slog sweep. Deposited just short of the seats. Just hits the advertising boards on the full. But again, it's a little bit of a risk. It's a natural shot. It's spinning into the left-handed Luke Wells, so it's understandable to play that shot going with the spin, but you've got 2 men out there on the sweep, so if it is his demise, you then got the questions of, how much do you play it, how much do you not? It's a natural shot for Luke Wells.
It is, and there's a definite intent here not to try and let Crane just settle in.
It's good from Lancashire. Crane in, and I think it's a full toss in the end that everyone misses, and it's going to go down as 4 byes. Yeah, it was a bit of a filthy looking full toss in the end. That's thrown down the leg side, and Wells threw the kitchen sink at it. Didn't get any bat on it. But that's that pressure that Lancashire are putting on Crane as he's in. Wells, he gives a chance to the fielder. I don't know who it is at the moment. Leonard. It's a diving catch, one-handed. He gets a hand on it. He's fielding it sort of that halfway of long on, mid on. He's in between. He's teasing Luke Wells. It's a brilliant effort in the end. But for a while, Glamorgan probably thought they had the 3rd wicket.
Kind of one-handed attempt, wasn't it?
Yeah. Wells picks up a couple. That brings the 50 partnership of 36 deliveries. And again, that's a beautiful shot. That's the pressure that they're putting on. Crane, balls are dragged down through the offside. You've only got 4 fielders on that offside, one of them being a slip. There's no cover, and Wells just helps himself 2 or 4 through the cover region. It's really good batting from Luke Wells, coming down the crease. The previous delivery, it brings the drag down, and then he helps himself to a 4. The Sri Lankan Fernando is getting through some warm-ups. Maybe we'll see a change. Crane in, slower. Wells just got enough off the over. He's happy to just sit back, play that into the leg side for no run.
When he's like this and he's in good form, when he's playing some shots, he's just
I think this is when he's at his best, isn't it?
It is,
just be positive. Crane in. Wells turns it round the corner into the leg side, gets a single. Yeah, this is when Wells is at his best. He's such a free-flowing player. And I think you've just got to accept with him as a supporter and as a fan. Every now and again he's going to get out playing a bit of an aggressive shot. It might look a bit ugly at times, but when he's in free-flowing form like this, he's brilliant to watch. Scores all around the ground. And he times it beautifully.
Yeah, when he gets in and gets going, it is good fun to watch. It's been a really positive start, hasn't it, by Lancashire? They've set a massive target to try and win the game, and they know that ultimately it might be too much for them, and the damage was possibly done in their first innings. It will be if they go on to lose this match. That's where the damage was done. But to come out with some positivity, pitch has looked like it has flattened out a little bit today compared to the first couple of days, and they've made a really positive start.
That's the message that'll be going through the changing rooms, won't it? Just to get into the batter's mind that are coming, that the wicket's flattening out, the Kookaburra ball, we know, goes soft and doesn't do much the more the game goes on. So if they can keep wickets in hand, you never know.
They have gone back to Fernando, trying to get rid of Luke Wells if they can. He's pushed that out towards Kellaway at point. So Ned Leonard bowling 3 overs for 14. Mason Crane sent down 7 on the spin, 7 overs, 1 for 58. And with runs coming a little more freely in the last half an hour, 45 minutes. Change of option here, change of attack. Fernando, strike bowler returning, bowled a beautiful 5-over spell with the new ball.
Just has to make sure he doesn't get caught out with the change of length, and Leonard, who was hitting the pitch, getting it up.
Fernando into Wells, who defends a ball that's angled in towards him from around the wicket.
Fernando will be a lot more skiddier, target the stump, so Wells will just have to get on that front foot a little bit more to the seam.
55-run partnership in just 40 deliveries between Josh Bohannon and Luke Wells.
Just shows the intent, doesn't it, that they're happy to play with just short of 5 and over throughout this innings. 4.83 and over.
132 for 2. One slip, fine leg, deep backward square leg, third man. Fernando bustles in, bowls to Wells on the front foot and punches to mid-off where Sam Northeast fields. No addition to the score. It has brightened up. We thought it might do. It tends to be the case. You get quite cloudy afternoons. It gets to the back end of the afternoon, and the sun tries to come through. There's a bit of blue sky around.
Will they bother turning the lights off, or will they just keep them on now? They're fired up.
I'm not sure.
Do they just keep them on?
I think it might be in the regulations.
Right.
If they're on, they have to stay on until the end of that session, I think.
Right.
Does look a bit daft, doesn't it, when quite bright. That's hammered away by Wells. That's 4 runs out through the offside. Goodness me, when he stands tall at the crease like that and lashes it away through the offside, takes some stopping. He moves to 4, 136 for 2.
You hear the thump of the bat. Just stands tall. It's not even that short of a delivery, but it just allows him to free his hands. And he cuts it handsomely through the offside. Takes him into the 70s, 71 off 80 deliveries for Luke Wells.
136 for 2. Fernando into Wells, goes again, drives again, 4 again. Through extra cover, 75 to Luke Wells, 140 for 2. And this is some knock by the, well, in this innings, the Lancashire number 3.
Again, he's just toying with the bowlers, isn't he? He did it with Mason Crane previously, hit a full-length delivery, brought the drag down, and then that one, he got the drag down, hits it for 4. The bowler goes searching a little bit, and he tucks himself into an over-pitch delivery and gets another boundary. Glamorgan just needs to settle on a line of length again to Wells, just try and get him hitting into one area, just try and restrict his scoring a little bit.
140 for 2. Final ball of the over, Fernando to Wells, whips it away through the onside. There's a chase on here, up towards the boundary. I don't think he's going to win it, neither. Up towards the rope, valiant effort by Leonard. Has he got there? I'm not so sure that Leonard knows for certain either way. I suspect they'll have to give... Oh, he's given it as a 4. If Leonard singled a 4 or not, I couldn't see, but it's a very fine effort to try and catch up with it. Whipped away through mid-wicket. Charge on by Ned Leonard. He put the dive in. It's heading towards the rope.
Tease it up for him.
So a hat-trick of boundaries to end the over. 4-4-4 takes Wells on to 79 from 82. And Lancashire to 144 for 2.
That last shot just shows how how flat this surface has gone, and the ball's not really doing much. He's not bowled a bad length delivery there, Fernando, on a length just over top of off, maybe top of middle, and Wells just with his height just waits for it and flicks it through the mid-wicket region and times it really well, and it runs away for 4. Beautiful shot, probably the best shot technically out of the 3. Going to see a change from the Sir James Anderson end. Mason Crane has come off, and we're going to see more spin, but this time the off spin of Callaway, known for 10 off 2 overs. Didn't quite get his line right to the 2 left-handers before with Jennings and Wells. Just giving away singles too easily probably in the offside. Didn't quite create that pressure. But with the right-handed Josh Bohannon in, he'll look to try and spin it into the pads, bring the inside edge into play. And also from them straighter ones, the outside edge with slip. And here comes Bohannon instantly on the back foot, pushing away into the offside. They run hard and they pick up a couple. Bohannon will always be proactive against spin. He uses his crease really well. You often find the smaller batters are often really good players of spin, getting low, whether they're coming forward or back. And he uses the crease really well. Callaway in, drag down, and it's a miscue. Bohannon a little bit too early on the pull shot. It was there to hit, but he just played it a little bit too early. Toe ended, and it nearly carried all the way to the deep square fielder. But Bohannon gets a single, 147 for 2. Lancashire striking at 5.19 and over. It's really positive from Lancashire so far. Callaway round the wicket to Wells. Oh, and he gets one to straighten a little bit. There's an appeal, but it's not too much interest. Much better line to the left-hander. Any viewers on Lancs TV will see that pitching outside, leg end, but it's turning, hitting Wells on the inner thigh guard. That one's pushed through a little bit quicker. Wells on the back foot, punching it through the offside, gets a single, takes him on to 80.
I remember an innings that Luke Wells scored here against Yorkshire a few years ago. We got a century, it's like a runnable century. It was the most brutal knock. It was Wells like this, walloping the ball around. Lancashire's second innings, we're trying to set, I think, Yorkshire a target. Just a little touch of that from time to time from Wells in this innings.
Callaway in. Bohannon pushing it back towards the Glamorgan spinner. Actually, for a top ball.
Sorry, Callum. He may have got out just before the century. I have to try and see if we can dig up the scorecard. He might have got like 90 odd, but it was just a brutal little innings to open the batter.
Callaway in, over pitch. Bohannon doesn't need a second invitation for that one. He paces the offside, drives it nicely through cover. Bohannon 25 off 23. Wells 80 off 84, and that's 152 for 2. Lancashire.
Cheers, Callum. Take a little break. We've still got a bit to go tonight. We've got over an hour of cricket left tonight, if the weather permits. And the light's okay, which at the minute it is all good. 22 overs remaining. 2 with Wells on 80, and Bohannon on 25. Still requiring a whopping 321 runs to win.
Oh, they're whopping.
Whopping.
It's a whopping number.
It's a whopper. Speaking of which, Wells has hit some whoppers in this 80 from 84.
I thought you were going to be extremely harsh but honest and say, here's Kevin Ells. I'm trying my best, everybody. I'm trying my best.
I would never do that.
Oh.
I wish I had done that. I missed out on the chance there.
Talking of whopping. Here he comes. It is August.
Kevin.
5 months on the road.
Never would I do that. There's Fernando from around the wicket into Wells. Wells defends in towards the onside, and there is no run. Never do that. Surrey winners today.
Yes, well done. Yes,
well done.
And I think could be quite a crucial time for that win, because Somerset and Nottinghamshire, their nearest rivals, Nottinghamshire particularly. It's only going to be a 9 points gap though still, because of this stupidity of getting 8 points for a draw.
Not a fan of that then.
I'm not a big fan of that one. Which means that it's going to be a big game at the Oval, which is the second game of that last run of 3 in September.
Fernando in the sunshine bowls, short and outside off stump, and Wells flirts with the idea and then decides against it, through to Cook, no run.
Where those two teams meet.
Right.
Meanwhile, the same week down in Taunton, Somerset will be taking on their arch rivals Hampshire. Ooh. Nobody will tell me quite why there is such animosity between the two teams, but anyway, it's all playing up very nicely. And let's hope that we... No, I shouldn't say let's hope. I am going to say let's hope that at least by then we know what people are playing for in terms of relegation and promotion. But at the moment, that is certainly what these two teams are playing for here, Lancashire and Glamorgan, and that is punched away on the offside for a single. And the score moves on to 153 for 2, which, God, that's a whopping number of runs required here, isn't it?
Did say it was a whopping number.
And just remind me, if you'd be so kind, in terms of records, if they get there.
Oh.
What do you mean? Yeah, you've read it out.
Smashes all the records.
All the records.
Every record in the history.
If there is a record that exists, it will be smashed.
It's out of town. It's blown out of the water.
Well, that's not going to help Webby, because he's writing it all up for the BBC. I think he might need a bit more detail.
I might have made that up as well.
Oh. Fernando, halfway through this over. Oh, do I carry on now?
You might as well, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. And he's bowling to Bohannon, who's on 25, and Bohannon solid as you like into the offside, and there should be no run.
You mentioned, sorry, I just had to go and do an update.
And you did it that quickly?
No, I was too late for it. Who was the rivals that you can't understand who were rivals?
Somerset and Hampshire.
Somerset and Hampshire.
A bit of needle there. Bit of needle, yeah. And not just in the BBC commentary box, where oft it can be said there is rivalry, which we just about keep a lid on at times. No, it's on the field as well on occasion. Bohannon on 25, and had a bowl strip. No, ooh, he went to cut that and trimmed it, and that wasn't very far off getting an edge, a top edge. The bat through to the keeper. Oh, tell you what, this is going to be a heart in the mouth time. This, if they get close, because they're giving it a good go here. 473. Well, they score at 153 for 2. It's a very strong and a cool breeze that whips across Emirates Old Trafford here tonight. And Fernando with one ball left of his over. He's only gone for one run so far, and that one is worked away off the hips behind square leg side by Bohannon. He comes back for 2, and in the end the ball was in the middle of nowhere. But they thought for a moment perhaps they need to get the skates on. 155 for 2. Wells is on 81, Bohannon on 27. But yeah, I think that's quite the result for Surrey. They're at Durham. It also means that Durham are in the mire a bit in Division 2. Yeah, well, they've had a couple of defeats. Well, in fact, I don't think they've won since May.
Oh dear.
But of course, they were at the wrong end of that pitch which Somerset provided last week at Taunton, and they're on the wrong end of that result there. And now they have lost to Surrey. What are the Yorkies were pressing home for a possible win there against Sussex. So Sussex, if they do go on and lose that, they'll be slipping down the table a little bit. So in Division 1, a lot of attention will be also on the bottom of that table, until we find out that doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, yeah.
Oh, they're off for the day now, Nottinghamshire and Somerset.
Right.
So Nottinghamshire 511 for 6. They lead by 73 runs, so one never knows. But it looks like a very flat pitch there. Hasiba Mead, 208. He was run out for 208.
Callaway into Wells. It's worked away down to fine leg, but got a few of the close slip fielders interested. 82 to Wells, 156 for 2.
I think if I'd faced 388 balls and I'd scored 208, I would have been run out as well.
Yep.
As I failed to make it back for another run. Poor Matt Walker did that. I think he was looking for a double century.
Right.
For Kent. He was so tired. He turned around and he almost fell over. The top bloke, Matt Walker, top bloke. I think he might have been against the Lankies as well, I think.
Callaway to Bohannon this time. Bohannon looking to drive inside edge back onto his pad. That's no run.
I'd like to say that he then got carried off, but he didn't. He did get up and walk off. But
right. Slipping a short leg. Bohannon punches away through the offside. A little bit of pace taken off it by the dive by Northeast at short cover, and it's picked up by Fernando sweeping round from mid-off. Bohannon moves to 28, 157 for 2.
Sussex 105 for 3 second innings. They trail Yorkshire in Scarborough by 218 runs. Those 3 wickets fell right at the top of the order as well, so that's a recovery.
Yorkie's got a chance tomorrow, haven't they?
Derbyshire though, Derbyshire.
What's happening there? What's happening?
50 for 3 second innings. Trail Northamptonshire by 123 runs. Their promotion slipping.
Slip slide away. Callaway into Wells. Hammers it away through the offside for a single, 83 and 158 for 2. Yeah, because Northants declared, didn't they? They made quite a nice declaration. Weren't that far in front, but wanting to try and 170 in front, something like that. Declared Northamptonshire. Felt like
173 in front.
Right, okay. Comes Callaway, balls again to Bohannon. Takes a single out through the offside. The back foot just pushing it away through point for 1.
In Northampton,
can they still flirt with it?
Flirting, you're coming up with the terms today, aren't you? From whopping to flirting. I think flirting's a very good.
Flirting with it.
I mean, they'll need things to go their way, and other results.
They play Glamorgan next.
Well, there we are.
Does that make it more interesting? Here's Callaway to Wells, who defends, and there's no run.
It's only poor old Kent, of course, have been docked points as well. Wasn't that a wonderful interview from the great man Matt?
Magnificent quote.
Fantastic. What did he say of his colleague at Kent, Joey Everson? I know what he said about Lancashire. But
he said about Lancashire was hilarious.
Yeah, but he was talking also to Joey Everson, who signed an extension down there. He was in Nottinghamshire, he's moved to Kent, and he's going to stay on a bit longer. He said, "Oh, Joey, yeah, top lad. He's aged. His real age is 23, but in the dressing room he's more like 7. Top lad." I think that was praise probably from Matt to say he's good fun.
Yeah. He is good. He's good fun. But he was one of the ones that has got into trouble and has got the points deducted.
You used to be able to get away with all sorts in the past, he said. You've never been docked points before. Oh dear, oh dear. The world's gone daft. Fernando to Bohannon on 29. Oh, edged, caught out. Bohannon's gone for 29, caught by the keeper. Good catch by Cook. 3 down, 159 for 3. Oh dear. Pressure mounting upon Lancashire now. They want so desperately, of course, to stay in there in this fight for promotion. But they've just lost another key wicket. Good ball and a very good piece of wicket keeping and a good catch from Cook.
It was
low down.
They've gone back to Fernando to try and find a breakthrough with Lancashire on the counter attack with this partnership. Got rid of Ned Leonard. They've kind of taken Mason Crane out the attack because the way that Wells in particular, but supported by Bohannon, have battered. Gone back to another burst from Fernando, and he's got the wicket. broken that partnership. Good low catch by Chris Cook.
Did we see that coming in Fernando's previous over? Because he didn't look that comfortable. I mean, they don't want to get bogged down here. Clearly, their policy is a very positive one here from Lancashire. And Marcus Harris has come out. Well, it's quality batting still. It's quality batting. But it needs to be of the highest order now, doesn't it?
It does. What makes this, when you're chasing such a big score, you're only one mistake away or one lapse in concentration or a bit of magic in the field away from it being looking like what it is, which is still a ridiculously massive run chase, and the odds stacked against you doing it. But Harris comes out and joins Wells. They enjoyed that, didn't they? Glamorgan, rightly so. 3rd wicket, and the way that they've been on the end of a bit of treatment from Wells and Bohannon, and they've managed to find a way to break it.
19.5 overs remaining. Frivolity on the balcony, I think, is what you're looking at. There is frivolity, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
I think it's to be applauded. Young people enjoying their work. Do you remember those days? I mean, being young. I mean, we're just slightly older, enjoying our work.
Indeed.
Now,
Yeah.
Anyway, Harris takes his guard, gets himself ready. It was a bit of a jig. Very reminiscent of me getting up in the morning.
Oh, blimey.
Oh, yes.
Good effort.
Yes. Thank you very much. That's the most exercise I do all day. Fernando into Harris. First ball faced, turned away. Oh, my gosh. He sets off for a single, gets turned around. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. He's okay. Luke was going nowhere then. He was having none of that.
No, he wasn't. Would have been a pretty sharp single, wouldn't it, to ace a try, who's at mid-wicket.
I think it would have been out.
Yeah, I think he probably would.
I don't think there'll be very much sharp or single about it. No.
No, probably right.
So Harris again. Oh, that's got me a bit edgy. Let's see. Got a slip in as well for the left-handed Harris. And Fernando is off from the Brian Statham end around the wicket. In the bowl's full. Ooh, kept down. Turned there to mid-wicket. Got to settle in here now. Man of vast experience, of course, is Marcus Harris. They will require every little bit of it. The stage needs to be set for some time tomorrow for Chris Green to stroll out there and whack a quick 70 or 35 balls. But there's a lot to go between now and then. A lot to go. Can they get that far? Harris faces his 3rd ball. 4th ball of this over. Fernando defended solidly by the Australian. And applauded. Marcus, bless him, being confused for a Kiwi. Not the fruit, a New Zealander. Yes, he was sort of COVID times when New Zealand were in the country and they were being forced to stay in the hotel at Southampton when Leicestershire, and Marcus was playing for Leicestershire, staying in the same hotel, you know, on the ground there at Southampton. And Marcus went for breakfast as a Leicestershire player and caused absolute pandemonium as he faces this next delivery and defended, because he was very tight bubble for New Zealand not to come out of this bubble.
No, it's a big bubble.
To stay in the hotel. And he went down, and I think, I'm not too sure whether it was the accent or whether it was just he was dressed like a cricketer. But as he just went to get his poached egg, he was just about to put his poached egg on the plate to take it away, and they said, "No, you're not supposed to be here." And he went, "What?" He held his hands up, put his poached egg down, held his hands up, and he had to say, "No, I'm Australian. No, I'm not with the New Zealand team." Around the wicket and driven, but for no run. And I think he had his poached egg. I think everything was fine after that. But they were really concerned, which we shouldn't make light of it, because it was very serious issues, of course, COVID and all the bubbles. But he was confused for a New Zealand cricketer just for a short time, and the hotel staff were slightly concerned. 159 for 3. He's faced 5 balls as Harris, yet to get off the mark. Wells is on 83. Hurst, Green, Balderson, Hartley, Bailey and Anderson, all to come. At what point, if at all?
Yes.
Over the next day and a bit.
About an hour or so of cricket to go tonight. Callaway has replaced Crane. About to send down his 3rd over of this spell. Wells on 83. With Callaway to Wells. Wells trying to run it away through the offside. Gathered by Mason Crane at backward point. Might just slow things down, that dismissal of Josh Barnum. It's a partnership of 82 between Wells and Bohannon and 72 between Wells and Jennings prior to that. It's chipped up towards mid-on. It's got through Sam Northeast. So Wells can get through for a single.
I think it megged him.
Did it? Right.
I think it megged him, yeah. You'll be using that terminology again soon, won't you?
Yeah, it'll start soon, yeah. In fact, he starts this weekend, I think,
for League One and League Two teams.
And League Two teams, yeah.
Yeah. That doesn't involve you, no?
No. And then the following weekend for Championship teams.
Oh, a staggered start.
Staggered start. And then
it's the least important Premier League.
Premier League the following weekend after that, yeah.
I mean, they can't start yet because they've got bags of money to make by playing.
Yes. Yeah. Too busy playing
matches elsewhere in the world.
In the USA or something. Callaway to Harris. Forward again, defends.
Burnley gone on pre-season tour to Colne or somewhere over there?
Just on the outskirts of Nelson this season, actually. I think you'll find it's much warmer there.
If they still got that wave machine in the swimming baths, maybe that's what they've got.
That's a good shout. Forward goes Harris again, defends. No run.
Used to enjoy going to Nelson to the wave machine.
You used to go there. I used to go there with school, yeah. It was like a school trip out.
I'm not too sure if they've still got the wave machine for some reason. No, I don't know. I might be wrong.
Didn't massively enjoy it.
Oh, I did. I thought it was great. Yeah.
Tapped away into the onside by Harris, through for a quick single. Throw comes in towards the keeper's end. And Harris scampers through for his first run. 161 for 3. Wells back on strike. Yeah, I don't know if it's still going. The wave machine.
Cheesy chips in the wave machine.
Was that a day out?
Oh, it was a bit lovely. Yeah, lovely day out. Yeah.
Very nice. You want your cheesy chips after the...
Oh, very much. Yeah. Otherwise, I would sink. You're right.
Pushed away by Wells for another sharp single. In fact, they might come back for 2. Well, no, just the one. Kieran Carlson scrambling around at cover. End of the over. 162 for 3. I was just thinking more. You'd feel a bit sick, wouldn't you, if you're in the water?
I suppose, yes,
with cheesy chips in your belly.
Because I mean, it seriously threw you up and down.
It did.
That wave
it was
machine.
Horrible.
Well, I liked it. Okay, you didn't. I did. But it seriously, you would go whoa, wee, wee.
Yeah, well, there was lots of woo wees, yeah, out the water. Dangerous.
No, it wasn't.
Health and safety risk.
Oh no, I don't think it was dangerous. And you know me, I'm pretty risk averse. I mean, I'm not a big fan of anything that might do any damage to me.
I didn't see the point of it, really.
Apart from eating crisps, I'll eat those and know that does me a lot of damage. But, anyway, Burnley haven't been able to afford to go anywhere pre-season apart from Nelson or Colne.
I don't think they've gone anywhere. No, I think they're staying put.
Well, the training facilities near Burnley, then, are they?
Yeah, not far.
Okay. Wells is on 85, and Fernando's just crossed himself, which he may do every over, but I've only just noticed that. He did that then. 162 for 3. Wells on 85. Fernando comes around the wicket in the bowls and turned away by Wells, who, whilst wickets are falling at the other end, he moves to 86 off 94 balls. And he's doing a very fine job. But more to do, a lot more to do. That target 473. They declared, did Glamorgan, round about, well, because it was a timed tee, it's about 20-25 minutes. That should have allowed them 20-25 minutes, but their plans were thwarted by a bit of bad light and a bit of rain, I think, fell, which meant they didn't start until 4 o'clock, and early tee was taken. That's turned away onto the onside, a diving, tumbling stop. So the ball won't go any further from the bat of Harris, which has led to this very long session, partly led to this very long session of cricket here to finish off the day. Well, it sort of goes, as you might imagine, with a bit of cloud around. It goes from thinking, actually, it's nice and bright to, oh, the sun's disappeared a little, and I think it's gone into that little more of a darkened period here now. But we've still got 17.4 overs remaining, if we can get them in. Fernando, figures of 1 for 25 from his 8.2 overs. And he's bowling now to Marcus Harris around the wicket in bowls. Turned away safely. There's a man out there at square leg. And there will be no run. And he makes his way slowly back. They're in no hurry here, Glamorgan. They know that, 1, they've done well to get 3 wickets already. And 2, they've got a whole day tomorrow. Is there any point at looking at the weather forecast for tomorrow? If you've done that bit to see what...
I think it's... I've been told it's okay.
It's okay. So we just leave it as it's okay. Because I could bring up an app that might say it's not okay. And where does that get us?
It gets us nowhere.
Nowhere. Harris is on 1. And Fernando is going to come over the wicket now. Over the wicket to the left-handed Harris. Solid defence. Oohs and ahs and groans.
Derbyshire are 4 down.
Oh my gosh.
52 for 4, still trail by 121 runs.
India are 6 down.
Oh, blimey.
Oh, exactly.
What's going on there?
Well, it's all going on. They've had interruptions with the weather down there at the Oval. Who's been taking the wickets? Atkinson a couple, Tongue a couple, Wokes picked up 1. So that's going well from an England perspective. Fernando to Harris here in Manchester. Bowls now, whipped away. Nice looking shot actually on the onside. They'll settle for 1. Wise decision. And Harris is on to 2, and the score is 164 for 3 now. The target 473. What Lancashire need is a nice steady 17 overs and a bit to the end of the day. Will they pick up a few runs? Oh, they'll carry on playing the way they want to play, which is, as I say, a bit more on the positive rather than negative defensive side, I would imagine. And Fernando has conceded 2 runs so far from this over. This should be the last ball of his 9th over. And once again, he's going to bowl to the left-handed Wells. Short pitch delivery, which Wells just gets everything out of the way of. Body and bat through to the keeper. 164 for 3. Target 473. Wells on 86. Harris on 2. 2 runs coming from that over.
Yes, it is the nicest part of the day. It might be okay getting these overs in.
I've come the wrong side. Look, I'm just looking on the side. I think I'm better at that side.
You reckon?
A bit too close, I feel, because look how many the people at home now will be counting my chins. I would estimate still only 3, but I'm better off. Oh no! Oh, that's what you do, is it? Oh, and then you can't see.
That's what, yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. Why have you got your coat on? It's really not like
because it's blooming freezing in here. I've managed to sort it. Thank you very much, Nicholas. I've managed to sort it out further on down the corridor. Yeah, but here you are in your T-shirt, you brave Burnley boy.
Here's Ben Galloway from around the wicket, bowling to Harris. Just squares him up in the leading edge, sees the ball flash out towards the offside. And there's no run. There's a slip and a short leg. There's a short mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover, backward point, deep backward square leg. Ooh, it just slides on past the edge of the bat as Harris played gently onto the front foot. Past it went.
A lot of excitement about this lad, isn't there, Callaway? A lot of excitement.
Sent off again to Harris. Oh, Harris plays and misses, going back this time. Another one that beats him.
Look away now.
Previous ball, he just gently went onto the front foot, went past the edge. This time he goes back, past the inside edge, past the off stump. Defends it this time, just taps it back towards Kellaway.
This is a battle. Wonderful battle. Great contest.
He started nicely in his first spell, Kellaway, and then was replaced quickly by Crane. Turned into the onside for no run. I've got 6 wickets in the first innings for Glamorgan.
No, it's not the worst shout in the world, is it? Bring Crane on, but they're maybe spoiled for a bit of riches out there at the moment. Yeah.
Kellaway was offering a bit of threat to the left-handers earlier on, and likewise again here. Pushed away by Harris. There's no run. Well, that was a really intriguing over. A couple there that have beaten Harris. One which Harris played off the front foot to. It just slid on past the edge of the bat. One which he went back to. And that went past his inside edge and past the off stump. Tidy stuff from Ben Kellaway. 164 for 3, Lancashire. Wells on 86. Harris on 2. Looks like Fernando's spell is
is it coming
to an end? But it was a good one because it's got the wicket. It got the breakthrough, didn't it? 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. So he did his job, Fernando, prizing out the wicket of Josh behind him.
Well, Harris got rid of Salt early on for only 1, didn't he? And I think he's going to come back on. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. James Harris, and I think, is it he we're going to see? It is.
Yep.
Yeah. And Brian Statham-End, and it looks like he's going to come around the wicket to bowl to Luke Wells, who's on 86 not out of 95 balls, which shows that he's been getting on with it a bit. But Harris comes around the wicket in now, and that beats the bat in a beautiful delivery, not too far away from the off stump. I'm telling you now, every over there is 4 or 5 of the balls are just terrific, aren't they? I mean, this is a real stern examination of a team already have set this 473 target.
It's a lovely opening spell by Harris, first up with the new ball, and he was challenging Wells. He beat Wells on a few occasions from over the wicket on that time. He's gone around the wicket this time to Wells.
Yes, he's in again there, past the umpire, bowls full, driven along the ground to the fielder. With Sam Northeast fielding at mid-off, no run. 15 overs at the end of this, which means that's roughly about an hour. Mind you, I've got a bit of spin. Roughly about an hour, which should be 7:30. If we get that far, Harris around the wicket, in bowls, and down late on that defensively. I'm making as much noise as the players are out there now with the U's and R's, but I mean it's that sort of cricket at the moment, isn't it? It's good stuff.
It is. It is that. I've got an update to do at 6:30.
Have you now? Well, I mean, let's not keep you
for a bit.
Yeah. I mustn't take up too much of everybody's time either, but I'll stay here until you kick me on the shin and tell me to move. Webby's coming in, I think. He's going to come in and see Harris, meantime, comes around the wicket, in bowls. Well, this has gone in the air, and that's gone a country mile, miles behind square on the leg side. It's a 6. He fancied that one, did Wells, and he moves to 92. And the score 170 for 3. Well, he was quickly onto that and helped it on its way. Beautiful timing. I just wondered for half a second, has he got enough of that? Oh, and some he has.
That was similar to the way he treated Ned Leonard's first delivery of the match, wasn't it? Flicked it away over deep fine for 6.
Harris' response is going to be what? In the bowls and push back on the offside. We could have Harris to Harris, which, because I come from Shropshire, that's my excuse. Will, I'm afraid, be Harris to Harris, but that's the way it goes. We don't do our H's. But I'll do my best. So, 1 ball remaining of this over, and Harris it is to Wells, who's on 92 not out, around the wicket in bowls and push there onto the offside, and That's to Carlson, and the end of that over. So 170 for 3. I'll stay seated here until I'm told otherwise by Mr. Reid, but it's your over now, Nick, and I know you're here very professionally, but from a Glamorgan point of view, this is a terrific performance again, isn't it, so far with the ball?
Yeah, they've needed to bowl well because Lancashire have come at them hard, haven't they? Particularly Luke Wells, 92 off 101 deliveries. They've kept chipping away at his partners. Salt went early, stand of 70 odd, stand of 80 odd. Lancashire have made it seem as though this hugely improbable target is not out of their reach. Harris, though, is on strike on 2. He's made a doughty start, 2 off 18 balls, so huge contrast between the two batters. Approach as Callaway is in to bowl and Harris plays it to cover, and there is no run. Callaway in his 7th over, as that's a little bit shorter, and just steered through the offside for a single. 172 for 3. And runs required. Maybe about to go under the 300 mark. It's a huge target for Lancashire, but Wells has gone at it. 171 for 3. That run was up on the board before it had been completed, almost.
No, they're good here. Oh, they're...
Trigger finger.
Ah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Wells on strike. Callaway into bowl, steps back and tries to push it away through a backward point. Hits it straight to Mason Crane. And you feel that if Lancashire get through to the close tonight and maybe got another 50, 60 runs, 230-ish for 3, nearly halfway there, I'd think they're in the game. As Wells steers a single on the onside, Callaway has to do the fielding himself, having bowled it into limited overs mode, where the batter sometimes has to cover the short mid-wicket area as well. 172 for 3. Wells on to 93. Callaway right arm off spin around the wicket, and Harris is forward, defending to cover, and there is no run.
Goodbye for now, and I think you're right, although I think there'll be a few twists and turns along the way, Nick. Callum's going to come in and replace me.
As is Callaway, bowls faster, flatter, flat batted away by Harris, just takes a single. He's only dealing in singles at the moment, is the Australian international. 173 for 3, exactly 300 needed to win for Lancashire. 7 wickets needed to win for Glamorgan, and we still have 110 overs available in the game, so plenty of time for either side to take it. Need something remarkable for a draw to occur here, I think. Lancashire to get close and then have to shut up shop if they lost a few wickets. It's possible after doing that 591 tie at Cheltenham last year. I don't rule anything out these days. Callum is back with us.
Yeah, it's good to see all 3 results possible going into the last day. Not often seen here at Emirates Old Trafford, as Harris in round the wicket to the left-handed Australian Harris. Just a one slip, third man point, cover, mid-on, catching mid-wicket, square leg and fine leg. Just an indication that Harris with this field will target the stumps. Maybe a case of the ball just going a little bit softer with that catching mid-wicket. Harris round the wicket, hitting a length. Played into the offside for no run.
Yeah, Stephen Croft spoke about the timid approach sometimes of Lancashire in their first innings. Well, Wells has countered that in spades, hasn't he, the way that he's gone about things.
Yeah, he's played beautifully so far for his 93. That's bowled onto the hips of Marcus Harris, who turns that round the corner, but doesn't find the gap, doesn't get a single.
It's a good job that some of the Welsh spectators here have only got a 50-metre commute back to the hotel. The Balconeers group making a real week of it. They're up for 5 nights, so they're ready for a late evening finish tomorrow.
Might have a bit more of a mooch if they're in the grey one. Harris round the wicket. Marcus Harris opens the face up nicely, but you think about the two, but soon shut that down, just take a single.
Does that last remark come with subtitles? Slightly lost in translation, as Bill Murray would have said.
174 for 3. Lancashire brings Wells on strike. 93 off 103 deliveries so far. Harris round the wicket. Often gets squared up a little bit on that line as Wells, where just kind of targeting that middle stump, leg stump. He just plants the front foot and plays around the front pad a little bit. Harris was very unfortunate not to take the wicket of Luke Wells in his first spell, beating his outside edge on multiple occasions. Harris round the wicket, and again on cue he beats the outside edge again. Luke Wells trying to slash that through the offside. He puts everything into that, but luckily for Lancashire, no outside edge, and it's 174 for 3.
That would have been a piece of commentary for you to clip up for your show reel if Wells had got an edge on that particular drive. 174 for 3, a mere 299 runs required for the hosts as Sam North East Glamorgan captain returns to the field after a brief break. Only 38 overs have been bowled, so Lancashire crashing along at 4.5 runs and over, and run rates have been going up as this match goes on, as Callaway starts a new over to Harris, who defends back to him. Don't think we've seen any left arm from Callaway, have we, so far?
Any
left arm spin?
No, we've not yet.
Might be the sort of time that he might be encouraged to throw it in, but maybe just trying to work out who it would work best to, as Tribe goes to silly point and Harris prods it away past Crane at backward point, and they'll go through for a single.
Yeah, I assume it could suit Luke Wells, but maybe it's an option for Marcus Harris, who's just trying to settle in. 6 off 28 deliveries so far.
Yeah, the two batters appear to be playing different games at the moment. Wells crashing along at a strike rate of around 90. And Callaway bowls. Wells for once plays a defensive prod out on the offside, no run.
Glamorgan will hope it just affects Luke Wells' rhythm, not getting as much strike.
Callaway in to Wells. Oh, that one caused him a few difficulties as he prodded forward and almost caught an outside edge, a leading edge. Just popped out on the offside, but safely enough. Harris watches on as Callaway does not deliver on that occasion. Wells settles again. Callaway in around the wicket bowls. Wells steps back and plays it meterly through the offside. A chase for Al Hassani. He's picked up well on the run, gets his throw in and, well, Kellaway allowed it to skim past in the hope that it would hit the stumps directly, which from 60, 70 metres away would have been quite the feat from Zain Ul Hassan. It was near, but Harris was just about, I think, making his ground. 177 for 3. Wells on to 95. Kellaway bowls, and Wells prods it away into the offside for a single. Takes him to 96 and retains him the strike for the next over. 96 not out, 12 fours and 3 sixes he's hit. Magnificent knock from Luke Wells, faced with this improbable chase, and he has kept Lancashire hopes alive.
Yeah, he certainly has. Coming in the second over as well, Bill Salt edging behind of Harris to Ingram. Back to number 3 for Luke Wells in this innings. Maybe just a positive change from Lancashire, showing the dressing room that we're going to look to go for his victory with promoting Phil Salt, which of course didn't come off, but sometimes that positive outlook can spread around the dressing room, and it certainly has for Wells so far. Harris in round the wicket, full of a length. Wells just turns that into the leg side for no run.
Yeah, Luke Wells going pretty well this season. Moved over 800 runs with this innings, having fallen cheaply in the first innings.
Just one boundary away from 3 figures now. Luke Wells as Harris in around the wicket. Again, Wells turning that into the leg side to try, but mid-wicket, no run.
Sure, it's the time of the season where batters are looking at their stats, thinking, how long have I got to get to 1,000 runs? Oh, only 3 matches after this one in September.
Harris bowls, and that's dispatch for 6. And it brings up a fabulous century from Luke Wells, coming in a tricky spot in the second over. Lancashire chasing a mammoth total of 473. Luke Wells hits a fabulous century, 102 of 112 deliveries, getting there with a 6 over mid-wicket. And it's an absolute fantastic knock from Luke Wells, and it gives a lot of confidence and a glimmer of hope to the home dressing room.
What a way to bring up 3 figures. Real stand and deliver stuff from Luke Wells. He's looked really strong off his legs and just smashing that one away over deep mid-wicket.
He wasn't not short of a delivery either. Missed his length by a couple of inches, did Harris. He's in round the wicket, full of length, targeting the stumps, and Wells plays it into the leg side for no run.
And he's doing such damage to the target that Glamorgan, I'm sure, won't rest in any way easy until they've seen the back of Luke Wells, because he's looking as though 473 is a stroll in the park.
He's batting superb. Luke Wells as Harris in, going for that Yorker. He executes it pretty well. Wells drives it to mid off. North East doing the fielding.
Yeah, maybe just 3 or 4 inches over pitched. That one from Harris. Fine margins of error.
But the impressive thing about Luke Wells' century is the tempo that he's gone at. Being brave to take the risk, taking it to the bowlers. Harris in. Just getting it to straighten it a little bit. Luke Wells squaring up. Plays it into the offside for no run. That completes the 40th over. Lancashire 184 for 3. Luke Wells 102 not out of 115 deliveries. Any viewers on Lancs TV will see the array of shots that he's played throughout this innings. It's been absolutely fantastic for Lancashire. Both sides of the wicket. Pounce on anything short and anything over pitch as well.
Well, a big man with a long reach, and he's produced the power to match his stature as Wells. 184 for 3 as Ben Kellaway gets to start the over, bowling to Marcus Harris. And Harris defends it gently back to him. It's not very often that he'll be bowling at 2 batters. One's an international, and you'll say, oh, I'd rather bowl to him, please. Particularly an Aussie international, as Harris pushes forward gently out on the leg side. Northeast fields at short mid-wicket. Tribe is getting in his eye line now at silly point rather than short leg. Might be room for both against Harris, since he seems relatively shot-free at the moment. As steers that one away on the offside does Harris, but straight to Crane at backward point, and there is no run. So Glamorgan with the 2 close catches. They've got 5 saving the single to varying degrees. As that's cut away and past a diving Crane, and that will be a first boundary for Marcus Harris off the 32nd delivery that he's faced, and he moves up into double figures in the total onto 188 for 3. And well, Glamorgan in need. You would have thought of another wicket tonight if this goes the distance of another 10 overs. Otherwise, it might be a very nervous breakfast tomorrow. Kellaway bowls. Harris works it through the leg side. There probably was a single there as Northeast had to backpedal quite a way, but Wells thought that Northeast might have intercepted it and therefore sent his partner back. Harris comes down for a bit of gardening. Strange, isn't it, after all the gloomy weather we've had, that we've got a bit of lighter stuff at the moment as that pops up off something, and Tribe has moved from short leg to silly point, so doesn't get near enough to it to scoop a hand underneath. He definitely made an effort. The replay may tell us whether... Was there an inside edge there onto the pads?
It's very close, wasn't it?
Difficult to tell, even on the slow motion replay there.
Tribe's done well getting even that close to catching it from that low position, springing up, getting across the pitch. Good little bit of pressure from Kellaway against Harris. Just that quicker delivery that just offered a little bit of whiff that Marcus Harris tucked into, but just getting stuck at ends, which could work in Glamorgan's favour as Harris bowls full of a length. Wells pushes it down to mid-on.
Inside the last 10 overs of play tonight then, here on BBC Sport Online, Sounds and on Lancs TV. Stick another 10 pence in the meter for today's coverage.
Harris round the wicket to Luke Wells. Oh, and it's a fabulous catch on the follow-through. What an outstanding catch from the fast bowler. Wells has just played a little bit early on that one. Maybe it's stuck in the pitch. He's played it back past the bowler, but, well, he thought he did. Harris has taken an absolutely fantastic catch on his follow-through. Very low down, ankle height. And it's an outstanding piece of fielding.
He's done really well to get his hands underneath that James Harris before it hit the deck. It was very nearly on the half volley, but for a fast bowler of senior years to get down that quickly, and that could be a really significant turning point for this match, as Harris takes a catch that was drilled back to him, and Wells earns the applause of the Old Trafford faithful for a really good innings. 102 off 117 balls, hitting 12 fours and 4 sixes. Ends up being caught and bowled Harris. That's his second wicket. It's 188 for 4.
Could be a match-defining moment, something that Glamorgan and Lancashire look back on after tomorrow's play and maybe just say that's where the momentum of the game just shifted a little bit.
Yeah, as I said, if Wells had been there overnight, it really would have been squeaky bottom time for Glamorgan, you suspect. But that particular breakthrough will mean that Hurst has to have time to settle. Harris has shown no inclination so far to attack the bowling. And Lancashire still with a long, long way to go, and they have lost their main man so far.
.285 still required for Lancashire. Even at 3 down overnight, this still would have been a mammoth task, even with someone like Luke Wells in on 100. But now 4 down, and they've still got to get through tonight.
Yeah, we switch now, don't we, from how many more can Lancashire score tonight to how many more wickets can Glamorgan take tonight.
Yeah, and will we see that switching mindset from Lancashire as well, as Harris goes for the Yorker first up. He gets it through Hurst, but it's wide of the stumps. Goes through to Cook. Yeah, will we see the positive batting that we've seen, the positive intent from Lancashire for these remaining overs, or will they go a little bit defensively, try and look to get through tonight? Hurst and Harris come back in the morning, reset. Harris in, full of a length again. Hurst plays it nicely back towards the bowler, who does the fielding again off his own bowling.
Yeah, Andy Greenwood said he'd been getting Lawrence flashbacks with Wells, the reference to a century taken off Glamorgan in the T20 by Surrey's Dan Lawrence in 46 balls, but it wasn't quite that dramatic, but I suppose it was the championship equivalent of the scoring rate.
Harris in, full of a length. Hurst plays it nicely through the offside, but some good fielding at backward point. Stops him from, probably would have been a boundary as well. That's where the game can just suddenly change, can't it? Wells was on top, scoring freely. Now there's a bit of a buzz around the ground again from the Glamorgan fielders. Bits of fielding like that can just lift the spirits, creates a little bit of pressure. Harris in, and again, driven to point, who fields well, fumbles it a little bit, which allows the single, but again, stops another boundary. Hurst keeps the strike, 189 for 4 Lancashire, and they've lost the big wicket of Luke Wells. Harris taking another big wicket. Phil Salt and Luke Wells, the 2 wickets that he's taken today, 2 for 34 off his 9. And the lights have gone out.
Marvellous.
They've turned them off.
Yep. Environmentally friendly Lancashire County Cricket Club. They don't need the lights in this evening sunshine, so well done to whoever's flicked the button on that. And it's strange, isn't it, that we needed the floodlights at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and we don't need them at pushing 7 o'clock in the evening. So, Newman Hurst on strike, and Ben Callaway looking for his first wicket of the innings with nice flight and Hurst prods forward, and the departure of Wells probably means that Callaway can experiment a little bit more, float 1 or 2 up as Hurst is back on his stumps defending. Long shadows being cast by the players, the floodlights, and the old pavilion and the point, leaving a large area of the far end in shade, but lots of sunshine as a faster one from Callaway is turned away through mid-wicket for a single. 190 for 4. Sunlight glinting off the shades of Sam Northeast. At cover, or mid-wicket now for the left-hander, as he is signalling to the dressing room for an extra helmet to be brought on, and some intelligent captaincy really from Glamorgan, sticking an extra man in around the bat. You might as well have a silly point and a short leg rather than either or, have both of them for these closing overs now that Wells has gone, and you don't necessarily need so many players out, as Will Smale, one of the extra Glamorgan players here, along with Root and Gorvin.
Yeah, he's just going to test the patience of Harris, isn't he? The risk and reward. He's going to say if you want to bat out the rest of the overs, you're going to have to do it with men around the bat.
190 for 4, 473 the target. Callaway bowls, and Harris turns it away on the leg side. Callaway doing the fielding himself. As I mentioned earlier, bowlers from T20 drills get used to covering the short mid-wicket area as well. Callaway into bowl. Cut nicely down to deep point. Al Hassan's the fielder. They go through for a single. 191 for 4. Ben Callaway has been relatively quiet in this match. A little cameo with the bat earlier today. 19 off 16 deliveries, which is what his team needed at the time. But good to hear that he has done a bit of training with some England Lions prospects, and the eye of Andrew Flintoff with a potential winter trip. Callaway in, and forward comes the new man Hurst. Defend to finish the Callaway over. Just the 2 singles. The game just has switched to such a different tempo, hasn't it, after the dismissal of Luke Wells?
Yeah, it's changed completely now. Lancashire looking like they're wanting to shut up shop, try and not lose another wicket, which would probably put the, well, it'd be nigh on impossible. You'd think at 5 down to reach the target of 473. Lancashire would need another miracle from your Hurst, Green and Hartley, similar to Cheltenham last week. But while Harris is still there, they'll have hope. Harris round the wicket, played into the offside for no run. 4 down at the end of the day still gives Lancashire a glimmer of hope. 282 required. The runs, not really an issue. Pretty achievable in a day's play. It's more the wickets and the depth and the staying switched on for that period of time. That's going to be the challenge as Harris plays that into the leg side.
Obviously we're getting towards the end of a day's play, so the batter's more likely to go on the defensive. I wonder if we're getting to the stage where the Kookaburra is getting a bit soggy and a bit soft off the bat.
Yeah, I did wonder that with Luke Wells' dismissal as well, whether it's just stuck in the pitch because the ball's a little bit softer. Maybe that's how he's ended up chipping it. Aerial was Harris, back of a length, and Marcus Harris looks like he's got plenty of time just to play that down onto the ground. I say chip, he still hit it firmly enough, but it looked like it was a kind of length delivery that Luke Wells could get over and hit on the ground. It wasn't just like he played it a little bit early and miscued it, and sometimes that softer ball can create that. Harris in, and that's driven nicely back past the bowler. And it should run away. Will it run away for 4? It does. Lovely shot from Marcus Harris. He just leans on it down the ground. Over pitch from Harris coming round the wicket. But still well put away from the Australian.
Battle of the two Harrises. Not sure whether that's better or worse than some of the tongue twisters. Salter and Slater was obviously a difficult one for me, and Carson and Carlson we've had in Glamorgan Sussex games.
Harrison, and that's played into the offside for no run.
To say nothing of the Nottinghamshire attack that included Patterson, Pattinson and Patterson White. So 3 out their 5 main bowlers sounded quite the same. That was a few years ago when Glamorgan picked up a decent win at Trent Bridge.
195 for 4, Lancashire. As Harris plays that one nicely off his legs. Don't think it'll run away. It's cut down to 2. They think about a 3rd, but it's not worth the risk. 6 off the over. 197 for 4, Lancashire. Hurst on 2. Marcus Harris on 17.
Just starting to play 1 or 2 shots and feel at home, maybe, Marcus Harris. Even looking at that chase from Zainul Hassan, needed the slide just inside the boundaries. Stopped it fairly comfortably, but those who talk about the playing schedule of maybe the 70s and 80s, when players often played 6 days a week, you wonder whether in those days that sort of ball would be waved to the boundary and wait for a passing spectator, if there were any, to lob it back to them. These days the previously miraculous is commonplace, even in Championship, as a result of the huge improvement of fielding standards over the last 20 years, courtesy of the T20 game. As Mason Crane will take over from Ben Kellaway from the Anderson end, running towards us and bowling a half tracker that Hurst turns on and clubs down to fine leg for 4, which was no more than it deserved, really.
Yeah, that one's certainly been waved to the boundary. No chance of any fielder getting that one. Hurst just giving that delivery what it deserved, but Crane just getting into his spell, his second spell.
200 up for the home side, 4 wickets down, 272 further runs needed to win. Crane bowls, that's a much better delivery. Pitching probably middle and off and turning outside of the off stump. So it was a good job for Matty Hurst that it wasn't the googly. Otherwise he would have looked embarrassed, but I'm sure he read it. As Crane bowls, oh, it's another poor delivery, and it's clubbed away again for 4. So Mason Crane, yesterday's hero, with the 1 wicket so far, but has looked a little bit rusty coming back into the attack, and he's 7.3 overs for 66, having suffered an early assault from Luke Wells.
Yeah, he's not quite finding his length today, Mason Crane. Too often short of a length, which gives the batters time, allows it to spin, and then they can pounce on anything short, and that's what Matty Hurst did again, this time in front of square, as another fielder goes out on the leg side.
205 for 4. Crane to Hurst, who is forward playing a defensive shot into the offside. Kellaway picks it up, flicks it to Carlson. 205 for 4. 2 wickets to James Harris. 1 apiece to Mason Crane and Asitha Fernando. As Crane bowls, slapped into the offside square cut. Hurst picks up the single. Moves to 11. 206 for 4. In the evening sunlight here at Old Trafford. So welcome along if you're just joining us from one of the other games going on around the country, looking for a bit of evening entertainment, and we've still got another 20 minutes for you. There's a little bit of a committee meeting on the Glamorgan side. North East offering a few ideas to Mason Crane, and just changing his field very marginally on the offside. Crane in. Bowls, big appeal for LBW, not out. Well, they believed in that one, did Glamorgan. Mr. Peveril is the man whose opinion counts, and he did not. Hurst was back on his stumps, and Crane cannot believe that that was not given out. The replay shows that it was turning a long way. Was it maybe doing too much?
I think he's deep enough in his crease where I still feel like that could have been hitting the stumps.
May well have been hitting leg stump, that having pitched a good yard outside off stump and turned an absolute mile. But Glamorgan found earlier in the season that Ben Peveril, as they discovered at Lords, is not a man to give LBW decisions lightly and errs on the side of the batter. As indeed, technically, one should do if one thinks there was any doubt. Glamorgan, obviously, on that occasion, didn't think there was.
Going to see a change of ends for Callaway. He's going to come on from the Brian Statham end. He's going to come into Matty Hurst, slip and a short leg. Oh, he bowls him straight away. Matty Hurst going for a big shot down the ground. He gets through the bat and pad and it clatters into the stumps. I don't know if it's gone under the bat, maybe he's chopped on. We see here on Lancs TV. No, I think he's hit the floor. A little bit of turn back in. It's a very inspired bowling change and a change of ends for Callaway and North East.
That one has, I think, turned out of the rough. It did appear to turn a long way for the dismissal of Hurst. Even the scoreboard has it as Harris. Need to get that one changed.
Yep.
It was the right-hander who was bowled through the gate, and it is number 21, Matty Hurst, who is walking off to the pavilion. Are we in night watchman territory?
Yeah,
that looks a tall figure.
Tom Bailey coming in. You did see on Lancs TV, for any viewers, you could see Matty Hurst just hitting the ground before any connection would have been made with the ball. So maybe that's changed his bat path a little bit, but it's a good delivery from Callaway. Pitched up, turning back into the pads, and it clatters into the stumps through the gate. And it's a big wicket for Glamorgan just before, well, we've still got a few overs left to go tonight. But not that long ago, they wouldn't have fancied having Lancashire 5 down this evening.
Now, 46 over, this game has really moved on, hasn't it? Lancashire scoring at 4.5 and over. Thanks to Wells, we might have expected a long, slow grind from Lancashire, but they decided to take the counter-attack to Glamorgan, and it looked at one point as though they were very seriously in the hunt before the dismissal of Wells and now Hurst. Test match, India 188 for 6 against England.
Callaway in. Bailey playing back towards the bowler. Playing from the crease. Men around the bat. Slip, leg slip. Short leg. Silly point. Callaway in. Getting it. Spinning quite sharply back into Tom Bailey. Probably a bit more from this end than the Sir James Anderson end. Change of ends has worked for Glamorgan. Callaway in. Oh, Bailey leaving that one through to the wicketkeeper. A few oohs and ahs from the Glamorgan close fielders.
It's a brave move, having seen how much the delivery that dismissed Hurst came in.
As they say, a good leave. 206 for 5, Lancashire. Oh, and he does the same again.
I do love...
A little bit wider that time.
I do love seeing this symmetrical close field, 4 at each square of the point of the corner around the bat.
Callaway in to Bailey, the night watchman the night watchman reverse sweeps, and reverse sweeps for 4.
I don't know what's going off out there. And night watchman reverse sweeping shouldn't be allowed.
That positive message going through the changing rooms. That's the way that Lancashire's gonna play. 210 for 5, Lancashire.
Bailey maybe fancying himself as the Stuart Broad style night hawk. Go out there and smash it for the last few overs. 210 for 5, just 46 overs bowled, so this innings rattling on apace. And we have 5 overs to come tonight. Glamorgan's over rate somehow has dropped to -2. Not quite sure how, since they've had a lot of spin. As Crane bowls, and another appeal for LBW. This time Harris had come down the wicket. And the not out verdict from Mr. Paverill was rather more understandable than the one in the last over. Got a stride in as that's whipped into the leg side. Harris will pick up 4 runs there, forward of square. The only fielder is very much backward of square. So Harris goes on to 21, the total 214 for 5. You're on BBC Sport Online, Lancs TV, BBC Sounds. It's been a great day's duel. Crane in to bowl. Again played to the leg by Harris, this time rather more gently, and Callaway does the fielding. I think he'll have to invite Scott Reed to join you, Callum, for the last few overs after this. As Crane bowls, flick to short leg, is that out? No. The catch taken at backward short leg, stroke leg slip by Kieran Carlson, but off the pad, says Mr. Paverill. And indeed, the replay shows that he was correct. 214 for 5 it remains. Harris on 21 not out as comes down the wicket, turns that into a full toss, clips it through mid-wicket, and it will be just cut off inside the ropes by Harris, and they'll settle for a couple of runs. 216 for 5. Crane expensive, he's gone for 73 as he looks to complete his 9th over, but hey, that's the life of a leg spinner, I guess. Get a shed load of wickets one day and things don't go your way the next.
Yeah, he's still a threat though, especially spinning it out of the footholes to the left-handed Marcus Harris, who's still been proactive enough. Although he wants to save his wicket, he's still looking to score runs as well.
216 for 5 as that's clipped straight by Harris to the fielder, Asitha Fernando, who's just been brought in there to a single saving mid-wicket position. 216 for 5. 4 overs left for the day. Don't go anywhere, as Callum and Scott will describe the remaining 10 to 15 minutes of this fascinating day's cricket.
Yeah, 216 for 5, Lancashire. The 5 being the key figure for both teams. Glamorgan needing 5 more wickets for victory. Lancashire needing another 257, 67. 257 for victory as Kellaway continues from the Brian Statham end, full of a length, and Bailey lunges forward, traps any signs of spin. 4 men around the bat for Bailey. Got a deep square out on the boundaries. That one's turned off the straight, and it's turned straight down the leg side, and he'll pick up 4 byes. Yep, turned out the footholes, gone past Chris Cook, who looks disappointed. I don't know if he's indicating that it's hit the pads, but it's been signals as byes. 220 for 5, Lancashire. Kellaway in. Bailey prodding forward in defensive mode. And he comes, and Bailey off the back foot plays it nicely through the offside, picks up a single.
They've got it down to 250. And it's been 250 with 7 wickets remaining.
You'd have fancied your chances, wouldn't
you?
You
Made
still?
it quite interesting to
yeah.
them, isn't it?
I think Glamorgan still would have been on top. 250
Yep.
is a lot of runs,
It
final
is.
day. You've got to restart in the morning, but
Ball's old.
yeah, 5 down.
Yeah. It's been a brilliant kind of evening session, though. It's been great fun to watch.
Kellaway round the wickets. Harris, who pushed it into the offside. Bailey thinks about a single. The Australian sends him back. No need to risk that at this stage of the game, this stage of the day. Marcus Harris, the big wicket now for Glamorgan. Kellaway in, round the wicket. Harris just allows that one through to the keeper. That's the end of the 48th over. Harris on 23 and Bailey on 5.
Yes, those. The wicket of Wells, obviously, that just kind of sucked out a bit of life, didn't it, in Lancashire, and then prizing out Hurst, just edging towards the close of play, makes it almost an almost impossible task, doesn't it, really, for Lancashire? Not beyond them, of course, but they had 7 wickets in hand. 250, 3 sessions. Could have been quite interesting, that.
Some of the rate as well, isn't it? The Wells was scoring that, putting pressure back on the bowlers, not letting them settle, where you've seen Kellaway now was settled in a good rhythm.
It's Mason Crane in and bowling. Almost off an edge behind the reach of slip down towards the boundary. And Bailey will come back for 2. So he moves on to 7, 223 for 5. It was fun while it lasted by Luke Wells. Terrific century. What a great catch by Harris off his own bowling as well. It's a really good low catch. Momentum carrying him forward, but to get down, get both hands underneath the ball, take the catch. Crane's in, dapped away by Bailey. And there is no run, 223 for 5.
Yeah, it was a superb catch. Ankle height, following through as a fast bowler. Excellent reflexes from Harris.
Crane in, pushed a little bit flatter and quicker to Bailey, who gets the bat down in the nick of time and defends it and keeps it out. Almost sneaked through onto Bailey's big front pad.
Get forward, Bailey, get forward.
Slipping a short leg. Crane in. Drives it away through the offside. There is a fielder out on the cover boundary. It's James Harris. A single for Bailey. So he moves to 8, 224 for 5. Brings Marcus Harris back on strike. It's a beautiful end to the... It's always the case, isn't it? You get cloudy days and then it gets to this
all of a sudden.
It does, doesn't it?
It does.
So many times here you get this. Or you end up going off for 3:30, 4 o'clock for bad light, and it gets to 6 o'clock and it's lovely. So many times. It's Crane to Harris. Just fiddles that one on the way down towards fine leg. And Bailey's thinking about coming back for 2. Harris says no chance. Throw comes in from the other Harris. So a run for Lancashire, 225 for 5. Brings Tom Bailey back on strike. 2 slips in place. And the forward short leg. Final ball of the over, then 2 to go tonight. Here's Crane into Bailey. Leaning forward and just squeezing the ball away into the offside. And there is no run. End of the over. 225 for 5 Lancashire. With, well, still, what is it now? 248 required. Glamorgan are 5 wickets away from victory, which would boost their hopes of a top 2 finish no end, especially because Derbyshire are going to go into their 4th and final day, still 120 behind and only 6 wickets remaining.
Callaway to continue, and that's a beautiful delivery round the wicket, angling into Harris, getting a bit of turn and bounce from the footholes. It's good signs for Glamorgan. Callaway in, just a bit fuller this time, and Harris has the opportunity to smother any signs of spin into the offside. Callaway again, just over pitching. Harris will be happy. That kind of length, taking the footholes out of play. Callaway will be looking for that similar length to that first delivery where produced that turn and bounce. That one's played back towards the bowler for no run. 2 balls remain. Harris' job will probably be done, as Tom Bailey might see out the final over. Callaway in. Oh, and he drives at one. Maybe the commentator's curse again was nearly there. Gets a bit of spin through to the keeper. 1 ball remaining from this Callaway spell. And he's just sat on his back foot, playing it nicely with soft hands. That's the end of the 50th over. Lancashire 225 for 5. And Bailey has the last over to see out. I'll be surprised if they take any singles. Poor Bailey.
Well, he was reverse sweeping, wasn't he, at one point, wasn't he?
His new night watchman, eh? The modern game. He can certainly bat though, can't he, Tom Bailey? If he can come over, he can come here in the morning and reset with Harris. He can offer some resistance, but he also likes to play his shots as well, so...
Probably enjoys batting more than bowling, then. 225 for 5. Here's Mason Crane to Tom Bailey. And it's punched away through the offside. No runs. So 5 deliveries remaining of the day. It has been, for 3 days of cricket, it's been really, really good fun. Lancashire ultimately might fall short here, and that first innings score will probably be the reason behind it, but they've come out with great positivity in the second innings. It's been a really enthralling final session. Flat and quick and little down the leg side by Crane, just nudged away by Bailey. And there's no run.
Yeah, it's been an excellent day. Glamorgan well on top with the bat. And then Wells coming out, counter-attacking, giving Lancashire a glimmer of hope.
Crane to Bailey. Well, that bounced a bit and slaps it back down the pitch to Tom Bailey. Scooped up by Crane. 3 to go today, then we'll do it all again tomorrow. 2 slips, short leg. Cranes in. Forward goes Bailey, squeezed into the offside. And there's no run. He's almost done his job here. He's got 2 balls to face to try and see out and get Lancashire to the close of play, 5 down. They've got it under 250, but they've lost 5 wickets. It's a huge target to chase. And let's just run down towards short third. There's no addition to the score. It'll be some time before Glamorgan get the chance to take a second new ball tomorrow, so they'll have this older ball to work with, but then as we've been discussing, it's also quite tricky at times to push the score on when you're facing this older Kookaburra ball. We'll see what tomorrow has in store. This is the final ball of the day. Crane to Bailey, and Bailey works it away through the offside for a single, and he'll be on strike to start tomorrow morning, Tom Bailey.
Proper night watchman.
Good job, well done. So close of play on this third day here at Emirates Old Trafford, with Lancashire 226 for 5. And yeah, good work by Glamorgan. They rallied. It must have been at times a little concerning with the way that Wells was playing, but they've managed to prize Wells and then Hurst out quickly, or relatively quickly, one after the other. And they'll feel that they do have a fantastic chance, and of course they do. They need 5 more wickets tomorrow to clinch a really good win here at Emirates Old Trafford. Lancashire, well, 3 sessions of batting to do. They need 247 more runs to win this game. For our listeners across Sports Extra 2, to round things up today, here is Kevin Howells. And here on the BBC Sport website and app and on Lancs TV. What do you reckon, Callum, going into tomorrow?
Yeah, it was a fabulous day for Glamorgan, wasn't it? Starting with Carlson and North East scoring 2 brilliant centuries, and then another counter-attacking century in the game. 3 on day 3. Luke Wells came in at, I think it was around, was it 4 for 1, something like that. Salt going in the second over. And then we're seeing a counter-attacking innings from Wells. Clearly, the message has been sent out for Lancashire to be positive, and that's what they was. 226 off 51 overs, striking at 4.43 an over. So we've certainly not backed down, but it's the wickets column that counts, especially going into the final day. Glamorgan have taken 5, and it's a big dent into Lancashire's batting. We've got Harris still there, and Bailey, the night watchman, in with him at the moment, but you might need the Cheltenham miracles to return if Lancashire have any chance of winning this game, with runs from Chris Green and Hartley as well. You've still got Balderson to come. But it's a brilliant day of cricket, the longer format of cricket again, offering up them real emotions and that mental challenge of the game. And that came into play today, but a brilliant day of cricket on day 3 here at Emirates Old Trafford.
Indeed it was, and we'll see what the 4th and final day has in store. We'll catch you again tomorrow morning from just before 11 o'clock.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.